Chapter 585. James' almost murky light green eyes sparkled, showing that he was truly tempted. Yes, at his age, what else could he ask for? Other than power, it would be money. You know my name? James thought about it for a long time before lowering his voice to ask. Then what should I call you? Major General Hua? Or Mr. Kidnapper? Or Spider-Man who saved people? Hua Xiaoheng laughed heartily. Mr. James, you sure know how to joke. I don't know anything you're talking about, nor do I know these people. Please think about what I just said. If you've thought it through, please go to 38 Scallop Bay in Long Island and leave a message. James froze and looked at Hua Xiaoheng suspiciously. 38 Scallop Bay in Long Island? Was it that the residents of Tangaran, the daughter of Tan Dongbang, the Huaxia Imperial Prime Minister candidate? She was the victim of the kidnapping a while ago. After being rescued for a period of time, she stayed in the villa every day and didn't go out. The CIA and FBI agents had taken turns to visit Tangaran, hoping to get some information about the people who rescued her. But Tangaran's mouth was tighter than a clam shell, and they couldn't get a single word out of her. Now this person actually asked him to send a message to Tangaran's residence. Did this mean that the people they had been searching so hard for these past few days had actually been staying at Tangaran's place? Seeing James' suspicious gaze, Hua Xiaoheng knew he was starting to suspect. It was good that he was starting to suspect. How could a tree of betrayal grow without the seeds of suspicion? Also, do you want to know why I was able to enter New York like it was no one's land? Not only could I escape unscathed when I rescued people, but I also had no worries at all. Hua Xiaoheng added fuel to James' suspicions. Do you want to know why I'm so familiar with you and your superior? Go think about the person who gave you the information and whose side he's on. James jerked his head up. His thin lips kept opening and closing, but he couldn't form a complete sentence. The sound of crashing waves came from afar, and the salty sea breeze was accompanied by water vapor. It lingered around them, but it didn't relieve the heat. Instead, it made it even hotter. James was restless, flustered by his own conjectures. He wanted nothing more than to go back to his office and ask his informant about it. However, he was a veteran CIA agent after all. After a moment of confusion, he calmed down and said, "Don't try to drive a wedge between us. In any case, the fact that you're trapped here is the best proof." "I'm trapped here?" Hua Xiaoheng shook his head as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. "If I wanted to leave, I would have left a long time ago. But I don't want to leave. I still want to find a chance to see you, to see my old friend." When Hua Xiaoheng said this, he looked at the light green seawater in the distance, as if he didn't care about James at all. Angered by his manner, James clenched his fists and stood up. "Don't be so pleased with yourself. If I call for help now, you definitely won't be able to escape." "Oh, really? Can you give it a try?" Hua Xiaoheng suddenly leaned forward with a gun in one hand, already pressed against James' waist. "If I wanted to kill you, you'd be a dead man by now." James felt the cold barrel of the gun against his skin. Cold sweat dripped down his face as he stammered. "We can talk about it. Don't worry, I won't report you." "Yes, I know." Hua Xiaoheng withdrew the gun and stuffed it into his trouser pocket. "Think about it carefully. Even if you hand me over, who will benefit from it?" James looked at Hua Xiaoheng with uncertainty, his mind struggling fiercely. Many years in the CIA and his military experience had forged James' loyalty to his country. But how strong this loyalty was depended on whether Hua Xiaoheng could truly convince him. "Actually, you don't have to be too conflicted." Hua Xiaoheng softened his tone. "If we cooperate, we'll each take what we need. Isn't that good? Do you really think the United States and the Huaxia Empire, these two countries, will really fight?" James shook his head reflexively. "Of course not. What kind of joke was that? If these two big countries really fought, it would be the end of the world. Therefore, for the sake of world peace, for the sake of the existence of our organization, you must cooperate with me. You have to know that there's an old saying in the Huaxia Empire, once the cunning hare is killed, the hound is cooked. What good will it do you if you drive me into a corner? If the Huaxia Empire ceased to exist, your Asian Intelligence Division would also cease to exist, don't you think?" James nodded. This man was absolutely right. Other than the Huaxia Empire, all the other Asian countries were allies of the United States. Why would they need intelligence? Since the U.S. had stationed troops in these countries, would there still be any secrets in these countries? Only the Huaxia Empire refused to yield. Their Asian intelligence division's only target was the Huaxia Empire. However, they didn't want to target them too much, so they used the name Asian Intelligence Division as a cover. If personal interests were one aspect, James would still be a little embarrassed. However, it was much easier for James to accept the excuse of keeping an enemy for self-respect as bait. Of course, he didn't immediately agree. He only said with a sullen expression, "What you said is all your reasoning. What benefits can I get? I still need to think about it." "Okay, take your time. Before you decide, I can give you a big gift," Hua Xiaoheng said with a smile, his posture very relaxed. "What gift?" "The position of director of the CIA's Asian Intelligence Division." "Don't you think it's a big gift?" "Me?" James shook his head in disbelief. "Don't you know that the position of director is already taken? That person is almost 20 years younger than me and is very smart and capable. He definitely won't make any mistakes. Tell me, what chance do you think I have of becoming the director of the Asian Intelligence Division? Don't doubt me." Hua Xiaoheng smiled and folded his hands behind his back. "I won't rush you. Once you get this position, you'll naturally believe me. Goodbye." Hua Xiaoheng turned to leave and headed in the direction of 38 Shell Bay. James stared at his back, his mind still in a state of internal conflict. Last time, Tanguerin told Hua Xiaoheng that her family had a villa at 38 Shell Bay on Long Island. He also learned from the media that after Tanguerin was rescued, she moved out of the dormitory at Juilliard and moved to her own home. At the same time, the New York police, FBI, and CIA agents often visited to get information from her. Now, in order to numb James and make him suspect whether their informant in the Huaxia Empire was a real informant or an undercover agent, Hua Xiaoheng decided to use Tanguerin for once. 38 Shell Bay was at the end of the neighborhood and was surrounded by a snow-white wall. 2 waist-high, small metal gates were symbolically placed at the junction of the 2 sides of the wall. The yard inside wasn't very deep, and there was a driveway in the middle that led directly to the garage that was connected to the main building. Hua Xiaoheng stood in front of the small metal gates. Before he could ring the doorbell, he saw an elegant woman wearing an oval sun hat and a cotton dress straighten her back from the grass and look in his direction. This woman was Tanguerin. She was trimming the flowers in the flower bed on the lawn. She looked at the tall figure standing in front of the metal gates and almost couldn't believe her eyes. However, her years of good upbringing prevented her from revealing too much of an expression. With a small flower basket in one hand and a flower spade in the other, Tanguerin walked to the small metal gates and reached out to open them. She smiled at Hua Xiaoheng. "You're finally here." She had been waiting for him to come find her. From all kinds of media, she could feel that the Americans had set up an inescapable net and were searching for him everywhere. However, Hua Xiaoheng's condition was much better than Tanguerin had imagined. She had originally thought that he would be exhausted from running for his life and would be very unkempt. However, she saw him standing in front of her clean and refreshed. He didn't have any of the fierceness and ruthlessness she had seen him that night. Instead, he was calm and collected like the sea under the night sky. He was so calm that it made people feel like the years were peaceful. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. "Hello, Miss Tan. May I speak with you?" "You don't have to call me Miss Tan. You sound so distant." Tanguerin tilted her head with a smile and moved aside to let Hua Xiaoheng in. "Of course. I couldn't ask for more. Come on in. No one has been here for a few days." Tanguerin spoke very subtly, but Hua Xiaoheng understood what she was implying. She meant that there were no FBI or CIA agents here, and there were no police officers either. One of the side effects of Hua Xiaoheng's frequent appearances in other places over the past few days was that he had attracted the attention of the people around Tanguerin's place. They finally believed that Tanguerin really didn't know anything. The other party coming to rescue her was probably only their mission. After the mission was completed, these people retreated with success. After waiting for another 2 days and seeing that there was no movement, the last few spies also left. Well, Xiaoheng walked over and indeed didn't find any traces of spies, which was why he dared to enter Tangiren's courtyard. As for James, well, Xiaoheng firmly believed that he wouldn't tell anyone about it. Of course, even if he did, well, Xiaoheng would have countermeasures. Following Tangiren inside, he saw that the Tan's villa was a 4-story building hidden in the lush green forest. 3 floors were above ground, and the last floor was half buried underground. It was the basement. "Miss Tan, I won't be going in. I still have something to do today, so I'll make it short." Hua Xiaoheng stood at the entrance and spoke to Tan Guiren softly and slowly. His voice was low, and when he intentionally lowered it, it was very unclear. If someone who wasn't a native speaker of Mandarin heard him, it would be very difficult to distinguish what he was saying. Hua Xiaoheng didn't want to go in because he knew the CIA must have installed listening devices inside. There might even be pinhole cameras. "You really don't want to come in and sit?" Tan Guiren really wanted to thank Hua Xiaoheng properly. Not only did he save her, the 2 children, but he also saved the little girl on 5th Avenue a few days ago. This was the first update, a reminder to everyone about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today was Monday, so recommendation votes were especially important. There would be an extra update at 7 p.m. Chapter 586. A trace of impatience flashed through Hua Xiaoheng's heart, but he suppressed it and quickly said, "There's no time. I just wanted to tell you that in a few days, if someone comes to deliver a letter to a Mr. Gu, please accept it for me." Tan Guiren was shocked. "A Mr. Gu? Who? Please accept it for me. I'll pass it on to him." Hua Xiaoheng didn't explain and only asked Tan Guiren to do as he said. Mr. Gu was the code that Hua Xiaoheng and James had agreed on. It was also Hua Xiaoheng's nickname. Tan Guiren pursed her lips and replied meekly, "Okay, I'll remember." Hua Xiaoheng sighed in relief when she didn't pursue the matter. "We were able to find you successfully because someone in the Huaxia Empire provided us with accurate information. Me staying here now is also part of our plan. This person is the one who saved you. I hope you can return to the Huaxia Empire as soon as possible so your parents don't worry." He nodded at Tan Guiren and quickly left. Tan Guiren was slightly taken aback. Before she could react, Hua Xiaoheng's figure had already disappeared through the iron gate at the courtyard's exit. His voice was so beautiful. His words just now were articulate, but also had a gentle and soothing charm. His voice was low and moving. It was a rare good voice. Tan Guiren studied music, so her ears were more sensitive than others since she was young. Hua Xiaoheng's voice was amplified even more when she heard it. Hua Xiaoheng was already out of sight, but Tan Guiren still stood by the door, holding onto the railing as she stared straight ahead. On a summer afternoon, the courtyard was lush with trees, and the sea breeze blew gently. A bunch of purple wisteria flowers fell from the rack and swayed in the breeze, just like her mood. As Hua Xiaoheng expected, his conversation with Tan Guiren had been picked up by the CIA's wiretaps. In the CIA's New York branch building, Sean's expression was dark as he listened to the conversation from the wiretaps. He said to James rudely, "Go investigate what's going on with our informant in the Huaxia Empire." James was also stunned. He hesitated before whispering, "Director, I don't know who that informant in the Huaxia Empire is either." "You don't know either? You didn't develop it?" Sean was shocked. "There's something you don't know?" "Of course." James smiled bitterly. "That informant hides very well. He never contacts us directly." "I see." Sean was very surprised. "Then how do we know that the information is correct?" "Because it was sent from above." James felt a strange thrill in his heart when he saw this almost omnipotent young man being defeated. Sean understood. It seemed that the informant's rank was very high, or in other words, he was developed by the higher-ups and only had a one-way contact with them. "You also know that the Huaxia Empire has always been very good at infiltrating internal affairs. Many of the informants we bribed weren't really core internal personnel. They were just peripheral personnel. We spent a lot of money on them back then. Later, we met by Yuxing, and it was considered one of our most outstanding instigation campaigns in recent years." James found some psychological advantage and began to explain to Sean. It's a pity that we didn't protect him well. As long as you know, Sean had regained some of his confidence. If I had come earlier, Bai Yuxing wouldn't have died so mysteriously. Have you found out who killed him? We guessed it was the Huaxiao Empire's secret service, but we didn't have any evidence. The method of killing was very common, and there was nothing special about it, so we couldn't tell who did it. For a long time, we all thought he had an accident while diving. James lowered his head. This incident was also a huge thorn in his heart, but he didn't hate Bai Yuxing's murderer. Instead, he hated the higher-ups of the CIA. When something happened, they pushed all the blame onto him, completely ignoring who had instigated Bai Yuxing's rebellion in the first place. If it hadn't been for this incident, the position of director of the Asian Intelligence Division would have been his. Fine, then we have to be even more cautious. I will report this to the higher-ups and have them investigate the informant in the Huaxia Empire who provided them with the information. Don't fall into their trap. Sean pointed at the office door and said to James rudely, "Go out." This attitude was the last straw that broke James's wavering heart. He clenched his fists and turned to leave. It was another weekend, and Gu Nianji was packing in the graduate student dormitory at the Huaxiao Empire's Imperial B University campus. She treasured the silk scarf Hua Xiaoheng had sent her back in her backpack and told Ma Chi-Chi that she would see her next week before returning to Hua Xiaoheng's official residence for the weekend. She hadn't been there for a long time, and this time she planned to stay for 2 days. It would be good to clean Hua Xiaoheng's room. She called Yin Shixiang and asked him to send a car to pick her up. Yin Shixiang agreed and arranged a time for her to wait at the entrance of the dormitory. When Gu Nianji came down, she saw a silver BMW limousine with a military license plate. It was obvious that Yin Shixiang had sent it. However, when the door opened, it was Zhao Yangzi. Gu Nianji was overjoyed and quickly ran over. "Brother Zhe, when did you come back?" "I've been back for a few days." Zhao Yangzi smiled and opened his arms to hug Gu Nianji, who had rushed over. "Let Brother Zhe take a look." "Not bad, not bad. You look great, and you seem to have gained weight." "Ah, why did you step on my foot?" Before Zhao Yangzi could finish his sentence, Gu Nianji ruthlessly stepped on the tip of his foot. It was so painful that he almost cried. Gu Nianji wore a pair of strappy sandals with high heels. The sharp heels could be used as weapons. "Who told you to call me fat?" Gu Nianji pretended to be angry and raised her head. "If you say anything else, it won't be as simple as stepping on your foot." Okay. Brother Zhe said the wrong thing and touched Miss Gu's sore spot. Zhao Yangzi smiled and bowed, playing along with Gu Nianji. After they got into the car, Gu Nianji finally remembered what Zhao Yangzi had said. She smiled. "Brother Zhe, don't say that I'm Miss Gu. Miss Gu is someone else. Don't let people misunderstand." The current Miss Gu was, of course, Gu Yanran. Tomorrow was the day they had arranged to visit Gu Xianwen. Gu Nianji was also going there, so she decided to stay at Hua Xiaoheng's official residence earlier. Zhao Yangzi laughed. "Then what should I call you? Second Miss Gu? You're so dumb. You're the one who's dumb. Your whole family is dumb." Gu Nianji was even more upset. "And don't call me Second Miss Gu. Then what should I call you?" Zhao Yangzi teased her. "Nianji. That's what you guys always call me. Why not today?" Gu Nianji rolled her eyes. "Okay, don't change the topic. I won't ask you." She had been lectured these past few days and understood that she couldn't ask about Hua Xiaoheng. She couldn't help but ask Yin Shixiang and Chun Lai. Not only did they not say anything, but they also lectured her. Gu Nianji had learned her lesson. When she saw Zhao Yangzi returning from mission with Hua Xiaoheng, she stopped asking. Zhao Yangzi nodded with a smile. "Actually, I wouldn't know even if you asked. Hua Xiao is still on a mission. My mission is complete." It was the second night. Just a reminder, recommendation votes and monthly votes. Today was Monday, especially with the recommendation votes. Chapter 587. Zhao Yangzi's words reassured Gu Nianji. He said it so casually, so it shouldn't be a very dangerous mission. Gu Nianji happily followed Zhao Yangzi to Hua Xiaoheng's official residence. Along the way, Gu Nianji talked a lot about what she had been doing for the past 2 months. Zhao Yangzi wasn't as eloquent as Yin Shixiang. Most of the time, he just listened to her and occasionally chimed in or asked questions to keep the conversation going. When they arrived at Hua Xiaoheng's official residence, Gun Yinji felt like it was a lifetime ago. It had only been a month or two. In Xixiang had already asked the kitchen to prepare dinner for them to eat together. During dinner, Gun Yinji also received a call from Gu Yanran. "Yinji, where are you? I made sea cucumber soup and wanted to give you a pot, but you weren't there when I got to school." Gu Yanran loved to cook. From cakes to soups, they were all her strengths. Gun Yinji didn't know how to cook, so she always stayed away from cooking. "No need. Thank you, sister. I'm spending the weekend at Hua Xiao's place." Gun Yinji smiled. She was in a good mood. "Hua Xiao, he's back." Gu Yanran was surprised and happy. "You too, going to your boyfriend's house without telling him. What will his parents think?" Hua Xiao doesn't live with his parents. He's so old, and he's still living off his parents. Gun Yinji avoided Gu Yanran's question and didn't mention Hua Xiaoheng's whereabouts. In Xixiang and Zhao Yangzi both gave her a thumbs up. Gun Yinji made a face at them. "Okay, sister, I'm hanging up. I'm having dinner. It's not polite to answer the phone." Gu Yanran could only agree, but still reminded her, "Don't forget to visit father tomorrow." "I know." Gun Yinji nodded, hung up, and set the phone aside. In Xixiang didn't ask why Gu Yanran was looking for Gun Yinji. He served her a bowl of soup. "This is carp clear soup. It's very well cooked. The fish is all dried up, so it must have been stewed into the soup." Gun Yinji loved soup, so she accepted it with a smile and scooped it with a spoon. Dinner lasted for 2 hours. For In Xixiang and Zhao Yangzi, it was a rare moment of leisure. As soon as Zhao Yangzi finished eating, his phone rang. He took it and looked at it. He was slightly disappointed, but he still picked it up. "Bai Shuang, good evening." It was Bai Shuang on the other end of the phone. She said with a smile, "Little Zay, when did you come back? You didn't even greet me. Are we still friends?" "Haha, I've been busy writing reports, handing over work, and dealing with jet lag. I've only just gotten some rest, and was about to call you guys tomorrow." Zhao Yangzi held a cup of tea in one hand as he spoke to Bai Shuang on the phone. Gun Yinji's ears perked up to listen to Zhao Yangzi on the phone. Of course, she didn't want to eavesdrop on Zhao Yangzi. She wanted to know if Zhao Yangzi would say anything about Hua Xiaoheng. Zhao Yangzi caught a glimpse of Gun Yinji's focused expression from the corner of his eye. He smiled and patted her head before returning to his room to make a call. Gun Yinji leaned back in her chair regretfully and said, "Brother Zay, it's just a phone call. Why'd you have to hide it?" "If I didn't hide it, would I have let you eavesdrop?" In Xixiang immediately saw through Gun Yinji's little plan. "Okay, don't worry. Go back to your room and rest. Go visit your father at Chun Lai's tomorrow." Gun Yinji agreed and returned to her room on the second floor. Hua Xiaoheng's suite was right across from her room. Unfortunately, there was no one there at the moment. Gun Yinji opened the door to Hua Xiaoheng's room and walked in. The room was clean and tidy. It was as if the owner had never left and would come out of the bedroom at any moment. Gun Yinji sighed slightly and wondered if she should go back and count the days to see when Hua Xiaoheng would return. Coming out of Hua Xiaoheng's suite and returning to her room, Gun Yinji first went to take a shower. After showering, she took out the silk scarves and tried them on one by one. Her skillful hands were able to tie many beautiful silk knots around her slender neck. The quality of the silk scarves was very good. They were soft and smooth, and after a while, they warmed up like a lover's caress. There was a tremor in the gentleness, and her heart calmed down. That night, she hugged the silk scarves to sleep. It was as if Hua Xiaoheng was by her side. When she woke up the next day, she looked at the silk scarves that she had pressed into a ball. They were no longer as beautiful as they were last night. It was as if a peerless beauty had been ravaged by an impulsive man overnight. Gun Yinji rubbed her face and laughed at her own imagination. After washing up and eating breakfast, she went to Chun Lai's room to wait for Gu Yanran to come over. She planned to visit her father, Gu Xiangwen, together. Because she had come over from the military base today, she arrived rather early. Chun Lai had yet to come to the ward. Gun Yinji opened Chun Lai's office and saw Yi Zieten alone inside. She was straightening up in front of Chun Lai's computer. "Dr. Yi, you're early." Gun Yinji greeted Yi Zieten with a smile. Yi Zitan smiled gently and walked over to ask her, "Have you had breakfast? The military base cafeteria has beef buns today. Didn't you like them before?" Gun Yinji smiled and waved her hand. "I'm not the one who likes beef buns. Please don't misremember, Dr. Yi." "Oh, it's not you? Then who else could it be?" Yi Zitan laughed. "Could be Hua Xiao. Hua Xiao loves it. There's someone else who also loves it." Gun Yinji winked at Yi Zitan. "Dr. Yi, you're not telling me on purpose, are you?" "Who?" Yi Zitan asked. "Of course it's Brother Chun." Gun Yinji clapped her hands. "Brother Chun also loves beef buns." Yi Zitan looked thoughtful. "Dr. Chun? He can't eat meat anymore. It's already endangering his health." She was saying Chun Lai was too fat. Gun Yinji didn't think much of it. Brother Chun isn't actually fat. He's just a little rounder than others. Yi Zitan finally burst into laughter and walked over to Gun Yinji. "I didn't expect you to be so funny. No wonder Dr. Chun loves you so much. You're so good with words and so protective of him. It would be strange if he didn't love you." Gun Yinji couldn't help secretly studying Yi Zitan when she heard her. She hoped Yi Zitan wouldn't misunderstand. Gun Yinji knew Chun Lai liked Yi Zitan, and Yi Zitan seemed to be interested in him as well. However, both of them were slow in their relationships. Although they were interested in each other, neither of them broke the veil. Should she be the one who broke the window paper between the two of them? Gun Yinji thought about it for a while and gave up. People who interfered in relationships between men and women were the most thankless people. Gun Yinji didn't want to affect the relationship between Chun Lai and Yi Zitan, so she could only remove herself. "Dr. Yi, Brother Chun is like a real brother to me. Of course I have to protect him." "I know. Dr. Chun is your real brother, and Hua Xiao is your real lover." Yi Zitan joked with her with a hint of pity in her eyes. Gun Yinji didn't mind. As long as Yi Zitan didn't misunderstand her relationship with Chun Lai, she could pretend she didn't hear anything else. "Dr. Yi, Hua Xiao isn't my lover. He's my boyfriend." Gun Yinji giggled. "Dr. Chin knows this better than anyone." Yi Zitan smiled as she tidied up her medical records and chatted with Gun Yinji. "Hua Xiao should be back soon, right? I saw little Zay and the others coming back." "Oh, Gun Yinji was a little uncomfortable. This was the first time someone had taken the initiative to talk to her about Hua Xiao. She wasn't the one asking questions. She was so excited. Gun Yinji's spirits lifted and she nodded. "I thought so too. But Brother Zay said they'll come back after completing their mission. Hua Xiao has another mission." "There's another mission? That's really long this time." Yi Zitan shook her head. "It's never been this long before." "Yinji, do you miss Hua Xiao?" "Of course I do. Why wouldn't I miss him? I miss him every day, but that's how his job is. No matter how much I miss him, he can't leave his job and come back to be with me." Gun Yinji propped her cheeks on her hands and sat on the sofa in a daze. "It's good that you understand." Yi Zitan also sighed. "It's going to be like this for a long time." Gun Yinji didn't feel too bad. She thought about it and said, "As long as he only has me in his heart and only loves me, I don't care how long it takes to be apart." "You're saying you don't care even if it takes a long time?" Yi Zitan was very surprised. "Actually, it's easy for two people to drift apart if they're not together for a long time. Otherwise, why are there so few successful long-distance relationships? It varies from person to person." Gun Yinji didn't want to talk about this anymore. She wasn't going to interfere with Chun Lai and Yi Zitan's business, and she didn't want others to criticize her relationship with Hua Xiaoing. There was no need to share it with outsiders. Yi Zitan saw that Gun Yinji didn't want to continue talking. She packed up and patted Gun Yinji's face sympathetically. When she walked past Gun Yinji with the stack of documents, a transparent folder fell with a thud. Gun Yinji saw that Yi Zitan was struggling to carry the documents, so she bent down to pick it up. Her eyes unconsciously swept over the folder and saw an envelope with a German address. The handwriting was undoubtedly Hua Xiaoing's. Gun Yinji was slightly taken aback. She put the folder on the stack of documents Yi Zitan was holding and asked casually, "Dr. Yi, are these yours?" Yi Zitan shook her head. "These are Dr. Chen's. I helped him pack them up and categorize them for archiving." Gun Yinji wondered if Hua Xiaoheng had also written a letter to Chun Lai. Why didn't he use email or instant messaging? Was it because traditional letters were more confidential? Gu Nianji originally wanted to ask Yin Shixiang, Zhao Liangzi, or even Chun Lai to see if Hua Xiaoheng was in Germany. Now that she saw the letter Hua Xiaoheng had sent from Germany to Chun Lai, it should confirm that Hua Xiaoheng was really in Germany. This is the first update. Today is the last day of February. Please count your monthly votes and see if you can still vote. There will be an extra update at 7 p.m. Chapter 588. Gu Nianji's imagination ran wild as she walked Yi Zitan to the door. Coincidentally, Gu Yanran arrived. This time, she came alone without Yi Xian. Gu Nianji waved goodbye to Yi Zitan and followed Gu Yanran to see their father, Gu Xiangwen. Gu Xiangwen's condition was still the same. It did not improve, but did not worsen either. Gu Nianji was very sad to see Gu Xiangwen lying on the bed. He was so emaciated that his original appearance was unrecognizable. Who would have thought that the handsome and intelligent great scholar Gu would turn into a skeleton like this? Sis, do you want to do a craniotomy for father? I feel like he's been unconscious for so long. Maybe there's a blood clot in his brain, Gu Nianji suggested quietly. Don't talk nonsense. Craniotomy is too dangerous. In this state, there was still hope for him to wake up. If the craniotomy failed, his father would die immediately. Nianji, how could you be so heartless? Gu Yanran looked at Gu Nianji accusingly, her eyes filled with pain. Gu Nianji, she sat down and played with her fingers. She didn't want to talk to Gu Yanran anymore. Gu Yanran ignored her and took a towel to wipe Gu Xiangwen's face and hands. Chun Lai arrived at Gu Xiangwen's room after a while. He froze when he saw Gu Nianji and Gu Yanran sitting on the sofa in a daze, and Gu Yanran looking out the window with her arms crossed. He quickly grabbed Gu Yanran and said, Miss Gu, I finally found you. Come, you promised me last time that you would tell me what happened when you found your father. Gu Yanran raised a brow and looked at Gu Nianji. Didn't I already tell her? She didn't tell you? Yes, but I think there are still some things I'm not clear about. She's not a professional, so it's better for me to ask her myself, Chun Lai said with a smile. He invited Gu Yanran to sit in the small room next door and began to ask questions. Gu Nianji looked at the situation and guessed that it was time to put a lie detector on Gu Yanran. It wasn't convenient for her to stay there, so she raised her voice and said to the people in the room, Brother Chun's sister, I have something to do. I'll be going now. Let's go. It's none of your business. Chun Lai waved his hand without looking up and dismissed her. It was already noon on Sunday, and Hua Xiaoheng wasn't there. Gu Nianji didn't plan on staying any longer. She packed her things and said goodbye to Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi, then arranged for someone to take her back to school. Back at school, I sat in front of my desk and watched the sun set in the west. Another week had passed, and tomorrow would be a new week. The next day was Monday. Although she didn't have to go to school during the summer break, Gu Nianji still went to He Zichu's office to do her daily routine as his legal assistant. He Zichu didn't have classes during the summer break, but he still had work to do at the American law firm. After dealing with the Daily Mail, Gu Nianji stared blankly at the computer. She didn't know what she was thinking. Seeing her like this, He Zichu didn't seem to have much interest in reading. He finally found a few cases that his law firm had just accepted and sent them to Gu Nianji. See which one you're interested in and let me know. He Zichu's email was concise, but the cases were quite complicated. Gu Nianji had been reading all afternoon, but her attention was still drawn to the case of the female exchange student in Germany who had been tortured and murdered. It wasn't only because she wanted to do something for the poor female exchange student, but also because Hua Xiao was also in that place. She wanted to be closer to him. Although he might keep leaving, she could choose to keep getting closer to him. That way, the two of them wouldn't be too far apart. Gu Nianji thought about it silently and sent the case to He Zichu. Professor He, this is interesting. He Zichu saw Gu Nianji's email and wasn't surprised. The corners of his lips curled up, and he sent a short email. Got it. The good thing about this case was that he needed to go to Europe, so he could take Gu Nianji on a vacation. He Jichu didn't like seeing Gun Yinji so distracted because of another man. It would be great if there was something to distract her. This case should have the ability to do so. He Jichu immediately sent a message to the American law firm to say that he would accept the case. Because of the time difference, the law firm only saw the email at night, which was daytime in the United States. They were all very happy. Lawyer He, who rarely accepted cases, finally accepted his first non-law case of the year. How could he not be happy? He Jichu had never accepted a criminal case like this before. However, as the plaintiff's lawyer for this case, they weren't fighting a criminal case, but a civil case supporting the criminal case. After this case, He Jichu asked Gun Yinji to draw up a plan. Yinji, the criminal case is still in progress, which means that by the time our civil case goes to trial, the criminal case may not have concluded yet. Are you mentally prepared? He Jichu sat behind his desk and asked Gun Yinji seriously about her plans. Gun Yinji had been carefully reading the information related to the case last night. The more she read, the more excited she became. She had many ideas and was eager to try them out. Professor He, I've thought about it carefully. This civil case doesn't have much to do with the criminal case, so whether the criminal case is concluded or not doesn't make much difference to us. Go on. He Jichu smiled encouragingly. Gun Yinji took out the key points she had written yesterday. Professor He, for criminal cases, the plaintiff doesn't have to hire their own lawyer. Instead, the German public prosecutor will prosecute, and a prosecutor will carry out the duties of a lawyer. As the lawyers hired by the plaintiff's parents, although we don't have to directly appear in court to help them fight the criminal case, we can supervise the German public prosecutor and prosecutor to see if they are fulfilling their duties. That's interesting. A hint of admiration appeared on He Jichu's cold face. And then, Gun Yinji's long, slender fingers gently tapped on He Jichu's desk. The entire case was sabotaged by the German police from the beginning. Therefore, we have reason to believe that the German public prosecutor and prosecutor may have engaged in favoritism. If we win this case, and the defendant gets the punishment he deserves, then our civil case will only be filed against the local police station in Germany. This is because the higher-ups in the police station immediately held a press conference and used the defendant's excuse to slander the victim. For such a serious dereliction of duty, the German government actually only gave this high-ranking police officer a long vacation to retire behind the scenes. I'm very unhappy about this. He Jichu nodded slightly. That's right. For a civil case to be effective as punishment, a large amount of civil compensation is required. If the amount is too small, it won't be effective at all. It was the second night. Just a reminder, recommendation votes and monthly votes. Today is the last day of February, so please cast your monthly votes if you have them. If you don't, then cast your minimum monthly votes for the Major General tomorrow. Moi, everyone. Chapter 589. Professor He taught us that compensation for civil cases needs to be based on the other party's financial ability, so we need to find a target that maximizes the benefits. In this case, suing the local German police and the high-ranking officer is the most direct and effective way to seek compensation. Also, the defendant's parents will also be among the defendants in the civil case. Gun Yinji calmly took out another case analysis. If I can't sue the parents for using their power to cover up their son's abuse of an innocent victim, I, Gun Yinji, will retire from the legal profession. Yinji, I admire your determination, but do you really need to make this kind of vow? He Jichu laughed. She was still too young and didn't know her limits, but he liked it when she didn't know her limits. If she wanted to screw the world, he would do his best to see it through to the end. You also said it was a show of determination. Gun Yinji tilted her head with a smile. I want them to know that when I'm ruthless, even I'm afraid of myself. All right, be serious. He Jichu glared at her, his shimmering, sultry eyes flashing. Gun Yinji was dazzled by his gaze. He Jichu was even happier, but he didn't show it on his face. He rubbed his forehead. This case isn't complicated, but because the defendant's parents were high-ranking police officers investigating the case, a lot of direct evidence will probably be lost. That's what I hate. When the time comes in the criminal court, according to the principle of presumption of innocence and the absence of direct evidence, the defendant will likely escape punishment. Gun Yinji clenched her small fist and pounded the table. So I definitely won't let them off easy. Even if they escape criminal punishment, civil punishment will make them fall from heaven to hell. What result do you want to achieve? Hijichu clasped his hands together and leaned back in his high-backed chair. He narrowed his eyes and focused on Gun Yinji. I want the murderer's parents to lose their jobs and be fired from the police department. I want them to bear a huge amount of civil compensation. If they can't pay it, even if they go bankrupt, then they can only go to jail. Gun Yinji spread her hands, her expression determined and sly. Not bad, very ruthless. Hijichu nodded approvingly. Then prepare from this angle. Right, where's your passport? Give it to me, and I'll get someone to get you a visa to Germany. Gun Yinji had already changed her passport, so she couldn't use her previous identity anymore. This was her real identity, but Gun Yinji still wasn't used to it. She got up and picked up her backpack. I'll go back and get my passport. I'll send it to you in the afternoon. I have nothing to do anyway. I'll take you there and get my passport while I'm at it. Hijichu stood up as well. Gun Yinji wanted to say no, but when Hijichu looked at her with a half-smile, she was rendered speechless. She hugged her backpack and followed Hijichu out. She returned to the dormitory and handed her passport to him. Hijichu left without saying anything. Gun Yinji finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was finally going to Germany. Would she have a chance to see Hua Xiao? While Gun Yinji was busy with the procedures to go abroad, Hua Xiaoheng was in a tense situation in New York. If he wanted James to become his top spy in the CIB, he had to do something to gain his trust. Hua Xiaoheng already had a target in mind, the rising star of the CIA, Sean. This person was too terrifying. He had managed to collect so much information on him without a word. Hua Xiaoheng didn't like the feeling of being thoroughly studied. Although he couldn't erase all his past images, he could at least erase those who had ulterior motives and were trying to spy on him. So for the next 10 days, Hua Xiaoheng did nothing else but pretend to be a different person every day and scout the area around the CIA's New York branch. He gradually figured out Sean's routine. He drove to work at 8 in the morning, went out for lunch at noon, and got off work at 5 in the afternoon. Because Sean had a high rank, he had people from the U.S. Department of Defense's Secret Service protecting him. There were at least 4 snipers in the dark to clear the way for him. This person was more afraid of death than James, and also had more authority. Based on Hua Xiaoheng's understanding of the CIA, the security around Sean was almost on par with the U.S. President and the Director of the CIA. In other words, this person had a very powerful background. It couldn't be as simple as a parachute. The person behind him probably wanted to support him to become the president, or at least the director of the CIA. Then this person couldn't be allowed to live. After Hua Xiaoheng finished his observations, he made a battle plan alone in the apartment. Under the lone light in the apartment's dining room, there were a few large pieces of white paper on a large wooden dining table. There were many curved lines drawn with charcoal on them. Upon closer inspection, it was almost a panoramic map of New York City. He didn't use a computer or the internet. He just bought a few maps of New York and copied them. Because he did this kind of work, he knew there were no secrets on the internet. Also, he was in someone else's territory now, so he couldn't use the internet or the computer to make his own battle plan. It was easier to keep secrets using traditional methods. After studying the entire process several times, he threw the white paper that covered the table into the bathroom and burned it to ashes. He also flushed the ashes down the toilet. Returning to his bedroom, Hua Xiaoheng sat in front of the large desk and began to organize the weapons he needed. This time, he couldn't use a sniper rifle to kill Sean. Because he was alone, he couldn't escape unscathed from 4 sniper teams and dozens of secret police. So he had to think of another way. Hua Xiaoheng had carefully analyzed Sean. Although he was very capable and had a strong background, from the way he did things, he was very confident, almost to the point of arrogance. Also, he was young, and young people were always hot-headed. They probably didn't encounter many setbacks, so it was hard for him to control his emotions. He was a year older than Hua Xiaoheng, but his endurance and control were worlds apart. These all needed experience and experience to make up for it. There was only one way to deal with this kind of person, and that was to provoke him. It was now August, the hottest time of summer. Sean walked into his office, and a gust of cool air from the air conditioner instantly refreshed him. He strode to his desk and sat down. Just as he was about to turn on his computer, he suddenly noticed a white envelope on his desk. There was a line of cursive English on it. There was no postmark, stamp, or even a return address. It didn't even have his address. There was only a simple name and an even simpler signature, an old friend. This was definitely a provocation. Sean was so angry that he pounded his desk. Before his rationality flew away, he remembered to put on a pair of plastic gloves and open the envelope. There was only a single piece of paper inside. He pulled it out and instantly exploded with anger. There were only 2 short sentences printed inside. Do your parents know that you took other people's credits to make your look good? Coward, you would lose everything if I know are just an pedant bastard. Sean, do your parents know that you used other people's credit to get to where you are now? B*TCH, when they find out you're a useless coward, you'll lose everything you have. B*TCH, B*TCH, B*TCH. You're the B*TCH. Sean kicked over his desk, and the computer on it crashed to the ground. The piece of paper fluttered into the air. The door was immediately pushed open, and his subordinates rushed in. Standing at the front was Deputy Director James. The piece of paper flew right in front of James. James caught it instinctively. His gaze swept over the paper, and he froze. His colleagues behind him also saw the paper, and all of them tried their best to hold back their smiles. Sean raised his head and saw that his subordinates had no time to hide their gloating expressions. He was so angry that he stomped his feet. Get out! Get out! All of you get out! Sean panted as he held onto the back of his chair. We'll let you in. James rubbed his nose and handed the piece of paper back to Sean. We were just about to tell you that we just discovered that the kidnapper has appeared in the Upper East Side of New York. Kidnapper? Sean raised his head abruptly, and his eyes narrowed. Tell me his address. I'll bring people to search right away. Ha! He really likes to use other people's credit to get to where he is now. One of the colleagues muttered. James was the one who found him, but now it's his credit, of course. Who do you think he is? There are still people above him. Although they were whispering, they didn't deliberately lower their voices. Everyone heard it, but they pretended not to hear. Sean took a deep breath. He knew that if he wanted to truly become the leader of these people, he still had to show some ability. Otherwise, if he just relied on an appointment from top to bottom, these subordinates would be dissatisfied and deliberately slack off. He wouldn't be able to be the director for long if he pretended to be obedient. Most importantly, as a superior and leader, it meant that his leadership skills weren't enough to convince the people. If he couldn't even handle a small Asian intelligence division, then what chance would he have to pursue a higher position in the future? Sean narrowed his eyes. All of you get out. Didn't you hear me? James was the first to turn around and leave. The colleagues who followed him also scattered. It was obvious that James was the real leader of this department because everyone respected him. Sean clasped his hands and stood expressionlessly in the messy office for a while before walking out. This time, he decided to deal with the mysterious Major General of the Huaxia Empire on his own. This was the first day of March. Today was the first day of March. As usual, monthly votes were requested. Everyone, please click on the monthly vote and see if you can vote. There will be an additional update at 7 p.m. Thank you for your February monthly votes. Thank you very much. Chapter 590. Only by personally taking care of this Major General from the Huaxia Empire would no longer be questioned by others. Only then would he be able to win the respect and trust of these veteran CIA agents. To be a leader, he first had to prove that he had the ability to control his subordinates, and this ability came from using his own abilities to make his subordinates submit wholeheartedly. To deal with these people, it was useless to rely on glib talk because they themselves were experts in glib talk. The only effective way was to convince them with true abilities. Sean left the office and called his security team over. I'm going on a secret mission for the next few days, so it's not convenient for me to bring so many people with me. You guys stay here for the next few days and monitor everyone in this division. If there's anything out of the ordinary, you must inform me immediately." "Yes, sir." The security team replied in unison and immediately assigned tasks to monitor the entire Asian Intelligence Division. Unfortunately, they were security personnel, and the people from the Asian Intelligence Division were all masters of secret surveillance. The security personnel's methods were nothing in the eyes of the agents from the Asian Intelligence Division. Therefore, they couldn't monitor them, but they were actually being monitored instead. During lunch, a few agents from the Asian Intelligence Division sat next to James and muttered, "What are these people trying to do? Why are they watching us? Aren't they going to protect that cowardly brat?" James knew they were talking about Sean, so he smiled and didn't say anything. He only took a bite of the burger in his hand and suddenly felt that the sky was so blue, the clouds so white, and the air was filled with the fragrance of osmanthus. Everyone looked so pleasing to the eye. If it weren't for the fact that he had to cooperate with that person, he would have wanted to buy the security team members who were secretly monitoring them a cup of iced coffee. The weather was getting hotter. Hua Xiaoheng felt the same way. After walking through the alleys filled with tall buildings in New York for a few days, he was so hot that he was about to start smoking. Not far behind Hua Xiaoheng, a sloppy man wearing a straw hat had been following him for a few days. Hua Xiaoheng hadn't returned to the high-end apartment he rented these days. Instead, he pretended to be a fugitive and only walked through the poorest, most chaotic, and easiest neighborhoods in New York to take advantage of. Today, he came to Harlem, which couldn't compare to Fifth Avenue or the Order of the Upper East Side, nor was it as luxurious and low-key as the high-end villa areas in Long Island. The streets of Harlem were filled with all kinds of aggressive gang members. They would pull out their guns at the slightest disagreement. On average, there would be at least one gunfight every day. There were so many armed fights that even the police could not be bothered to deal with them. Gunfights would only attract the attention of the police when there were casualties in large-scale gunfights. At other times, he would be indifferent. This was a real paradise for criminals. The CIA and FBI had thought that Hua Xiaoheng would be hiding here when they first started pursuing him. They had combed through the area like they were combing hair and destroyed many gangs. Because of this, the gang leaders were furious and thought that the police had an ulterior motive and were purposely trying to deal with them and their gang members. That led to the black car racing on Fifth Avenue and the gunfight 10 days ago. It was on that day that Hua Xiaoheng saved the little girl from the gang gunfight. Since that day, the U.S. military and police gave up on searching Harlem and other high-crime areas and turned their attention to the high-end neighborhoods. But they didn't expect Hua Xiaoheng to appear in the most chaotic places again. Sean had been following Hua Xiaoheng for a few days, but still couldn't figure out where he was staying. This person was too cunning and vigilant. There were a few times when Sean was about to make a move, but he managed to escape. It was as if he had eyes in the back of his head. Sean's competitive spirit was completely aroused. He had been chasing after him without rest for the past few days and swore that he would kill him with his own hands. Yes, his original goal was to capture him with his own hands. After the past few days, he realized that capturing Hua Xiaoheng alive was an impossible task. If that was the case, then he would send him to hell. Hua Xiaoheng suddenly stopped in front of her and looked around. He was standing in front of a very old shop window, and she couldn't tell what he was looking at. On the gloomy and old streets of Harlem, black people with unfriendly eyes strode past. The walls between the shops were covered in colorful graffiti. No one knew who had done it or what it was about. A few voluptuous black prostitutes in tight spaghetti straps, short hot pants, and 10-centimeter-high sandals were soliciting business on the street. It was as if there were two basketballs hanging in front of his chest. His lips were painted red, and his black and shiny skin looked oily and a little dirty. His stiff hair was tied into countless small braids and tied into a ball at the back of his head. They had cigarettes in their hands. When someone walked past them, they would whistle, laugh, and call out, "Handsome, do you want to play?" No one paid them any attention, but they didn't get angry. They continued whistling and flirting with their next target. It didn't seem like men were hitting on them, but they were hitting on men. Sean was so focused on the target in front of him that he didn't notice the black prostitutes on the side of the street. He didn't expect to be surrounded by them all of a sudden. They groped him all over. One of the black prostitutes saw how handsome he was and even offered to sleep with him for free. Sean was furious. He pushed the black prostitutes away, but realized that Hua Xiaoheng, who had been tailing him, had disappeared. He had spent so much effort to find Hua Xiaoheng's trail. He had even used some of James's informants to get clues, but he had lost him again after following him for a few days. He clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and quickly returned to his office at the CIA. He used the CIA's name to ask the Harlem police in New York to get the surveillance footage of this area today. Although the Harlem police didn't care, they cooperated very quickly when the CIA wanted to get the surveillance footage. Not long after, Sean got his hands on the surveillance footage of Harlem. He spent the whole night looking through all the surveillance footage. This time, he felt that he had found where Hua Xiaoheng was hiding. It was a nondescript apartment building in Harlem. There was a shop downstairs and a 6-story apartment upstairs. It was livable. Sean carefully studied the surroundings of the apartment and finally locked onto a small building opposite the apartment building. The small building only had 3 stories and was half the height of the apartment building Hua Xiaoheng was in. The 2 buildings stood opposite each other on Harlem's main street. The straight-line distance between the two was less than 100 meters, which was within the shooting range of his best sniper rifle. Sean had always been praised as a natural-born marksman. When he was undercover in Europe, he had carried out many assassination missions and had never failed. It was the second watch. Just a reminder, recommendation votes and monthly votes. Today was the first day of March, so vote if you have a monthly vote. Moi, everyone. Chapter 591. Although Sean had support, his personal qualities were also very strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risen so quickly. This time, he was going to do something big again and convince the CIA and the CIA. By dusk the next day, Sean had been lying in ambush on the rooftop of the building opposite the apartment Hua Xiaoheng had been in for the entire day. He had only seen Hua Xiaoheng come out 3 times that day, once in the morning and once in the afternoon. It was now dusk, so he was probably out for dinner. He knelt motionlessly on one leg on the rooftop of the 3rd floor. The wind speed and airflow had been measured many times. The Black Scope was the most advanced digital smart scope in the U.S. military. It was said to be as accurate as a ballistic missile radar. As long as it locked on, no one would survive. The sun was setting, and the afterglow was cut into geometric patterns by the tall buildings in New York. It was like an abstract painting by a master. Hua Xiaoheng came downstairs and stood in front of the shop window, as usual. Sean had been lying in ambush on the rooftop of the building opposite him for the entire day, and he had been observing Sean for the entire day. This person wasn't very patient. Hua Xiaoheng observed that he shook his hands almost 3 times an hour, and every 3 hours he would stand up and kick his legs. Although he was very fast, these were all fatal mistakes for a sniper. This also meant that this person couldn't focus on hiding. By dusk, Hua Xiaoheng knew that Sean couldn't wait any longer and would definitely make a move. Walking out of his temporary hiding place, Hua Xiaoheng was already fully prepared. He had a modified high-power, high-precision, long-handled sniper pistol in his sleeve. Of course, it didn't have the long range or power of an anti-material sniper rifle, but it was enough to deal with the person on the rooftop of the building opposite him. Standing in front of the display window, he could feel the scorching afterglow of the setting sun shining on him from the side. At the same time, there was an imperceptible little red that slowly moved from the display window to Hua Xiaoheng's back. Finally, it stopped at the position of his heart. Hua Xiaoheng didn't turn around. When the little red dot from the building opposite him disappeared from the window, he knew he was locked on. Seeing the little red dot disappear, Hua Xiaoheng knew that the enemy was definitely going to snipe him. His eyes flashed, and almost at the same time the little red dot disappeared, he quickly turned sideways and reached his left hand out of his pocket like lightning. He opened his palm to reveal a crystal prism in his palm. He waved it in the direction of the blinking scope on the rooftop of the opposite building. Not only was the lens of the crystal prism smooth and colorless, but it also had the effect of a convex lens. It could gather light and reflect it back. It could also magnify light by 100 times. At that moment, the crystal prism gathered the afterglow of the setting sun and reflected it directly in the direction of Sean's scope. Sean was looking at Hua Xiaoheng's back through the scope, and his finger was just about to pull the trigger when Hua Xiaoheng's back suddenly disappeared from his scope. What replaced it was a strong light that appeared in an instant. It was like a small sun. Sean cried out. His right eye, which was focused on the scope, felt as if it had been burned by a laser. The pain made his hand tremble, and he pulled the trigger. As expected, this kind of reflexive sniping had no effect at all. The bullet flew off somewhere, and all that could be heard was the sound of a bullet cutting through the air. Hua Xiaoheng took advantage of the opportunity when the crystal prism in his left hand was interfering with the sniper's scope. He quickly extended the high-powered, long-handled sniper pistol hidden in his right sleeve, aimed at the target on the third floor, and pulled the trigger. Bang! There was another gunshot, and a round bullet hole appeared in Sean's forehead just as he was about to raise his hand to rub his right eye. Sean's eyes were wide open, and he seemed to be dead before he could understand what had happened. He collapsed on the rooftop of the 6th floor with a thud. In the chaos, although the two of them had fired at the same time, the people of Harlem only heard one gunshot, and then someone yelled, "The police are here!" Chaotic footsteps immediately rang out on the streets. Countless people began to run, and some hurriedly got into the cars parked on the side of the road and sped away from Harlem. Hua Xiaoheng was no exception. His shot had been fired almost at the same time as Sean's, so no one noticed that he had fired as well. He lifted the hood of his hoodie to cover his face and ran out of Harlem with the crowd to the subway station. He returned to New York Central Station before the police cordoned off the area. He took the train from there and finally returned to his long-awaited apartment. Hua Xiaoheng wasn't used to going from the dirty, messy, and low-class New York neighborhoods to a spotless, postmodern, and upscale neighborhood. He returned to his room, took a shower, and washed himself clean. Then he ordered pizza delivery, sat on the sofa, picked up the remote control, and began to watch TV. As expected, all the major TV stations were broadcasting the hot news of the young and promising director of the CIA's Asian Intelligence Division being shot in the head in Harlem. In a live broadcast, Hua Xiaoheng could even see Sean's expression as he died with his eyes wide open and the clear bullet hole in his forehead. Hua Xiaoheng smiled and drew a cross on his chest. Rest in peace. After a while, the doorbell rang. The pizza had arrived. Hua Xiaoheng opened the door and took the freshly baked pizza from the delivery man. He even tipped him $10. The pizza was only $16 in total, and he tipped $10. This was a very generous tip for the delivery man in his career. He bowed and nodded to thank Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng waved his hand with a smile and closed the door. He placed the pizza box on the coffee table in front of the sofa and opened a bottle of beer for himself. He drank the beer and ate the pizza while admiring his masterpiece. The TV showed Sean's sniper rifle mounted on the low wall of the rooftop, facing the sky alone. The agitated host was analyzing who shot Sean and who was Sean trying to deal with here. However, everyone's excitement didn't last long. The CIA quickly applied for a court injunction to stop the TV stations from broadcasting the case. Although it was broadcast online, the video was also deleted. Everyone could only use text to discuss the situation. No one could post pictures or videos. Hua Xiaoheng sighed deeply and turned off the TV to sleep. He hadn't slept for a few days and needed to catch up. James didn't expect Hua Xiaoheng to really do what he said and give him such a big gift. 2 days after Sean's death, the CIA promoted James to the director of the Asian Intelligence Division. James knew how to conduct himself and immediately promoted one of his most loyal subordinates to deputy director. The tense atmosphere in the Asian Intelligence Division instantly changed. Sitting in the director's office where Sean used to sit, James felt extremely conflicted. He thought expressionlessly that Hua Xiaoheng was indeed capable, but this ability was too great. James secretly warned himself that it was better to be friends with this kind of person. Even if you were to be his enemy, just think about yourself. Did you have the right to argue with him? Even Sean had been shot in the head without anyone noticing. Could he, James, be younger and stronger than Sean? Could he be better than Sean, who was an assassin? Of course not. So how could he compete with Hua Xiaoheng? It was obvious that he would benefit more from working with him. Also, he had already stepped into the muddy waters. James had played a part in Sean's death. James took a deep breath and decided to leave a message at 38 Scallop Bay in Long Island after work. He would talk to Hua Xiaoheng face-to-face after Sean's case blew over. It was past 6 in the evening, and it was hot and humid by the seaside of Long Island. James's dark suit was soaked in sweat as he walked. Standing in front of the small metal gate of 38 Scallop Bay, he could hear the melodious sound of a violin coming from inside. The leaves rustled slightly, and it was cooler than other places. It was like a paradise. James looked around before ringing the doorbell. After a while, a Chinese-American woman in her 40s walked over and asked, "May I know who you were looking for?" Since James was here to leave a message for Hua Xiaoheng, he naturally had to show some sincerity. He handed the middle-aged woman a letter. "Please give this letter to Mr. Gu." This was the code he had agreed on with Hua Xiaoheng. The middle-aged woman shook her head. "Are you at the wrong place? We don't have the surname Gu here. It's Tan." James was stunned, but still insisted. "May I ask if Miss Tan is at home?" "She knows." The middle-aged woman only took the letter after hearing the man mention their daughter. "Then I'll go ask." She took the letter into the house and went to Tan Gyron's living room. "Miss, there's a man outside saying he wants to give this letter to Mr. Gu." Tan Gyron was playing the violin. She put down the bowstring and frowned. "Mr. Gu, didn't you tell him that the surname here is Tan, not Gu?" "I did. He said you knew." The middle-aged woman quickly explained to show that she hadn't accepted the letter without thinking. Tan Gyron's heart skipped a beat as she immediately remembered what Hua Xiaoheng had said to her. She quickly stood up and put the violin back in its case. "I remember now. Someone asked me to give a letter to him." She took the letter from the middle-aged woman and rushed downstairs. When she arrived at the front door, she saw a well-dressed, middle-aged white man standing there with a smile. "May I ask who you are?" Tan Gyron asked curiously. "I will give this letter to Mr. Gu. May I ask if you have anything else to say?" "He'll understand after reading this letter." James relaxed and nodded at Tan Gyron before turning to leave. After he left, Tan Gyron finally remembered that Hua Xiaoheng hadn't given her any contact information. She didn't even know how to contact him now. She took the letter back to the house anxiously. Tan Gyron wanted to call her parents in the Huaxia Empire to ask if they had Hua Xiaoheng's contact information. This is the first update. Everyone, please click on the monthly votes to see if you can vote. There are also recommendation votes. If everyone votes enthusiastically, then I'll have more motivation to write. We have to form a virtuous cycle, right? There will be an extra update at 7 p.m. Thank you to Lu Fan from BUCKLE Bookstore for personally tipping 10,000 buckle coins. Mwax. Chapter 592. She had no choice but to search for Hua Xiaoheng's contact information from within the country. She only thought that since her parents back home had entrusted Hua Xiaoheng to rescue her, they should have a way to contact him, right? However, she was a little embarrassed and didn't know how to explain it to her parents. Hua Xiaoheng had entrusted such an important task to her, and she didn't want to mess it up. Tan Gyron had dark circles under her eyes after thinking for an entire night without sleeping. In the end, he couldn't help but call his parents in China. "Mom, it's me." It had been almost 2 months since Tan Gyron had been rescued, but she didn't want to return to the country. Although her parents were anxious, they didn't force her. They just sent more people to protect her. Since she was now registered in the U.S. Police Department, they increased the patrols on the street where she lived, and the security was much better than before. Tan Gyron's mother, Kai Song-yin, was nervous when she heard her daughter's call. "Gyron, are you okay? Listen to Mom and quickly come back. Don't let Mom and Dad worry." "Mom, I'm fine." Tangaran comforted Kai Songyin softly for a long time before saying, Mom, do you have a way to contact Major General Hua? Major General Hua? Kai Songyin froze for a moment before remembering that it was the Major General they had entrusted. She quickly said, What's wrong? You want to find him? Yeah, I need to talk to him about something, but I can't get in touch with him. Tangaran hesitated and said, Can you help me ask his relatives, friends, colleagues, or superiors in the country to see if they have any way to contact him? The number of people in the Huaxia Empire who knew what had happened to Hua Xiaoheng could be counted on one hand. Even Tangueran thought that he was fine and was only carrying out official duties. Is that so? Is it urgent? Kai Songyin was very worried that something would happen to her daughter again. Why don't you come back? Mommy is worried day and night. Your grandparents miss you very much too. Mom, let me rest for a few more days. Tangueran said tactfully. It's much safer here now. The country is a mess, and I don't want to be chased by the media. In fact, even if she was hiding in the United States, the pervasive domestic media still took every opportunity to call her to interview her, trying to get first-hand information. It wasn't until the Huaxia Empire was strictly prohibited from reporting any news related to Tangueran that she felt much more relaxed. But as soon as she returned, the ban would probably be lifted. Don't worry, your father is busy with the election. There are a lot of security guards at home, so the media won't come after us. Kai Songyin tried to persuade Tangueran for a long time, but Tangueran only relented and said she would consider it. She didn't reject her completely like before. Mom, please help me find Major General Hua's contact information. Tangueran switched her hand to hold the phone. How did you find Major General Hua to save me back then? Can't you find that person again? Mom wa hudo Hua. He was her. Hoo, she said. You see, he's not wrong. It's so dangerous, and only he can save you. Hush. Yang hut. She want she hush. Hush from the hudo, she from her from. Dong, what to Hua Chin dongs you? Kai Songyin saw her daughter repeatedly asking for Hua Xiaoheng's contact information, and her heart skipped a beat. She smiled and nodded. Sure, no problem. My friend doesn't know how to contact Major General Hua. He only knows that he's very capable. Hudo, Kai Songyin nodded. She doesn't know how to contact him. Putting down the phone, Kai Songyin thought about it for a while before calling General Ji. General Ji's secretary picked up. Knowing it was Tan Dongbang's wife, she asked if General Ji would take the call. General Ji had just finished a meeting and was looking at the documents. Put it through. The secretary transferred Kai Songyin's call. General Ji, sorry to bother you. I want to ask if you know how to contact General Hua. Kai Songyin asked politely. My daughter is looking for him. General Ji was speechless for a long time after hearing this. What was wrong with this mother and daughter? How arrogant. General Ji, are you there? Kai Songyin waited for a long time, but didn't hear anything from General Ji. She thought something was wrong with the phone and slapped the receiver. General Ji nodded and said coldly, Sorry, Xiaoheng isn't here. Let's wait for him to come back. But my daughter is looking for him for something urgent. You know she's alone overseas. What if something happens to her? Before Kai Songyin could finish, General Ji raised his voice. Is it our fault that your daughter is alone overseas? Why didn't you bring her back? Kai Songyin blushed. My daughter will be back soon, but she really needs help now. She needs to find General Hua. General Ji didn't want to deal with her anymore. Go to the embassy if there's a problem. Xiaoheng has a mission and can't be here anytime. He hung up. Kai Songyin stared at the phone in her hand. She couldn't believe her ears. General Ji was being so rude. She was so angry that she went to find her husband, Tan Dongbang. She complained about General Ji and told him about Tangueran's request. She whispered, Our daughter has always been arrogant. She doesn't like anyone, but seems different this time. She's interested. Thankfully, Tan Dongbang knew what was going on. He said angrily, Don't mess around. How can you speak to General Ji like that at a time like this? General Hua's status is special. You still want his contact information. Are you trying to ruin my career? Kai Songyin blushed. She was unwilling to accept it. What did I do? I just wanted to ask for his contact information. If you can't, then you can't. Why do you have to make it sound so bad? It's not that I'm making it sound bad. You're making it sound bad. Tan Dongbang shook his head. Think carefully about your tone to General G. Wasn't it very disrespectful? To be honest, I haven't even become Prime Minister yet, and you dare to talk to General G like that? If he's really chosen, won't you be in heaven? Kai Songyin recalled her attitude just now. It had seemed like it was reasonable. She felt guilty and murmured, I'm also doing it for our daughter. We're the ones who let her down when she suffered like this. Now that she's interested in General Hua, shouldn't we help her as her parents? I remember that General Hua isn't married or has a girlfriend, right? Tan Dongbang frowned. How is she interested in General Hua? They've only known each other for a few days and haven't been together every day. Aren't you overthinking things? I'm her mother. I know what she's thinking the moment she says it. How could I overthink things? Kai Songyin was also desperate. Forget it. I'll tell my daughter that I can't find General Hua's contact information for now. I'll ask her to tell me what's going on and see if we can help her. It was the second night. Just a reminder. Recommendation votes and monthly votes. If you have monthly votes, vote for them. Moi, everyone. Chapter 593. That's more like it. Tan Dongbang nodded and said in annoyance, Don't give me any more trouble. My poll numbers have dropped a lot recently. Bai Jiansheng is quite capable. He quietly used the news of that female exchange student's parents leaving for Germany for a lawsuit to gain popularity on social media. He's already surpassed me. I know. Don't be too anxious. Who doesn't know what Bai Jiansheng is trying to do by leeching off someone else's popularity? He's treating people like idiots. Kai Songyin pouted in disdain. Where's our social media manager? Why isn't he starting things up? Starting things up? Do you think they didn't try? But they were rebuked, Tan Dongbang said unhappily. That post made sense. Indeed, whether Bai Jiansheng is trying to leech off the popularity or has selfish motives, he did help that family. Also, that family isn't related to him, so it makes him seem even more noble. Noble character and unquestionable integrity. This year's netizens can't do it. They're so easily fooled. Kai Songyin slapped the table. We have to think of a way to turn the situation around. We can't let the Bai family continue to be so smug. What else can we do? Someone has ordered us not to continue hyping up our daughter's case. We can't keep up with the popularity. Tan Dongbang was also at his wit's end. That's easy. Kai Songyin was a professor at Media University. Plus, the Kai family was a scholarly family with a lot of influence in the arts world. Several of her cousins had opened film and media companies. Tan Dongbang's sudden rise in popularity on social media was also the result of their secret operations. How can it be easy? There's only 2 months until the vote. Can we still make it? Tan Dongbang was deeply worried. They'll definitely continue to hype up that Germany case. I heard that the Bais paid for the best lawyer from the biggest law firm in America to help that family with the civil case. Foreign cases always drag on for a long time. Now that he's here, who will remember me? Don't worry. Kai Songyin quickly patted Tan Dongbang's back to calm him down. Didn't I say not to worry about the media? Let me handle it. You really have a way. Tan Dongbang glanced at Kai Songyin. You can't go overboard and have the opposite effect. Tell me, what do you want to do? Fine, I can tell you. That's what I plan to do. Kai Songyin turned on the computer and found an inconspicuous message for Tan Dongbang to see. Do you still remember Bai Yushin? I remember. How could I forget? This traitor. Traitors. Tan Dongbang angrily slammed the table. How much damage has our nation suffered? Yeah, don't forget, he's Bai Jianqing's younger brother. Kai Songyin clicked open a web page with a smile. Look, as long as this news gets trending online again, would Bai Jianqing still have the face to be a candidate for Prime Minister? Tan Dongbang instantly understood. That works too? But our country doesn't have a law of association, so Bai Jianqing's brother's crime has nothing to do with him. The organization has already checked. If there was a connection, how could Bai Jiansheng replace Do Yongsheng as the acting prime minister? Yes, it doesn't matter in the law, but the election is not about the law. The election depends on the will of the people. Kai Songyin was very confident when she talked about her field of expertise. The rise of modern social media has the power to influence the political situation. As long as this news gets out and the internet water army is sent to all the major web portals and major forums to spread the news, normal people won't even think of this. They will only think that Bai Jianxing's younger brother, Bai Yuxing, committed treason, so Bai Jianxing should retire from politics to avoid suspicion. Tan Dongbang froze, then smiled wryly. Bai Jianxing retire from politics? You're overthinking it. That's absolutely impossible. Let me tell you, do you know how powerful the entire Bai family is? The Bai family's in-laws and old acquaintances were all over the upper echelons of the Huaxia Empire. Even Kai Songyin's maiden family, the Kai family, was indirectly related to the Bai family by marriage. Of course, Kai Songyin knew everything. She stood behind Tan Dongbang and massaged his stiff back. Smiling, she said, "I don't need you to tell me. But you have to know that to create public opinion online, you have to ask for a sky-high price and then wait for the other party to pay you back. Otherwise, you won't achieve the desired effect." How so? Well, let's put it this way. For example, if you want to sell something for $1,000, then you can't ask for $1,000 because the other party will definitely bargain. So in order to sell it for $1,000, you can ask for $2,000. If the other party only asks for $500, then you can sell it for $1,500. If the other party asks for half, then $1,000 is the price you have in mind. Using the media to create public opinion is the same thing. Tan Dongbang understood what Kai Songyin was saying. He frowned and thought about it for a long time before saying, "It's better to be careful. Don't make the netizens hate you, or you'll lose more than you gain." "I know. I'll tell them to be careful." Kai Songyin stopped. "Do you feel better?" "Much better. Thank you, madam." Tan Dongbang smiled as he squeezed her hand and watched her leave. In the next few days, before the planned news about Bai Yuxing went online, the Huaxia Empire social media was suddenly flooded by He Zhichu, a professor specially hired by B University's Faculty of Law. It turned out that he was also a partner of the largest law firm in the United States and the most expensive lawyer in the country. This time, he was helping the average female exchange student's family with the lawsuit. Although the Bais were paying, he said that the final lawyer fees would be deducted from the subject matter after the lawsuit was won. This meant that if the lawsuit wasn't won, the Bais wouldn't have to pay a single cent. After the lawsuit was won, the Bais wouldn't have to pay out of their own pocket because the lawyer fees would be paid from the subject matter of the lawsuit, which meant the other party's compensation. When this news spread, coupled with He Zhichu's cool, cold, and elite profile, it sent the entire social media world, which valued looks, into a frenzy. Such a good lawyer, such an impressive resume, and so handsome. How could people live? Almost instantly, He Zhichu's fan club announced its establishment on Weibo, and Gun Yinji miraculously became invisible in the wave. Aside from the people close to her, almost no one knew that she was the main assistant accompanying He Zhichu to Germany for the lawsuit. Similarly, He Zhichu suddenly became an internet celebrity, which made the Bais seem too calculative. The media companies related to Kai Songyin immediately followed up with the report. Other than liking He Zhichu, they also began to set the pace for Bai Jianxing. They insinuated that he didn't need to spend a single cent, yet he had to wear the label of a sponsor and was willing to eat human blood for the sake of the election. Bai Jianxing was extremely embarrassed when he saw the report and quickly ordered someone to contact the American law firm to say that the lawyer fees would be calculated separately. Whether or not they won the lawsuit, they wouldn't be missing a cent. The American law firm didn't dare to act on their own and immediately forwarded the Bai's news to He Zhichu, who was preparing to go to Germany. As his assistant and teaching assistant, Gun Yinji spent most of the past 2 days at He Zhichu's home helping to pack the professional books and reference materials. Gun Yinji had been a bit cold for the past few days, so she took flu medicine at night and came over. Not long after packing, her head felt incredibly heavy, so she went to the sofa to rest for a while. She didn't expect to fall asleep on the sofa after resting for a while. He Zhichu didn't wake her up. Instead, he got a thin blanket to cover her body. At that moment, The American law firm happened to send an email. He saw it and immediately called back to ask, "Mary, what's up?" "Lawyer, it's so great that you called back. We don't know what to do either. The buys have to charge the lawyer fees separately." Mary, the secretary of the American law firm, was having a mental breakdown. She had never seen anyone so desperate to pay. Why would they be angry if they didn't give it up? He quietly listened to the entire story and took out his phone to browse Weibo. He immediately understood why the buys were doing this. He sat sideways on the sofa, and Gunyenji slept not far from him. He could reach out and touch her head. The living room windows were open, and the cool night breeze blew in through the floor-to-ceiling screen. Hijichu tucked Gunyenji in with the blanket again before speaking quietly on the phone. They want to pay? Can they afford it? Even if they can, aren't they afraid of people suspecting that they got their money illegally? Hijichu's lawyer fees were exorbitant. In the past, corporate law cases only took 10 minutes to complete, and the fee was $50,000 per minute. 10 minutes was only $500,000, which was still within the budget of large public companies. However, civil cases that came with criminal cases could take up to an hour. Calculating all of the buy's assets, it was probably enough for Hijichu to win the entire case. Of course, the buys wouldn't go bankrupt for someone else's case. Mary understood Hijichu's meaning and asked, "Then what does lawyer he plan to do?" The other party said they can't do it without paying a single cent. You know they have an election, so it's not good for them to be accused of riding on their popularity. The law firm was also very picky. Bai Jiansheng was one of the candidates for the Huaxia Empire's prime minister and was very likely to be the future prime minister. Based on the principle of good business with him, the American law firm wouldn't make things difficult for him. Hijichu thought about it and said, "Then I'll give him a friendship price. Just ask for the highest fee for my lawyers." Hijichu's lawyer fees were exorbitant, but his lawyers weren't. The highest fee was only $1,000 an hour. The buys could definitely afford this price. Also, we'll definitely want a percentage of the subject matter. Hijichu didn't do business at a loss. Since he was a lawyer, he had to be more considerate than others. "Of course, I'll give them a quote. Thank you for your consideration, lawyer he." The secretary hung up happily and went to prepare a new contract for the buys. Hijichu hung up and looked out the window at the night sky. He suddenly missed the taste of black draft beer. This is the first update. Please click on the monthly vote to see if you can vote. There are also recommendation votes. There will be an extra update at 7 p.m. Chapter 594. Hijichu wanted nothing more than to hold a large draft beer and go boating with Gunyenji on the Isar River in Munich. The case had taken place in the Roslau region of Germany, but due to the involvement of high-ranking Roslau police officers, the case was later handled by the Munich Police Department and the court was moved to the Munich District Court. Hijichu was taking Gunyenji and 4 other American legal assistants to Munich, Germany. When Gunyenji woke up, she realized she was still on the sofa, but covered with a thin blanket. Hijichu was sitting next to her and had fallen asleep with his head propped up on his hand. She looked up from the sofa and blankly stared at Hijichu. Hijichu looked very charming as he slept. There was no trace of his usual aloof expression on his handsome face. His shimmering, almond-shaped eyes were closed tightly, and his brows were relaxed. He was clear and handsome, like a gentle boy next door. Unlike the temperamental professor, Gunyenji made a face and quietly got up from the sofa. But the moment she moved, the sofa sunk in. Hijichu seemed to be a light sleeper and was immediately startled awake. His long eyelashes fluttered, and he opened his eyes. He instinctively looked at Gunyenji, who was standing next to him, and happened to meet her large eyes. Hijichu's breath caught in his throat. Those were a pair of sparkling, black eyes that could see straight into his heart. Gunyenji froze and instinctively looked away. Hijichu finally lowered his eyes, his long eyelashes covering all his thoughts. Gunyenji stood up from the sofa and rubbed her eyes. She asked in confusion, "How did I fall asleep?" "Professor, you didn't even tell me." She rubbed her waist and gritted her teeth. Sleeping on the sofa is too tiring. My back hurts. Hijichu opened his shimmering, sultry eyes and said coldly, You were lying down, but I sat all night. I'm the one who's hurting. Gunyinji was speechless. This conversation sounded so strange, but seeing Hijichu's darkening expression, Gunyinji immediately smiled obsequiously and said to him, Professor He, do you want me to massage your back? Or I can call and find you a professional level 8 massage therapist. You know how to massage backs? Hijichu snorted disdainfully. I'm guessing that if you hit me twice, it means that you hurt your hand and you can sue me for work-related injury, right? Of course not. Gunyinji giggled and shook her head. Professor, he thinks too lowly of me. How could I? Gunyinji had never massaged anyone's back before. Well, except for Hua Xiao, who was one of them. Hijichu also knew that she was just coaxing him. But even so, he was happy. All right, you can go back. You don't have to come today. Take a hot bath first before resting. You have a cold, and if it doesn't get better, I won't be taking you to Germany. Hijichu looked at the Vacheron Constantine watch on his wrist. We still have 3 days. Yes, Professor. Gunyinji quickly picked up her laptop. Then I'll go back now. She dashed out of Hijichu's suite and returned to her dorm. Ma Chichi interned at the law firm during the day, so Ma Chichi didn't know that Gunyinji didn't come back last night because she came back late and left for work early in the morning. Gunyinji opened the door to the dorm in a daze early in the morning and almost floated to the bathroom to take a hot shower. Then she fell in a bed and slept like a log. When Ma Chichi came back from work that night, she remembered that she hadn't seen Gunyinji in 2 days. She knocked on her door to wake her up. Gunyinji's eyes were swollen from sleeping, so she groggily opened the door. Chichi? What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong? You look like you're sick. Ma Chichi reached out to touch Gunyinji's forehead. Gunyinji had slept the whole day and had indeed had a high fever, but it had gone down on its own. Now she was covered in sweat and felt very uncomfortable, but her head didn't hurt anymore. Gunyinji rubbed her eyes. I had a cold yesterday, but I'm much better today. I'm just tired. This is the after effect of a high fever. Hurry and go rest, Ma Chichi said as she walked Gunyinji back to her room. What do you want to eat? I'll go buy it for you. Gunyinji yawned. I want to eat porridge. Okay, I'll go buy century egg and lean meat porridge. I want to eat it too. Ma Chichi made a face and moved closer to Gunyinji to ask mysteriously. Ninji, Professor, he is going to Germany for a lawsuit. Can you help me get an autograph? Gunyinji knew that Ma Chichi was the most concerned about this case. She thought about it and whispered to her, Chichi, I want to tell you something. What? I will go to Germany with Professor He and help that female exchange student's parents with the civil lawsuit. Gunyinji smiled as she watched Ma Chichi's expression change from disbelief to ecstasy. Ma Chichi almost turned into a howling cult leader in an instant. She hugged Gunyinji's shoulders and shook her vigorously. She shouted, Ninji, Ninji, is this true? You're really going to Germany to help them with the lawsuit? It's absolutely true. The visa is already done. Gunyinji hesitated but still reminded Ma Chichi, don't tell anyone and don't put it online. Ma Chichi stuck out her tongue. If Gunyinji hadn't specifically reminded her, she really would have bragged about it online. But since Gunyinji had already brought it up, she definitely wouldn't tell anyone. As friends, the most important thing was to respect each other's privacy. Okay, I won't tell anyone. When is your flight? I'll see you off. Ma Chichi made up her mind to personally see Gunyinji off to show her support, even if she had to take a day off. Gunyinji raised her hand to smooth her long hair that was messy from sleep and yawned. I'm leaving the day after tomorrow. Okay, I'll see you off then. Ma Chichi stood up. I'll go buy you porridge. Rest well. Gunyinji nodded and watched Ma Chichi leave their dorm room. But she couldn't rest either. Ma Chichi's reaction just now reminded her that she should tell In Shi Xiang and Zhao Yangzi. Gunyinji originally didn't want to tell them because she was worried they would stop her from going to Germany and that she would cause trouble for Hua Xiao. But after thinking about it, she decided to be honest. If they objected, she would have no choice but to use Ijichu. Picking up her phone to call In Shi Xiang, Gunyinji greeted him and said, "Brother Xiang, I'm going to Germany with Professor He the day after tomorrow." "Germany? What's up?" In Shi Xiang was busy working and asked casually, "Brother Xiang, do you know about the case of the Xia female exchange student who was murdered in Germany? Professor, he was the lawyer hired by Minister Bai, and I'm his assistant. I'm going to Germany with him for the lawsuit." Gunyinji said it casually because she didn't want In Shi Xiang to pay too much attention to it. This was the second night. Just a reminder, recommendation votes and monthly votes. If you have monthly votes, vote for me. Moi, everyone. Chapter 595. In Shi Xiang was relieved to hear that Gunyinji was going to Germany with He Jichu for the lawsuit. Ever since their experience in Barbados, In Shi Xiang and Zhao Liang's impression of He Jichu had greatly changed. They both believed that He Jichu would never harm Gunyinji. He smiled and said, "Sure, learn a thing or two from Professor He. Our Nyinji will be a famous lawyer in the future." After saying that, he reminded her, "There are many fun places in Germany. After you get there, go there more when you have time. Take it as a free trip." She hadn't expected In Shi Xiang to agree so easily and even encourage her to take the opportunity to go out and have fun. Could it be said that In Shi Xiang was intentionally giving her a chance to be with Huo Xiao? Gunyinji couldn't help feeling even more excited. She opened her mouth to say that Huo Xiaoheng had sent her a scarf, but the moment she said, "Huo Xiao," In Shi Xiang immediately interrupted her. "Ninji, you know we have rules." Huo Xiaoheng's current whereabouts were top secret. In Shi Xiang didn't want anyone to find out the truth, not even Gunyinji. Right now, Huo Xiaoheng was in a very delicate and dangerous situation. Even In Shi Xiang and the others who knew the inside story didn't know who had betrayed Huo Xiaoheng. This person was clearly beside them, and his status should not be ordinary. Gunyinji saw that In Shi Xiang didn't respond to her at all and knew that she couldn't let anyone else know about this, so she tacitly agreed. After talking to In Shi Xiang, she called Zhao Yangzi and told him the same thing. Zhao Yangzi and In Shi Xiang had the same reaction. They both told her to learn from He Jichu and to travel when she had time. Actually, In Shi Xiang and Zhao Yangzi were using common sense. They didn't expect Gunyinji to think everything was what she thought because of her preconceived notions. They couldn't help but look forward to her trip to Germany even more. When she boarded the plane on the third day, not only did Ma Qiqi come to see her off, but In Shi Xiang and Zhao Liangzi also came. "Professor He, please take care of Nyinji." In Shi Xiang shook hands with He Jichu very politely. "She's young and immature. Please forgive her if she's offended you in any way." "Yes, Nyinji is very sensible. You don't have to worry." In addition to Gunyinji, He Jichu also had 4 American legal assistants. Those 4 people would be departing from the United States. He Jichu and Gunyinji set off from the Huaxiao Empire to meet up in Germany. The two of them waved goodbye to In Shi Xiang, Zhao Liangzi, and Ma Qiqi at the security checkpoint before turning to enter. In Shi Xiang saw that Gunyinji and He Jichu were out of sight and finally asked, "Qiqi, do you need us to take you back?" Ma Qiqi had hailed a taxi, so when she heard that, she quickly said, "Okay, then I'll have to trouble Mr. In." Zhao Liangzi snickered and said, "Just call him Big Xiong. In is the first to grow, so Mr. In is short. It's so unpleasant." Ma Qiqi blushed at Zhao Liangzi's words, but before she could react, In Shi Xiang had already smacked Zhao Liangzi and said to Ma Qiqi, "Don't listen to his nonsense. You're Nyinji's classmate, so just call me Brother Xiong like she did." "Bah, who wants to call you Brother Xiong?" Zhao Liangzi was indignant. "Qiqi, call him Big Xiong." Ma Qiqi pursed her lips into a smile and called out obediently, "Brother Xiong." "Huh, Qiqi is so obedient. Let's go. Brother Xiong will take you back to school." In Shi Xiang happily patted Ma Qiqi's shoulder and it took her to the parking lot. Gunyinji followed He Jichu on a long flight to Munich, Germany. The American law firm had already booked 4 suites for them at the Hilton Hotel in Munich. He Ji-chu, Gu Ningji, and the other 4 assistants each had a suite of 2. Gu Ningji's room was next to He Ji-chu's. Of course, it wasn't as big or luxurious as He Ji-chu's, but as a standard room in a 5-star hotel, it was pretty good. Also, she was the only one staying there. After arriving, they only rested for half a day before the sky brightened and they had to go to court. Gu Ningji hurriedly went to the bathroom to take a shower and changed into the Armani narrow-sleeve suit He Ji-chu had prepared for her. The tiny trousers made her legs look as straight as a supermodel's. Her long hair was tied into a bun at the back of her head, revealing her smooth, jade-like forehead. It made her large and dark eyes look like 2 sparkling black grapes that exuded a seductive sweetness that made one's imagination run wild. She carried her briefcase with her laptop out of the room and saw He Ji-chu already waiting at the door. He was also wearing an Armani suit, so they looked like a couple's outfit. Gu Ningji was speechless. He Ji-chu seemed to understand what she was thinking and said calmly, "This is the uniform brand designated by the firm. You are also an employee here, so I had the secretary order 2 sets for you. 1 pantsuit and 1 dress suit." Gu Ningji composed herself and nodded. "Thank you, Professor He." She looked at the other 4 legal assistants, who were also wearing Armani suits, and finally understood. Gu Ningji followed He Ji-chu to the elevator and said with a smile, "No wonder everyone wants to go to a big law firm. Look at the uniforms, they're all world-renowned brands. I have to work hard to become an official just for this." He Ji-chu didn't say anything, but the corners of his lips curled up. However, he had already returned to normal when Gu Ningji looked at him. He said calmly, "Eat more later. The first day in court will be very stressful. Be careful not to get hungry." "Okay, don't worry, Professor He. I'll definitely eat my fill." In the end, Gu Ningji ate too much. The breakfast buffet here was too delicious. There were round and fat Bavarian white sausages with chopped veal mixed with a bit of smoked pork and seasoned with spring onions, ginger, lemon, parsley, onion, nutmeg, and cardamom. They were boiled in water in the morning and dipped in a little mustard sauce to eat. Gu Ningji really liked the smooth texture of the Bavarian white sausages and ate 3 in one go. She only stopped when He Ji-chu couldn't stand it anymore and forbade her from eating anymore. She watched reluctantly as the last Bavarian white sausage entered He Ji-chu's stomach. Gu Ningji thought to herself that if Hua Xiaoheng were here, he wouldn't stop her from eating, but he would make her run a 10-kilometer cross-country run to aid digestion after she had her fill. Gu Ningji was a bit lost in thought. She swirled the hazelnut coffee in her hand, but didn't drink it. "You don't like hazelnut coffee?" He Ji-chu raised a brow. "Do you want a cappuccino instead?" "No need." Gu Ningji snapped back to reality and quickly took a few sips. She praised, "This coffee is quite special. You can actually taste the hazelnut flavor. This is hand-ground hazelnut coffee. Do you think it's instant coffee with artificial food additives?" He Ji-chu rolled his eyes at her. "Ask if you don't know anything. Don't embarrass me." Yes, Sir He. You're always right." Gu Ningji responded to He Ji-chu's every word. He Ji-chu couldn't help but laugh when he saw it. He reached out to pat her head. "Naughty." Gu Ningji was speechless. "Professor He, I'm your assistant. If you don't respect me like this, it'll be hard for me to convince the public." Gu Ningji spread her hands. She wanted to go to court and fight against the German police officials who practiced favoritism. She didn't want others to treat her like a child. "Got it, Lawyer Gu. Is this okay?" He Ji-chu pretended to be serious as he looked at Gu Ningji. Gu Ningji nodded with a smile. "That's more like it. Professor He, today is the first day of the trial. Will it be long?" "Normally not, but it depends on how the trial will be conducted." As they spoke, the other 4 assistants also finished eating. Everyone arrived at the hotel entrance. He Ji-chu's luxury business car was already waiting for them at the hotel entrance. They were unfamiliar with Munich and weren't on a road trip, so they didn't have the time to look for an address. For convenience, He Ji-chu found a taxi company and rented a luxury business car. The driver was there to serve them. He Ji-chu took Gu Ningji and the other 4 assistants to the car and said, to the Munich District Court. The driver was a middle-aged Caucasian man with a standard Germanic appearance. His English had a slight German accent, and every sentence was like a machine gun firing. He was very talkative. Gu Nianji smiled all the way to the court entrance. When she got out of the car, she felt her cheeks were stiff from smiling. She reached out to rub them. He Jichu stood beside her with a cold expression. The aura of a lawyer unknowingly exuded, and the bailiffs at the court entrance were all respectful to him. Gu Nianji quickly straightened her sleeves and followed He Jichu into the court with the other 4 assistants. This was her first time seeing a German court. Unlike the courts in the Huaxia Empire and the United States, the Munich District Court's courtroom was very simple. It was a square room with 2 rows of simple tables and chairs against the left and right walls, just like the desks in Huaxia Imperial Secondary Schools. One was for the defendant, and the other was for the prosecutor. He Jichu and Gu Nianji finally met the parents of the murdered Huaxia female exchange student, Li Haiqing, for the first time. They were a pair of very ordinary middle-aged people. It was obvious that they didn't have much money, and their clothes were probably made before they left the country. They looked a bit cramped in them. The wrinkles on their faces looked very sad, and the mother's eyes were swollen. She must have cried for a long time. Gu Nianji's heart sank. She knew how difficult it was for such an ordinary family to support a child studying abroad. When she was an undergraduate at C University, there was a classmate from an ordinary family who wanted to study in the United States. Her family scrimped and sold everything they had and only managed to scrape together enough money for a year's tuition. She had to work to pay for her living expenses and future tuition. That classmate often left early and returned late at night. It was very hard, and she looked much older than the other classmates. Although German universities didn't require tuition, living expenses were still a big expense. Also, most young people in the Huaxia Empire were only children. Looking at this couple's age, the possibility of having another child was too low. In other words, their daughter was their only child, their only hope, but it had been completely destroyed by these 2 German scum. This is the first update. Please click on the monthly vote to see if you can vote. There are also recommendation votes. There will be an extra update at 7 p.m. Chapter 596. Gu Nianji turned to stare coldly at the defendants. Those 2 scumbags still knew how to be shameless. They actually covered their faces with paper masks, so no one could see their faces. How could that work? Gu Nianji didn't hesitate to explode. Your Honor, I am the lawyer entrusted by the parents of the victim, Li Haiqing. I request the court to allow the defendants to show their faces to verify their identities. Gu Nianji didn't speak German, so she spoke perfect Oxford English. German was supposed to be spoken in a German court, and if one didn't speak German, the court would help find an interpreter. Li Haiqing's parents had a German interpreter specially assigned to them. However, most Germans could speak English, so when Gu Nianji made her request in English, the judge didn't ask for an interpreter. Instead, he expressed that he understood her request and agreed to it. The judge said to the defendants in German, I agree to the plaintiff's lawyer's request. Defendants, please show me your face. Covering your face in court will be considered contempt of court. The 2 defendants were a man and a woman. The man was called Seth, and the woman was called Naya. They were both burly, and when they took off the paper masks, they looked like people in their 30s or 40s. They really didn't look like the young and ignorant German media always portrayed them as. Apparently, the man had just turned 22, and the woman was only 21. Gu Nianji looked at them with disdain and turned to ask the parents of the male defendant, Seth, who was also in court, May I ask if the male suspect sitting in the dock is your son? Seth's mother, Ramona, whose face was as red as cooked beef, turned even redder. She raised her chin and said arrogantly, Who are you? Why do you have to ask me? Ramona spoke in German. She clearly knew English, but she had to pretend that she didn't understand English. Gu Nianji didn't understand German, so she was looking at the interpreter to translate when she heard He Jichu walk over and say coldly in German, The judge just confirmed that she is the lawyer entrusted by the plaintiff's parents. It's fine if you don't understand English, but don't you understand German? How did someone who doesn't even understand German become a high-ranking police officer in the Roslau region? Did you graduate from high school? Ramona was frightened by Hijichu's imposing manner and shifted uneasily in her seat before rolling her eyes. Yes, he's my son. Are you sure? You didn't find an insignificant person to take the blame, did you? Gun Yinji didn't let up, and her questions were very sharp. Ramona was completely enraged. She stood up and waved her fists. He's my son. Do you want to do a DNA test? Of course. She turned to look at the judge. Your Honor, the defendant's parents requested a DNA test. I ask you to grant this reasonable request. The judge raised an eyebrow and turned to look at Ramona. Ramona, do you want a DNA test? Ramona had only said those words out of anger because she had been provoked by Gun Yinji. How could she ask for a DNA test? Besides, they were already planning to take the blame. Why would she ask the court to do a DNA test? Hearing this, Ramona shook her head guiltily. Your Honor, there's no such rule in the procedure. You don't agree to a DNA test? That was strange. Why? Gun Yinji repeated why 3 times and interrupted Ramona. She turned to look at the judge. May I ask if the German court has a procedure to verify the defendant's identity? The judge thought about it for a moment and nodded slowly. Yes. Then we request to start the procedure to verify the defendant's identity. Gun Yinji turned half a circle on the spot and stared sharply at the uncomfortable Ramona. Senior Superintendent, as a law enforcement officer, you actually disregard the court's procedural justice and knowingly break the law. You're confusing the public and obstructing our legitimate request to verify the defendant's identity. May I ask what your intentions are? After Gun Yinji finished speaking, the German translator immediately translated it into German. Some of the German staff present who didn't understand English were shocked and pointed at Ramona. Ramona was furious, but knew she couldn't nod. If she nodded, her son would go to jail. She wouldn't even be able to change the scapegoat. Why aren't you saying anything? Can you not speak in court? Gun Yinji raised her voice. Senior Superintendent, please answer me. Ramona, please answer the plaintiff's lawyer's question. The judge coughed and didn't let Ramona off the hook. Since the judge had spoken, Ramona had no choice but to answer. She nodded reluctantly. If you want to do the test, then do it. Gun Yinji sighed in relief and thought to herself that this was the time to close the door and let Brother Chen go. Unfortunately, Brother Chen wasn't here. She didn't feel comfortable letting someone else do the test. But she had no choice. She could only work harder and keep a closer eye on them. The court summoned a forensic doctor to draw a vial of blood for Ramona and Seth. They didn't draw blood from Ramona's current husband, York, because he was only her son's stepfather and they weren't related by blood. Gun Yinji watched without blinking. When the forensic doctor finished drawing 2 vials of blood, she quickly raised her hand and gestured. Wait, please draw 2 more vials of blood. I want to keep a file. What do you want? The forensic doctor was shocked. Why do American law firms need to keep a file of blood? They knew the plaintiff's parents had hired the best lawyer from the largest American law firm this time. They originally thought it was useless even if the best lawyer from the largest American law firm was the best. The dragon couldn't beat the snake in its den. In the end, the lawyer hadn't even made a move yet, and this young female assistant was already so aggressive. They began to feel afraid. Hijichu said dryly, whether or not the blood should be kept depends on the case and the person. Since the defendant's parents have a criminal record of obstructing justice, we must be careful. His words were like a whip that made all the Germans at the scene dizzy and embarrassed. From the judge to the court's janitor, everyone blushed at Hijichu's words. Because what he said was true. Senior Superintendent Ramona and her husband had indeed tried to cover up evidence of their son's crime after the crime. Later, when they couldn't cover it up any longer, they asked her son to turn himself in. After turning himself in, he immediately poured the dirty water of 3P on the poor victim. Gun Yinji had grown up with Hua Xiaoheng and the others, so she was a girl with a strong sense of justice. She hated this kind of selfish behavior that disregarded other people's lives. Therefore, He Ji-chu had chosen her among his assistants to represent him in court. Not only could it train her abilities, but it could also allow her natural emotions to influence the judge. This was the importance of being infectious and having a good personality. Gu Ninji also felt He Ji-chu's indomitable aura and couldn't help straightening her back. This was the second night. Just a reminder, recommendation votes and monthly votes. If you have monthly votes, please vote. Moi, everyone. Chapter 597. The medical examiner was rendered speechless by Gu Ninji's words. Crestfallen, he drew 2 more vials of blood and handed them to He Ji-chu and Gu Ninji to file. Ramona, the mother of the male defendant, immediately looked terrible. She clenched her fists tightly and looked at Gu Ninji. Her sunken eyes with heavy eyeshadow couldn't hide her disgust and hatred at all. Gu Ninji carefully placed the 2 vials of blood into her briefcase and nodded at the medical examiner. Thank you. She then turned to look at Senior Lieutenant Ramona, the mother of the male suspect. Remember, when your son goes to prison, I will come again to draw his blood for a DNA test. I will come every year until the last year. Don't be so smug. My son hasn't even been convicted yet. How can you convict him? And you're a lawyer from the best law firm in the United States. How can you judge a case on your own? Ramona laughed contemptuously. She noticed that the handsome Chinese man standing behind the young girl was very protective of her, and the girl was so young that she didn't even look like a minor. Ramona concluded that Gu Ninji had obtained her lawyer's license through improper means. How did you become a lawyer with that kind of ability? Did you sit on your tutor's lap for a thesis and ask him to take the exam for you for a legal qualification? So you think you can do whatever you want? Ramona's expression darkened and no longer pretended that she didn't understand English. This isn't America. This is Germany. He Ji-chu glanced at Gu Ninji discreetly. He was a bit worried that she would flip out and lose her composure in court. As a lawyer, the most important thing was to control one's emotions. Ramona clearly wanted to provoke Gu Ninji so that she could turn the tables. However, Gu Ninji was very calm and didn't fall for it all. She took out her little notebook and pretended to write on it. Senior Lieutenant Ramona, I want to add another charge of defamation to the list of lawsuits against you. If you can't pay us the amount we're asking for, you can wait to go to jail. She then turned to sit beside He Ji-chu and ignored Ramona. Hearing Gu Ninji's warning, Ramona's heart sank. She couldn't help glancing at her husband, York, and whispered, "What do they mean? Is it a civil lawsuit?" York was calmer than Ramona and more shrewd than her. His gaze swept past Gu Ninji's face before he turned his head and said expressionlessly, "That's for sure." What should we do?" Ramona was flustered. She clutched the hem of her uniform tightly and muttered, "Don't worry, I have an idea. Let her prance around for now." York's gaze shifted to Gu Ninji. His gaze was as cold as a venomous snake's tongue. "Do you really have a way?" Ramona's voice lowered even more. "The man next to her seems pretty powerful." York looked at He Ji-chu darkly and snorted disapprovingly at his handsome profile. "We'll see if he's good or not." Silence. The court is in session. The judge banged his gavel and began to hear the case. It had been 3 to 4 months since the case happened. But for the efficiency of the German court to be able to hold a trial now, it was already a trial cut under the pressure of public opinion. Many cases from the same period needed to be scheduled for trial, and some even had to be scheduled for a year later. This case had only been scheduled for 3 to 4 months, so Germany was very conscientious. Gu Ninji stopped letting her imagination run wild and listened attentively to the prosecution and defense lawyers as they began to argue. The defense lawyer insisted that the deceased Xia Imperial female exchange student, Li Haiqing, had willingly engaged in a threesome with Seth and Naya. Also, she especially liked doing it, which resulted in many scars on her body. In the end, the 3 of them went a bit too far, and she suffocated to death. To put it bluntly, he was just short of saying that Li Haiqing deserved it. Willingly, my ass. Gu Ninji clenched her fists. The more she listened, the angrier she became. He Ji-chu quietly held Gu Ninji's hand and shook his head slightly at her to calm her down. Hijichu's palm was dry and cool. Gun Yinji had indeed calmed down, but she quickly broke free from Hijichu's hand and looked down to take out her laptop to start making notes. After the defense lawyer finished, he reiterated that his client had no criminal record and had a good past record. This was just an accident. It's a tragic accident. Although it's tragic, it's still an accident. I hope everyone won't let their emotions affect their decisions and make this accident even more tragic. This accident has already destroyed one family, and we can't destroy the other two families. The defense lawyer said seriously and bowed down. This logic was very good and powerful, but Gun Yinji only wanted to laugh when she heard it. At that moment, the prosecution began to speak. He first objected to the defense lawyer's claim that the victim had willingly engaged in a threesome. He frowned and said to the judge, according to the victim's roommates, the victim, Li Haiqing, changed into jogging clothes in the evening and went out for a run. May I ask, how could a girl who jogs at a fixed time and route suddenly willingly engage in a threesome with two strangers? How would I know? Maybe she fell in love with my client at first sight. You also know that many Huaxia girls have a natural admiration for white people. The defense lawyer chuckled. Gun Yinji was furious and couldn't take it anymore. She stood up and said, objection. The defense lawyer is using personal speculation instead of legal analysis to slander the victim's character and slander the character of all Huaxia girls. I reserve the right to sue and claim damages from the defense lawyer. The defense lawyer's face turned livid. He glared at Gun Yinji and said angrily, did I say something wrong? Don't you Huaxia girls? Of course not. Gun Yinji replied crisply and decisively. Mr. Lawyer, just like you Germans have anti-human fascists like Hitler, I won't say that all Germans are fascists like Hitler. And what you said just now is like hitting a boat full of people with a stick. The judge's expression also darkened. He warned the defense lawyer, please watch your words. Gun Yinji felt that the judge had handled the matter too lightly. She raised her eyebrows and calmed down. Your Honor, since the defense lawyer made racist remarks and views about the victim in this case, I request that this lawyer be disqualified from representing the defendant. The judge looked at Gun Yinji, then back at the defense lawyer. He coughed uncomfortably and said, Hans, you have to apologize to the defense lawyer. The defense lawyer's face was now purple. His thick nostrils flared, and his eyes were bigger than bells. Coupled with his thick, open mouth, he looked like a pig. I'm sorry. He finally lowered his arrogant head and apologized to Gun Yinji. Gun Yinji didn't appreciate it. If an apology is useful, then what's the point of court? Your Honor, you know better than me what crimes racial discrimination and hate speech are. I believe you won't knowingly break the law. The judge looked at Gun Yinji quietly and didn't speak for a long time. Gun Yinji wasn't afraid at all. In the silent courtroom, she looked at each of their faces and said word by word, if Your Honor is going to smooth things over like this, I will continue to take this to the Supreme Court of Germany and the Supreme Court of the European Union. I will not hesitate. Hijichu also stood up. His handsome face was cold as he said sternly, her attitude is the attitude of our law firm. If Gun Yinji was just a small lawyer's assistant, these people wouldn't take it to heart. But since it was Hijichu, they had to think twice. Hijichu represented the largest law firm in the United States, and he himself was a partner there. Also, Hijichu's background was mysterious, and the German court had some understanding of him. Although it wasn't comprehensive, it was easy to see the whole picture. They were still very wary of his background. As soon as Hijichu finished speaking, the defense lawyer, Hans' face turned ashen. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and his tanned skin glistened. It was an eyesore. I'm sorry. He stammered an apology to Gun Yinji again. Gun Yinji didn't want to accept it at all. I'll say it again. As the defense lawyer, saying such things in court isn't just an issue of your professionalism. It's already a crime. Racial discrimination, personal defamation, pick one. I'm definitely going to sue you. It was intolerable to be pointed at by a white man and say all the girls in the Huaxia Empire had a natural admiration for white people. What day and age were they living in? he still thought that white people were better than everyone else. He shouldn't blame Gunyinji for teaching him a lesson. First, she had to complain to the German Bar Association about Hans's legal qualifications. If he was found guilty of misconduct, his legal qualifications would be revoked, and in serious cases, he would be permanently banned from applying again. Then she would definitely file a case in court and sue him for racial discrimination and personal defamation. No matter when the case would start, she wanted to hang a Damocles sword over his head, so he would be on tenterhooks all the time. She wouldn't let him have an easy time. Of course, the most important point was that the defense lawyer had to be replaced. That way, they would be able to attack the opponent's momentum to the greatest extent. If she didn't teach Seth's family a lesson, they wouldn't know why the flowers were red. Under Gunyinji's insistence, the judge announced that the defense lawyer would be disqualified. The defendant would need to choose another lawyer and set a date for the trial. On the first day of the trial, with Gunyinji's godly assistance, the prosecutor removed the defense lawyer. After the judge adjourned the trial, everyone on the defense's side had dark expressions, especially the male defendant, Seth. He kept glaring at Gunyinji. His gaze was vicious and perverted, and his eyes were bright red like he was mentally ill. Gunyinji wasn't afraid at all. She stretched out 2 fingers and made a scissors gesture. If it weren't for the fact that they were still in court, Gunyinji would have made a shooting gesture at the male defendant. This was the first update. Everyone, please click on your monthly votes to see if you can vote. There are also recommendation votes. There will be an extra update at 7 p.m. Chapter 598. Hijichu glanced at her, and she sheepishly retracted her hand and followed him out of the courtroom. At the entrance of the Munich District Court, the prosecutor who had represented the victim, Li Haiqing, walked up to Gunyinji and said sincerely, "Miss Gu, I sincerely apologize to you. Most Germans don't think that way. The Huaxia people are very intelligent, and we respect them very much. We will never allow that kind of speech to appear in our country." After all, Germany was the country where the Prime Minister had personally knelt before the memorial to the murdered Jews. After World War II, Germany was the most thorough in reflecting on its war crimes and was much more forgiving than a certain Japanese country in East Asia who still refused to admit their war crimes. Gunyinji's expression softened as she nodded. "I believe you. Every country has good people and bad people. A good country is one where there are more good people than bad people. If there were more bad people than good people in a country, then the country as a whole was rotten and not worthy of forgiveness." The prosecutor sighed in relief and smiled. "Miss Gu's performance in court today impressed us. Don't worry. We have sufficient evidence and will definitely help the victim get justice and bring the murderer to justice. Criminal cases still rely on you." Gunyinji also expressed her gratitude. "I sincerely thank you for selflessly helping a powerless foreign student. The goddess of justice blindfolds. She doesn't look at wealth or power. She only looks at guilt and innocence." The prosecutor reached out to shake Gunyinji's hand. "There are still a few tough battles to fight. You have to be mentally prepared. I will do my best." Gunyinji nodded and watched the prosecutor leave. The defendant's parents walked past Gunyinji with sullen expressions. Seth's stepfather, York, suddenly turned to look at Gunyinji. His gaze was bone-chilling and sent chills down Gunyinji's spine. Gunyinji wasn't afraid at all and glared back at him. "What are you looking at? You don't like it? I've never seen someone like you who can stare at others so righteously after hurting someone. Aren't you afraid the victim's soul will come to you in the middle of the night to have a heart-to-heart talk?" Gunyinji's English was clear and crisp with a perfect Oxford accent. The bailiff at the courthouse door looked over. York snorted. The threat in his voice was self-evident. The wrinkles on his wrinkled eyes deepened. Gunyinji also snorted and said in front of York, "Don't scare me. If anything happens to me, it will be your fault." York's pupils suddenly contracted, but they quickly returned to normal. He nonchalantly turned his head around, and without saying a single word, he left the court with his wife, Ramona. Hijichu watched coldly as York and Ramona's car drove away. His gaze was also very dark. He Jichu's 4 American assistants were all young lawyers in their 30s. They walked over to Gu Nianji and whispered, "Gu, we're in someone else's territory. Don't provoke them too much." These assistants had good intentions. They were worried that Gu Nianji was young and arrogant. She didn't know her place and would offend people. Although lawyers needed to be sharp, they also needed to be able to hold back and handle matters smoothly. Only then could they be considered perfect. Gu Nianji rubbed the back of her stiff neck. It wasn't that she wasn't afraid, but was she not going to do it just because she was afraid? Moreover, why should good people be afraid of bad people who do evil things to the extreme? The ones who should be afraid are the bad guys. Gu Nianji wanted to say something, but before she spoke, she instinctively glanced at He Jichu. As her mentor, He Jichu's education and concern had already won Gu Nianji's trust. She knew who was truly good to her. They both spoke harshly, but He Jichu was more acceptable to Gu Nianji than Gu Yanran. He Jichu had one hand in his pocket and the other holding Gu Nianji's briefcase. His handsome face was still cold, but his shimmering, sultry eyes were faintly warm. He glanced at his watch. "Okay, let's talk back at the hotel." As they spoke, the luxurious business car they had chartered drove over. Gu Nianji followed He Jichu into the car. She and He Jichu sat in the middle 2 seats. One of the other 4 assistants sat in the front passenger seat, and the other 3 sat in the 3 seats in the last row. After the small incident, everyone gradually became excited. After all, it was a good sign to have a good start on the first day. Although lawyers were the most logical profession, the market for superstition did not discriminate between professions. After returning to the hotel, the other 4 assistants asked He Jichu for permission and happily went sightseeing. They originally wanted to invite Gu Nianji to go with them, but He Jichu rejected them before they could ask her. Gu Nianji didn't plan to go herself. After a tiring day, she needed a good rest. After returning to the hotel room, Gu Nianji first went to the bathroom to shower and change into casual pants. A pure white heavy silk loose-sleeve blouse with a navy blue edge, a pair of light blue Egyptian cotton crop pants, and a pair of snow-white Ralph Lauren sneakers. Her hair was loose behind her, and she only used a hairdryer to half-dry it. He Jichu knocked on the door and came in. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes as he asked her slowly, "Where do you want to go for lunch?" Gu Nianji was about to speak when she heard her phone ring. She hurried back to the bedroom to take out her phone from her purse. It was actually Gu Yanran calling. She hesitated for a moment before swiping it open to answer. "Sis." Gu Yanran sounded anxious on the other end of the line. "Nianji, where are you? Why can't I find you anywhere?" Gu Nianji didn't know what to say for a moment. She had only told In Shi Xiang, Zhao Yangzi, and her roommate Ma Qiqi about going to Germany with He Jichu. However, she had asked Ma Qiqi not to tell anyone else. It was summer anyway, so there weren't many people on campus. Ma Qiqi was busy with her internship at the law firm every day, so she didn't have much time to contact Gu Nianji. However, when she found out that Gu Nianji was going because of the pitiful female student from the Huaxia Empire who was killed, Ma Qiqi immediately applied for leave to see her off at the airport. Before she left, Ma Qiqi reminded her again and again that she had to seek justice for the female student and bring the culprit to justice. Gu Nianji knew that Ma Qiqi was very concerned about the case, so she told her where she was going. When the news was revealed, He Jichu took the initiative to stand up and become the most popular lawyer. He made a big splash and quietly suppressed the news of Gu Nianji going abroad with him. Anyway, He Jichu was the main lawyer and the person the Bais truly wanted to hire. Gu Nianji was only one of his 5 assistants, so it was reasonable that no one paid attention to her. As for the Special Operations Forces, because Gu Nianji's background had been investigated, her father had been taken to the Huaxia Empire. Therefore, the Special Operations Forces and the military paid the most attention to her father, Gu Xiangwen, and not Gu Nianji. Therefore, the protective measures that Hua Xiaoheng had set up for Gu Nianji had been completely withdrawn. It was the second night. Just a reminder, recommendation votes and monthly votes. If you have monthly votes, please vote for me. Moi, everyone. Chapter 599. Gun Yinji no longer had her security privileges as before. When he left the country, there would be no warning from the customs. Because her passport had been changed, the customs computer's level 1 warning system was still targeting her old passport. When she used her new passport to scan the customs, it did not cause any disturbance at all. If Gun Yinji hadn't been worried that In Shi Xiang or Zhao Liangzi would come looking for her, she wouldn't have even told them. She had been worried that if she told them, they would stop her from going to Germany and cause trouble for Hua Xiao. However, in the end, she still took the initiative to tell them. Fortunately, In Shi Xiang and Zhao Liangzi didn't say anything to stop her. Instead, they encouraged her to take the opportunity to go abroad and have fun. Gun Yinji was overjoyed and once again confirmed that Hua Xiaoheng should be in Germany. In Shi Xiang and Zhao Liangzi both looked like they were happy to see it happen, which made her feel even more confident. Of course, after coming to Germany, Gun Yinji realized how difficult it was to find Hua Xiaoheng. She had no idea where to start, and Hua Xiaoheng didn't seem to have any intention of contacting her. She wouldn't foolishly ask around about Hua Xiaoheng's whereabouts. Deep down in her heart, her wildest dream was nothing more than a chance encounter at the Izar River. Now that she received a call from the Huaxia Empire, Gun Yinji was a little dazed. She composed herself and said to Gu Yanran, "Sis, I'm traveling overseas." "Go abroad? Where did you go?" Gu Yanran's voice was filled with suspicion. "Are you with Hua Xiao?" Gun Yinji thought to herself that she wanted to as well. Unfortunately, there wasn't, but Gu Yanran didn't need to know. "I came out with a few friends." "Sis, what's the matter?" Gun Yinji replied vaguely, as if she had an olive in her mouth. "I'm worried about you. I haven't seen you in a few days. I went to your door to look for you, but your roommate said you weren't in school and went out. I asked her where you went, but she didn't know." Gu Yanran acted like a good sister. "Yinji, you're so naughty. You run off so easily, just like when you were young." No matter how Gun Yinji listened to it, she felt that his words sounded awkward. Of course, she was the same as when she was young, because that was her. Gu Yanran's brain wasn't working very well. Gun Yinji silently cursed Gu Yanran's intelligence as she smiled and said, "I didn't tell Chi-Chi, so Chi-Chi doesn't know where I went. If you ask her, won't she be confused as well? Then where did you go? You should at least tell my sister, right?" Gu Yanran pressed the phone tightly to her ear. On the other side of the room, Yi Xian sat on the sofa. On the coffee table in front of him was a machine that continuously flashed red and blue lights. It was tracking Gun Yinji's phone signal. If Gun Yinji didn't want to say something, no one would be able to get out of her. Of course, she wouldn't just stay silent. She would usually change the topic and let them forget what they were talking about. Gun Yinji sat on the sofa with her phone in her hand. As she dried her hair, she asked briskly, "Sis, how's father? I have already regained my identity as the daughter of the Gu family for a long time. When will you let me officially return to the Gu family? I'm in credit card debt for this trip abroad. I listened to you and didn't use Hua Xiao's money, but are you going to pay me back for the credit card debt? I don't want to be a card slave." Gu Yanran couldn't help but sigh in relief. Smiling, she said, "Sure. When are you coming back? I'll be honest with you. These past few years, the Gu family has spent a lot and earned very little. Others may think we're doing well, but it's all empty shells. You'll know when you come back." "Okay, I'll stop talking. I have to go discuss business with someone. It's not easy to earn money." Gun Yinji sounded very disappointed. "Oh, sis, don't be so busy. Where are you going to transfer the money to me?" Just as she was asking, she suddenly heard another person's cold voice on the phone. "Gun Yinji, that's enough. Your sister is working so hard to maintain the Gu family. Unlike you, you only know how to spend money." It was actually Yi Xian's voice. Gun Yinji froze. "Sis, you gave the phone to Yi Xian?" However, the other side hung up with a click. The sound was very strange. It sounded like the sound of electricity, but also like the sound of a machine turning off. In any case, it wasn't the sound of a phone. Yi Xian was actually still in her sister's room at this time. Gun Yinji looked at her watch. It should be around 8 o'clock in the Huaxia Empire right now. Did the two of them have dinner together? She pouted and looked at her phone gloomily, thinking about the strange sound she had just heard. On the other end of the phone, Gu Yanran put away her phone and scolded Yi Xian. Will you die if you don't speak? Then she asked, Did you find her whereabouts? Yi Xian shook his head. I only know that she should be in Europe. Her phone is equipped with anti-tracking devices, so it's not easy to track her down. Europe? What is she doing in Europe? Gu Yanran frowned. This child doesn't even tell the truth. She always makes people worry. Yanran, why are you so nice to her? You're not even biological sisters. Yi Xian frowned and put away the devices on the coffee table into a special box. Xian, I won't allow you to say that. Her surname is Gu, so she's a member of the Gu family. What does it matter if we're biological sisters or not? Gu Yanran said slightly sullenly, appearing very protective of Gu Nianji. You're so kind, but Gu Nianji still doesn't appreciate it. I feel bad for you. Yi Xian slammed the box shut and held it in his hand. All right, I'm leaving. I won't bother you anymore. Xian, don't be angry. Gu Yanran hugged Yi Xian's waist from behind. I'm worried about her. You know that she's been away from me for so many years. I'm worried that she's grown up wrong. This kind of big sister tone was why Yi Xian couldn't resist Gu Yanran. His breathing became heavy, and he suddenly threw down the locked box. He turned around and hugged Gu Yanran, kissing her passionately on the lips. In the suite of the Munich Hilton Hotel in Germany, He Jichu had been standing silently to the side the entire time. Now that Gu Nianji had hung up, he finally asked, Gu Yanran called? Yeah, it was strange. She kept asking me where I was. Gu Nianji laughed, so I intentionally changed the subject and said some things that she instinctively avoided. As expected, she didn't pester me about where I was. Yeah, there's nothing to say to her. He Jichu smiled and sat down on the sofa in the living room. We'll hide your information from her for now, but we might not be able to hide it forever. The American law firm's website has the list of names for our trip this time. She only needs to look it up and she'll be able to find it. Oh, Gu Nianji didn't take it to heart. She was going overseas for work, so it didn't matter even if Gu Yanran found out. At most, she would scold her for lying to her. However, Gu Nianji felt that she had no obligation to tell Gu Yanran the truth. It wouldn't affect Gu Yanran's interests, so why did she have to report everything to her in detail? Did she really think she was her sister? Gu Nianji's memory hadn't recovered, and she hadn't nurtured her sisterhood with Gu Yanran before it was destroyed by Gu Yanran's attitude towards her. What did she do? She was also very desperate. Leaning back on the sofa, Gu Nianji felt the back of her neck start to ache again. She reached out to rub it and said, Going to court is really exhausting. I thought I'd seen the world, and it's not my first time in court. I didn't think I would still be subconsciously nervous. Your neck hurts? He Jichu reached out to massage Gu Nianji, but she quickly jumped away and smiled. I don't dare to trouble Professor He. Only disciples serve their masters. I've never seen a master serve his disciples. Then why don't you just see it today? He Jichu laughed and stopped talking when he saw Gu Nianji's embarrassment. He stood up and asked, What do you want to eat? I'm not familiar with this place at all. The white sausage in the morning was delicious, but it seems like it's only available for breakfast. Gu Nianji couldn't forget the Bavarian white sausage in the morning. It's only available in the morning in this hotel, but if you want to eat it, we can look outside. It should be easy to find. He Jichu turned to ask her, Do you want to go? Yeah, that's good. Gu Nianji went in to take out her Luboy sachet and followed He Jichu out of the hotel. They hailed a taxi at the entrance and asked the driver where the more famous restaurants were. The driver recommended a 4-star Michelin restaurant, and they went there excitedly. It turned out that the local driver's recommendation was reliable. German cuisine was famous for all kinds of pork knuckles dishes, such as the famous German pork knuckles that all gluttons on the blue planet knew. It was like the famous braised pork knuckles in the Huaxia Empire, but without soy sauce. The gelatin of the pork knuckles was almost melted. Just this dish alone was enough for Gu Nianji to eat for an entire afternoon. He Jichu ordered a black pepper seafood pork knuckle stew. It was salty and fragrant, and even someone like him, who always wanted red wine for meals, ate several slices of whole wheat bread with the pork knuckles. Hijichu used red wine with the pork knuckles, while Gunyinji used black grape juice with the pork knuckles. Gunyinji wanted to lick her fingers after eating and said to Hijichu longingly, "Professor the pork here is so delicious. It's really fragrant. It's comparable to the specially supplied pork in the Huaxia Empire." Moreover, it was the taste of the food itself, not the taste of seasonings added to it. The best dishes were the taste of the food itself. The seasoning should be used to enhance the taste of the food itself and not steal the show. Hijichu was very picky about food, but he had to admit that the pork here tasted almost the same as the pork in his hometown. "Eat more if you like it. I'll ask if they deliver. If they deliver, we'll order here for the next few days." Hijichu got up to call the waiter over and asked in German if they delivered. This was a local restaurant that provided both in-house and delivery. Hijichu ordered lunch and dinner with them and changed the menu every day to deliver to the Hilton Hotel. After lunch, Hijichu and Gunyinji left the restaurant. They found the Hilton Hotel they were staying at on their phone map. It wasn't far from here. They didn't call a taxi again and just strolled back to digest after the meal. This is the first update. Please click on the monthly vote to see if you can vote. There are also recommendation votes. Today was Monday, especially with the recommendation votes. There will be an extra update at 7 p.m. Chapter 600. It was an afternoon in Munich, and the sun shone down from the clear blue sky, softening the asphalt road. The two of them walked side by side on the sidewalk. The trees were dense and shady, and the cicadas chirped. They didn't feel hot walking under the trees. The Alps were not far from the edge of the city, and they could see the snow on the mountain ridges. Although it was summer at the foot of the mountain, the top was covered in snow all year round. Under the summer sun, it shone brilliantly like a diamond on a crown. It was breathtaking. Gunyinji pointed to the snow-covered peak in the distance and smiled. "Professor it's beautiful, isn't it? I wonder if we still have time to go skiing in the mountains?" This is the Bavarian mountains in the Alps, and the glaciers are more eroded. This isn't a good place to go skiing. Hijichu turned to look at her. "You really want to go skiing? Why don't we go skiing in Switzerland after the lawsuit is over? They have the best ski resorts in the world." "Skiing in Switzerland?" Gunyinji's eyes began to drift. She had gone skiing with Hua Xiaoheng before, but she was still young and didn't like sports. Now, she couldn't even go with Hua Xiaoheng. She sighed softly and shook her head to not let these things affect her emotions. It was already past 2 in the afternoon when she finally returned to the hotel with Hijichu. Gunyinji was much more energetic and didn't want to go back to her room for now. Her large eyes darted around the hotel lobby. Hijichu thought of something and suggested, "There's a coffee shop over there. Let's go have a seat." There was a black female singer singing soul music in the corner of the coffee shop. Her voice was distant and moving, like the sounds of nature. Her singing wasn't loud, and it was like the background music of a gurgling spring. Gunyinji wasn't 21 yet, so she couldn't enter bars in Germany. However, she could still go to coffee shops. Nodding, she followed Hijichu into the coffee shop and sat behind a few green palm trees to enjoy a moment of leisure. Hijichu ordered a glass of juice for Gunyinji and a cappuccino for himself, along with 2 small pieces of almond cheesecake. Gunyinji frowned. "Professor I can't eat anymore. I'm so full. Have a piece with me," Hijichu said dryly as he pushed a plate of almond cheesecake to Gunyinji. Gunyinji looked at Hijichu's nervous expression and quietly picked up her spoon to take small bites. Hijichu breathed a sigh of relief and slowly finished his cake. The waiter, standing at the side, hurriedly came to take away the small plate of cake. After eating the cake, Hijichu and Gunyinji didn't speak again. They just sat quietly. Gunyinji was bored to death as she held her juice and pricked up her ears to eavesdrop on the conversations around her. Although everyone spoke very softly in such an environment, Gunyinji couldn't avoid hearing them because they were so close to each other and there were only a few potted palm trees. In particular, the people behind the palm trees were speaking English, and it was American English, so it was even easier to understand. "John, The hunting season in the Alps is about to begin. Are you ready? Are you ready? You should be asking me how long I'm going to fight. Let me tell you, for this hunting season, I brought enough equipment. Once I enter the mountain, I will definitely stay for 2 months. Don't even think about stopping me. 2 months? Are you serious? From mid-August to mid-October, the entire hunting season is only 2 months. A few of them were talking excitedly. They even clearly mentioned the type of shotgun they were carrying and the bullets they were carrying. Gunyinji had learned shooting from Hua Xiaohong, so she was very familiar with all types of guns. As soon as she heard them mention the Remington M700 VTR, she knew it was a hunting rifle that was almost similar to an official sniper rifle, because it was equipped with a very professional scope. For people who knew how to use guns, they could directly replace the scope of the hunting rifle model with a special scope for a sniper rifle. This way, they could modify the hunting rifle into a real sniper rifle. People who used this kind of hunting rifle were true cold-blooded hunters. Not only could they hunt small animals such as foxes and badgers, but they could also hunt fierce beasts such as lions, tigers, and black bears. Gunyinji didn't speak. She quietly listened until they finished talking and left before quietly asking Hijichu, "Professor, what's with the hunting season in the Alps?" "It's hunting season." Hijichu glanced at her. There are places in England that also have hunting season, and it attracts hunters from all over the world. Didn't you know? He thought Gunyinji would be familiar with it, since she had grown up with Hua Xiaohong. However, Hua Xiaohong had never taken Gunyinji to hunt. To Hua Xiaohong, holding a gun meant killing people and saving people. What was the point of hunting innocent animals? He had never been interested in it. Gunyinji shook her head. "I don't know. I've never played it before." "Yeah, I'll take you hunting when we have the chance." Hijichu nodded. "I don't know much about the hunting season here, but it should be similar to England. The English hunting season is also around this time. The participating hunters ride horses and bring hunting dogs and weapons into the forest to encircle their prey." Gunyinji looked down and took out her phone to search for information about hunting season. She tilted her head and looked at it for a long time before clicking her tongue. "Huh, why does it look so unreliable? It feels like life and death is fated. Are people really going? How can no one go for such an exciting game?" Hijichu shook his head with a snicker. "You have to sign a life and death agreement to enter the forest during hunting season. What do you think? Modern civilized society still had legally recognized life and death agreements. It was a wonder in Western society." Gunyinji was only curious for a moment, but she lost interest after asking. She and Hijichu sat there for a while and waited for the juice and coffee to be finished before paying the bill and leaving. They had just entered the elevator and were about to go upstairs to their rooms when Hijichu's phone rang. He took it out and was shocked to see it was his father calling. His father rarely called him. Usually when he called, it was an emergency. Hijichu quickly picked up. "Father, what's the matter?" Hijichu's father said slowly over the phone. "Happy birthday, Achu." Hijichu's throat tightened. He couldn't speak for a long time. "Thank you, father." He finally managed to force out the words, but his throat was already choking. Gunyinji looked at Hijichu curiously and was also shocked. "Professor it's your birthday?" In the small elevator, her voice was so clear and crisp that it echoed. Senior Mister he heard it on the other end of the line. He frowned. "Achu, who are you with?" It was the second night. Just a reminder, recommendation votes and monthly votes. Today was Monday, so recommendation votes were especially important. Moi, everyone. Chapter 601. Who else could it be? Hijichu smiled wryly at Gunyinji. "Okay, father, I'm going to hang up now. I still have a case here. I'll definitely come back to see you once it's over." Mr. East sighed. "It's Ninji? Aren't you going to bring her back?" Hijichu didn't respond. Mr. E spoke very quietly, so Gunyinji didn't hear him. She wasn't listening either. She was only thinking that today was Professor He's birthday. No wonder he asked her to eat cake with him. It was a birthday cake. Hijichu hung up the phone. The elevator had already reached their floor. Gunyinji stepped out of the elevator, her eyes sparkling. She smiled at Hijichu. Professor He, happy birthday. He Ji-chu didn't care about her casual greeting. You don't have to be so polite. Birthdays are celebrated every year. It's nothing special. How is it not special? Gun Yinji felt bad. Professor He, let me give you a birthday present. Gun Yinji's heart softened when she saw He Ji-chu all alone. No one even celebrated his birthday for him. Okay, I'll be waiting. He Ji-chu didn't stand on ceremony at all. His shimmering, sultry eyes twinkled. This is your first birthday present for me. You have to be thoughtful. If it's not, I won't accept it. Gun Yinji was speechless. There was such a thing? He had to be picky about presents. Gun Yinji thought to herself. Of course, she didn't dare say it out loud. She smiled and spread her hands. Then how should I say it's good? Professor, he has everything from space shuttles to needles and thread. What else do you need? Even if you need something, I can't afford it. Slap. He Ji-chu lightly slapped her open palms. Isn't it smart to think about it yourself? If you can't even think of this, I think you're a fool for having a smart face. He then turned to return to his suite. He left Gun Yinji standing alone in the hotel hallway. She stomped her feet at his clear and handsome back. At night, He Ji-chu called everyone for a meeting. He said he had just received a call from the prosecutor. They had found a new lawyer and the trial would continue the next day. The four assistants and Gun Yinji began preparing for the trial the next day. They divided up the work. One of them investigated the background of the defendant's new lawyer, and the other looked for cases he had fought in before. Gun Yinji was responsible for reenacting the case so that she could answer all kinds of questions from the opposing lawyer. It was just like in the arena. They wielded spears while the other side wielded shields. It was a competition to see if their spears were more powerful and could pierce through the other side's shield, or if the other side's shield was more powerful and could block their spears. Everyone discussed until midnight before returning to their rooms to sleep. Early the next morning, the six of them took a commercial car to the Munich District Court to participate in the trial. This time, the court they went to was different from the last time. Last time, the seats in the courtroom were like middle school desks, but this time, the seats were thick and heavy black. They were placed on both sides of the room, adding to the sense of oppression. Gun Yinji walked in and saw the black courtroom seats. She couldn't help but breathe lightly. Everyone sat down on either side of the defendant or the plaintiff. The judge soon came in on time and announced that the court was in session. The plaintiff's prosecutor and the defendant's lawyer began to argue about the age of the two defendants. The male and female defendants were both burly and stood there like a wall. They looked more like they were in their 30s or 40s and not 22, as the defendant's lawyer had claimed. However, there were no problems with the defendant's birth certificates. At the time of the crime, they were indeed only 21 years old and not yet 22. According to German law, there was a qualitative leap from 21 to 22. German criminal law stipulated that suspects between 18 and 21 who had not reached the maturity level of an adult would be dealt with according to juvenile law and tried in juvenile court. Therefore, the main topic of discussion today was whether or not the two suspects had reached the maturity level of an adult. Gun Yinji was very annoyed when she saw this. These 2B* stars looked like adults at first glance. What's more, they had committed a crime that only adults would commit. She didn't understand what was there to argue about. However, the defendant's lawyer obviously didn't think so. As long as his client was within the boundaries of adulthood, their sentences would be much lighter. Germany didn't have the death penalty for juvenile crimes. The most serious sentence was only 15 years in prison and could be released on bail after 2 years in prison. According to the male suspect, Set's family background, he would probably be released after hanging around in prison. Gun Yinji was deeply dissatisfied. She clenched her fists and sat on the bench behind the plaintiff's seat. Her little face was tense. The defendant's lawyer was speaking eloquently. The latest scientific research has proven that whether or not a person has reached the maturity level of an adult can't be judged by age or appearance alone. Just like transgender people, the gender that they identify with in their hearts is their true gender. You can't say that a person is a woman just because they look like a woman and have female characteristics. Maybe deep down, she thinks she's a man, so you have to respect her choice and say that she's a man. Gun Yinji's teeth were about to shatter when she heard this. Where did this weird lawyer come from? He was challenging everyone's common sense and worldview. Gun Yinji wasn't the only one who expressed her anger. Even the Germans listening to this kept gasping. If it weren't for the solemnity of the court, Gun Yinji guessed that there would have been people booing. However, the defendant's lawyer didn't care about everyone's reactions at all. He only cared about the judge. Your Honor, when the case occurred, my clients weren't even 22 years old. They were only 21 years old, and their mental behavior proves that they haven't reached the maturity level of an adult yet. I sincerely ask you to take this case back to the juvenile court to finish. Objection. The prosecutor immediately raised his right hand. The defendant's lawyer's standard for judging maturity is too subjective and not something that should be defined by the law. To determine whether or not the defendants meet the standard of adult maturity, it is enough to look at their physical and dental development. As the prosecutor spoke, he took out a medical test report and showed it to the court. This is a medical evaluation by a medical expert on the two defendants. From a physiological point of view, they are completely mature. Objection. The defendant's lawyer saw that the situation wasn't looking good and immediately jumped up. I said earlier that physical maturity alone isn't enough to determine true maturity. Only psychological maturity is true maturity. He quoted classics and even threw out the new theory of neuroscientists from Harvard University. The prosecutor was so angry that he couldn't speak. He was trying to stir up trouble. Gun Yinji couldn't stand it anymore. Psychological maturity, my *SS. Did you think the world revolved around you? Why didn't you argue that you had acute intermittent manic psychosis at the moment you killed someone? Gun Yinji suppressed her anger and stood up after obtaining He Jichu's approval. As a member of the legal team hired by the plaintiff's parents, Gun Yinji had the right to argue with the prosecutor against the defendant's lawyer. Your Honor, the latest research from Harvard University can't be used as a standard to determine whether or not the defendants are truly mature. Gun Yinji felt that the defendant's lawyer was quibbling and constantly changing concepts to brainwash everyone. Unfortunately, Gun Yinji was also an expert in changing concepts and brainwashing, so she didn't fall for it or become speechless from anger. Harvard University is the best university in the world, and Harvard's neuroscience is also one of the best. How dare you say that can't be used as a standard? The defendant's lawyer shrieked. He was still a bit wary of Gun Yinji. After all, the moment this little girl made a move, she forced the previous defendant's lawyer to go home and eat himself. It was said that even his lawyer's license might be revoked. This new defendant's lawyer had made ample preparations, but unfortunately, there was almost no information on Gun Yinji. He couldn't find anything else to analyze Gun Yinji's style of arguing in court. Gun Yinji walked out from the public gallery behind the plaintiff's stand and walked in front of the defendant's lawyer. In a clear voice, she said, American public schools allow transgender students to choose whether to use the men's or women's restroom. May I ask if it's the same in German public schools? The defendant's lawyer shut his mouth tightly and refused to answer Gun Yinji's question. This question was obviously a trap. As soon as he answered, he would fall into the trap, and his previous defense would be completely ineffective. Please answer me. Gun Yinji waited for a while, but when the defendant's lawyer still didn't speak, she urged him. Your Honor, the defendant's lawyer isn't speaking. Shouldn't we get another lawyer for the other party? Gun Yinji could only ask the judge for help. In court, the defendant's lawyer had to speak when questioned by the plaintiff's lawyer. The defendant had the right to remain silent, but the defendant's lawyer didn't. When a new defendant's lawyer heard that Gun Yinji was going to use the same trick again, he couldn't help but sneer. What? Are you going to sue me for racial discrimination again? No, I'm not going to sue you for racial discrimination. Gun Yinji raised a brow. I'm going to sue you for contempt of court. The defendant's lawyer glared at Gun Yinji as if he had just seen a dog. He opened his mouth and finally said angrily, What the hell do you want to say? I'm asking you a question. Please answer me. Will German public schools recognize the rules for transgender students in American public schools? Defendant's lawyer, please answer the plaintiff's lawyer's question. The judge finally spoke. The defendant's lawyer hung his head. After a long time, he finally said, "No." Then he immediately said, "But this standard is different from Harvard University's standards for personal maturity. It is different. Sir, I think you're trying to force a duck onto a perch by making this defense. You just found an argument, right?" Gunyinji shrugged. "Actually, why do you have to go through all this trouble? A subject as advanced as neuromedicine isn't suitable for you, and it's even more unsuitable for your client who appears to be mentally retarded and crazy." This was the first update. There would be an extra update at 7 p.m. Chapter 602. Objection. The plaintiff's lawyer is slandering my client as mentally retarded and crazy. That's a personal attack. The defendant's lawyer immediately seized on a loophole in Gunyinji's words and retorted excitedly. Gunyinji smiled at him. "Are you sure I'm slandering your client? Is there a risk in telling the truth these days?" The defendant's lawyer boomed and almost patted his chest to guarantee, "My client is definitely not mentally retarded or crazy. On the contrary, he's very smart and rational. His school results can prove it, and his relatives and friends can also prove that he's always been a polite and good child." "Enough!" Gunyinji interrupted him. "That's what I want to know." As she spoke, she also turned to look at the judge. Her expression was so calm that no one could tell what she was going to do next. Hijichu curled his lips and secretly praised Gunyinji's quick thinking in an emergency to block the opponent's escape route. The judge also froze and only confirmed with the defendant's lawyer after Gunyinji's repeated urging. "Are you sure your client isn't mentally retarded or crazy?" "Absolutely not," the defendant's lawyer blurted out. Then he suddenly remembered something, and his expression changed. Seth's stepfather, York, who was sitting in the courtroom, cursed quietly, "Treacherous." Gunyinji looked in the judge's direction, her pretty little face beaming from ear to ear. "Your Honor," the defendant's lawyer personally testified that the defendant is not mentally retarded, nor is he mentally ill. This means that he is a person with full capacity to act. Also, he was 21 when he committed the crime, and all his physical signs prove he's already an adult. Therefore, we object to using the juvenile court to try this case. The defendant's lawyer's face was ashen. He suddenly realized he was the one who was truly mentally retarded. Gunyinji's words just now reminded him that defending the defendant as mentally retarded or mentally ill was the easiest way to get him off the hook. How could he ignore the essentials and let the other party lead him by the nose? In the end, this little b asterisk TCH had outsmarted him and personally cut off the possibility of a mentally retarded defense. The male defendant, Seth's parents, wanted to kill him with vicious glares. Therefore, the defendant's second defense, which they thought they were well prepared, lost another round because of Gunyinji's interference. When the judge sighed and announced that the defendants would be tried as adults, Ramona, Seth's mother, immediately burst into tears. My baby! My baby!" She threw herself at him and cried, hugging her son, who was as big and strong as a wall. The corners of Gunyinji's mouth twitched as she muttered in Mandarin, "Let the baby go, it's still a child, don't be so smug." The defense lawyer walked over and pointed to the sky, warning her in a threatening manner. There are still several rounds of trial left. Do you really think you have the upper hand? Look at where you are. How naive. It's two son, right? Gunyinji smiled as she packed her things. There was a hint of mockery in the corner of her mouth. "I'll wait and see. You better work hard. Don't make me feel like I've won unfairly." The defense lawyer was so angry that he wanted to hit her. However, Hijichu and 4 other tall American lawyers surrounded him and looked at the defense lawyer coldly. The defense lawyer could only snort and leave. Show him some color, and he'll start a dye shop. Gunyinji wasn't afraid at all, but when she turned around, she saw the male defendant, Seth, glaring at her. It made her very unhappy. "What are you looking at? If it weren't for the fact that Germany doesn't have a death penalty, you'd be dead for sure." Gunyinji secretly complained in her heart, but she put on a shocked expression and immediately said to the bailiff, "Sir, I'm afraid that person will take revenge on me. I want to ask for court protection." Gun Yinji pointed in the direction of the male defendant, Seth, who didn't have time to retract his hateful gaze. Everyone in the courtroom, including the judge and the bailiff, saw it. He could have been released on bail, but seeing his fierce expression, the judge flatly rejected his family's request for bail. The reason was that he had threatened the plaintiff's lawyer, which was an additional crime, so he couldn't be released on bail. Ramona, Seth's mother, covered her mouth tightly with her hand. Her eyes were red from crying as she watched her son be taken away by the bailiff and locked up. She walked to Gun Yinji and sobbed. "You're so cruel. My son didn't do it on purpose, so why did you have to be so ruthless? What's your relationship with the victim? How much money did her family pay you for you working so hard for her lawsuit?" Gun Yinji rolled her eyes internally. This kind of person did whatever they wanted just because they had a bit of power. Truly, everything was the same in the past and present. My client was even more innocent. May I ask why your son tortured her to death? Your son killed an innocent person, so how dare you ask others to let your son go? Just because you're a high-ranking officer in the German police force? Gun Yinji spoke loudly, her authentic Oxford English clearly heard by the German media waiting at the door. They practically pricked up their ears to listen to the commotion. Ramona's heart ached to death. To her, the dead Xia female exchange student was less than a dog. She would sympathize with a dead dog, but the person who died was a foreigner with no power or influence. She really didn't think her precious son would have to pay such a high price for such a small matter. "Do you know that my son is only 22 years old? If he goes to jail, his life will be ruined. What chance will he have in the future?" Ramona angrily accused Gun Yinji. "And there's no evidence at all. What right do you have to say that my son killed your client?" "No evidence at all?" Gun Yinji snorted. "How do you know there's no evidence at all?" "Of course I know. My husband and I personally investigated this case." Ramona wiped the tears from her face, and a vicious glint flashed across her eyes. As a woman, she had risen to the position of senior inspector not entirely because of her husband's connections. Gun Yinji hated this kind of person the most. She sneered. "There's no evidence at all because you and your husband destroyed all the evidence, right?" "Nonsense." Ramona took 2 steps back, her expression a bit panicked. "There was no evidence to begin with. My son didn't kill her." With that, she hurriedly left the courtroom and refused all media interviews. Gun Yinji put on her large sunglasses and followed Hijichu out of the courthouse. There were even more media waiting at the courthouse, and when they saw them come out, they swarmed over even more. Microphones with recording equipment were handed to Hijichu. He also wore a large pair of sunglasses, which made his face look even more exquisite and mysterious. This was a second watch, a reminder for recommendation votes and monthly votes. P.S. Thank you all for your support. Thank you to the readers who discovered the plagiarized book. It feels so heartwarming. Oh, intersectioners for intersection. Oh. Chapter 603. Hijichu didn't say a word and didn't look at the reporters chasing after him. He walked to his luxurious business car as if there was no one else around. The reporters who had been squeezing in front of him were mesmerized by his aura and couldn't help parting to make a path for him. They watched as the 6-person legal team from the largest American law firm filed out and got into their car. After the car sped away, the reporters finally snapped back to reality and began frantically broadcasting the results of the day's trial. Unfortunately, audio and video recordings weren't allowed in the courtroom, so they could only use a few photos of the official trial issued by the court to accompany the news. By the time Gun Yinji and the others returned to the hotel, the German media was already reporting on the second trial of the case. Gun Yinji and the 4 American assistants watched TV in Hijichu's hotel suite and discussed the case at the same time. Watching Hijichu's handsome back as he strode to his business car, Gun Yinji sat on the sofa and cupped her cheeks as she smiled. "Professor, he is famous in Germany now." Hijichu was indeed famous in Germany, but the Germans paid more attention to the largest American law firm behind Hijichu. Law firms usually didn't advertise publicly, so Hijichu being in the limelight this time could be considered a free large-scale advertisement for his law firm. The law firm originally had branches in Europe, but they were in England and France, not Germany. After the case appeared, the Germans became very familiar with the law firm, and the Americans who knew how to do business immediately decided to open a branch in Germany. Because Hijichu was a partner of the law firm and a symbolic figure for the Germans to familiarize themselves with the law firm, he was also appointed to preside over the opening of the German branch. Hijichu didn't need to do much of the trivial work. He only needed to oversee the general direction and sign important legal documents. As for the case they were trying, Hijichu made Gu Nianji the team leader, and the other 4 assistants became her subordinates. After the previous 2 trials, the 4 American assistants were impressed by Gu Nianji's abilities. Also, because the case involved a female student from the Huaxiao Empire and was of the same language and ethnicity as Gu Nianji, it would be more sincere for her to be the main representative. It would also arouse the sympathy of the judge and the German public, so they unanimously supported Gu Nianji as the leader to win the case. When the Germans saw her, they would think of the pitiful and innocent victim who had died, and they could gain more sympathy. Although the law had its own logic, public pressure was also very important. It was impossible for a judge not to pay attention to public opinion, because a judge was also a human. To the 4 American assistants, as long as they won the lawsuit, they would receive the same benefits as Gu Nianji. Because in theory, they were all Hijichu's assistants, so Hijichu was the main person in charge. Gu Nianji was the leader of the team, but it was a different division of responsibilities within the team. It wouldn't affect their future resumes. Therefore, with everyone's support, Gu Nianji became the main force against the defense's lawyer in the trial. When she appeared in court the next day, Gu Nianji had tied her long hair into a bun at the back of her head and put on some light makeup. She looked more mature than when she wasn't wearing makeup, and her movements were full of confidence. She no longer looked like a young college girl. She stood next to Hijichu, her cold expression almost identical to his. "I can tell that you're Mr. He's student." One of the assistants teased her. "Gu, you're such a good learner. You can even imitate Mr. He's expression perfectly." Gu Nianji touched her face and smiled. "Smith, you have bad eyesight. You said I look like him. Are you saying I'm not a woman? Or, that professor, he isn't a man?" The assistant named Smith froze for a moment before understanding. He was instantly defeated by Gu Nianji's incisiveness. His face ashened. He quickly glanced at Hijichu. He didn't expect Hijichu to be looking at them with a cold expression. "Oh my God, Gu, you've really screwed me over. Can I just make a joke?" Smith moved closer to Gu Nianji and pointed at her with gritted teeth. Hijichu's expression darkened. He finally said, "Smith, you don't have to appear in court today. Go see how the branch is progressing and report to me tonight." He kicked Smith out of the trial with one sentence. Smith wanted to cry, but had no tears. He knew he had gotten into troubles by talking too much. He could only pack his briefcase dejectedly and leave the Munich district court. He wanted to check on the progress of a new German branch. How could such a boring task compare to the excitement of a trial? He wasn't wrong. Today's trial was indeed exciting. This was the 3rd trial. After 2 trials where the defendant changed lawyers and whether or not the defendant was judged as an adult, Gu Nianji and the prosecutor worked together to not only greatly reduce the opponent's arrogance, but they also conveniently blocked the loophole of the opponent's mentally retarded defense. Today, the 3rd trial was about to enter the main topic of the case. However, they didn't know until they entered the courtroom that there was a new judge. The new judge was of a higher rank than the previous judge. His attitude toward the case was also very different from the previous judge. The male defendant, Seth, had a cold expression. His eyes were cold as he glared at Gu Nianji. When faced with the prosecutor's question, his new defense lawyer denied it flatly. "My client didn't see the victim on the day she died. My client met her the day before she died and had sex with her the day before." Gu Nianji couldn't help but sneer at this ridiculous answer. Although the male defendant, Seth, tried his best to appear innocent, His murky eyes betrayed his evil heart. The prosecutor confirmed again and again that the defendant's lawyer insisted that his client was innocent and that someone else had killed the victim, Li Haiqing. The prosecutor pursed his lips. He looked at the materials in his hands, then at the judge who was staring at him coldly. He also looked at the high-ranking police officers behind the defendant's stand. He was a bit discouraged. This case wasn't difficult at all. What was difficult was who had the guts to stand up against the entire police district and the judicial system for an ordinary, powerless foreigner. The police officer who had previously performed the DNA test had already been charged by the prosecutor due to procedural issues because he had foiled the plans of some high-ranking police officers and couldn't get their children off the hook. Gun Yinji watched as the prosecutor didn't refute the defendant's lawyer's ridiculous answer for a long time. He actually shriveled up and was puzzled. This case wasn't difficult. Based on the material she had seen, it was obvious that the defendant and his lawyer were lying. Why didn't the prosecutor fight back? After a while, the relieved judge announced a 15-minute recess. After 15 minutes, if the prosecutor and the victim's lawyer didn't have new evidence, a preliminary verdict would be made. In that case, the defendant was likely to be acquitted due to lack of evidence. Gun Yinji didn't understand. She straightened up and asked Hijichu quietly, "Professor He, what's going on?" Hijichu knew more about things beyond the law than Gun Yinji. He said coldly, "These people should have already taken control of the entire judicial system. The prosecutor doesn't dare to argue with them anymore." Gun Yinji's eyes widened in shock. There wasn't a trace of impurity in her clear black and white eyes. She asked blankly, "Why? How dare they? This was a matter of life and death. A foreigner. Why wouldn't they dare? They even dare to do it to their own people. It's just that the cost is higher." The corners of Hijichu's mouth twitched. But this time, they've kicked an iron plate. Gun Yinji took a deep breath and patted her chest. "Thank you for your support, Professor He. I'll go ask the prosecutor, and then let me do it." Hijichu looked at her quietly for a while. "Aren't you afraid?" "Afraid? Why should I be afraid of these sneaky people? I believe that evil can't prevail over good. I don't believe that they can really hide the truth from the masses. I believe that heaven's net has long arms, but nothing escapes. You'll have to pay for what you've done sooner or later." "Okay, then go ahead and try." Hijichu looked down. The key to this case is the transactions behind the scenes. The evidence in front of the courtroom is actually very sufficient, but the collusion within the judicial system here is too rampant. Gun Yinji only said one word before getting up to look for the prosecutor. In just a short while, the prosecutor was almost nowhere to be seen. Gun Yinji asked several people before finding him on the rooftop of the courthouse. Seeing his lonely figure standing on the rooftop, Gun Yinji suddenly understood what Hijichu was saying. This prosecutor must be under a lot of pressure, right? He was afraid that after the case was over, he would be attacked and retaliated from within the system, right? After all, the murderer was the son of the head of their department. He didn't have a sharpness of the previous 2 times. He was almost completely subdued in front of the defense lawyer and didn't dare to argue with him. Gun Yinji didn't want to ask him why. He had already tried his best. Why make things difficult for him? Gun Yinji had never been someone who would let others sacrifice themselves for her or others' benefit. She walked over slowly and coughed softly. The prosecutor turned around and saw it was Gun Yinji. He forced a smile at her and said quietly, "I'm sorry." Gun Yinji's eyes were a little wet. She raised her head and took a deep breath to swallow her tears. She said in a low voice, "If you don't mind, can you give me your information? I'll be the chief control officer later." "Are you sure?" The prosecutor gasped. "You're still young. I understand how you feel. When I was as young as you, I also had a strong sense of justice. But I'm already 50 years old this year and will soon be retiring. If I give it my all, I might lose my qualifications for public office forever, my pension, and spend the rest of my life in poverty." It was indeed the reason Hijichu had mentioned. This is the first update. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. There will be an extra update at 7 p.m. P.S. Happy Queen's Day, girls. Chapter 604. As Gu Nianji lamented her lack of experience, she felt more respect for He Ji-chu. She said to the prosecutor, "I understand, and I don't blame you. I just hope you can give me the information. It's not illegal, and I'm also the victim's lawyer. I have the right to share the information with you." Although the prosecutor was afraid of retaliation from those people, he also had his own sense of justice. The psychological pressure of not being able to redress the grievances of the poor victim was no less than that of being threatened. Seeing that Gu Nianji only requested to share the information and that it was legally permitted, he agreed without hesitation. "I'll give it to you when we get back to court." He patted Gu Nianji's shoulder. "Work hard. The last chance is in your hands." Gu Nianji was very grateful. She followed the prosecutor back to the court and took a flash drive from him. "The information is all here, but it's all in German. You can use real-time software to translate it into English immediately. Although it's not very accurate, the general meaning shouldn't be wrong," the prosecutor secretly suggested to her. Gu Nianji agreed with a smile and returned to her seat. She passed the flash drive to He Ji-chu. "Professor He, this is the German information. Can you take a look?" He Ji-chu took the flash drive and inserted it into the computer port to start browsing. There was a lot of information, and the prosecutor sorted out the key points. He Ji-chu quickly translated the summary of the case into English and summarized a few contradictions and suspicious points for Gu Nianji's reference. Gu Nianji also opened her laptop and silently connected to the Munich District Court's free Wi-Fi. Since the Munich and Roslau judicial systems were blatantly colluding with each other to obstruct justice, they couldn't blame her for taking drastic measures. She knew it was illegal to a certain extent. At least, it violated the court's rule that trials were not to be held in public. However, this violation had nothing to do with the case. Even if it was discovered in the end, it wouldn't affect the trial. Gu Nianji pursed her lips, her gaze determined. Her slender fingers flew across the laptop and opened a small software that she made. Using a heavily disguised IP address, she hacked into the court's central control system and connected to the court's video surveillance. At the same time, she shared the video surveillance with the court's official account on Germany's largest social media to broadcast the entire trial. In order to make the Germans realize how evil their elected judge and police chief were, Gu Nianji intentionally adjusted the angle of the surveillance cameras in the courtroom. The main part of the courtroom focused on the judge, the defendant's lawyer, and the male defendant, Seth. In the public gallery, it focused on Seth's stepfather, York, and mother, Ramona. She carefully left an angle in the courtroom that would not be captured by the cameras. When the time came, she would stand at this angle and take charge. Only her voice could be heard on the shared live stream, but her figure could not be seen. Soon, a live stream of the trial appeared on the official account of the Munich District Court. The Germans who were following the case were keenly aware of it. For a while, there was a surge of public sentiment on social media, and the server was almost overcrowded. The court's official social media account wasn't very active and didn't have many followers. This time, because of this famous case, they only gained a few followers. Therefore, the court didn't send anyone to manage the social media account. Only a part-time court clerk went there once a month. Therefore, when people discovered the live stream of the trial, the social media account gained 1,000 followers a second, but the Munich District Court didn't know anything about it. 15 minutes passed, and the smiling judge announced the start of the trial. He said eagerly, "If the defendant's lawyer and the plaintiff's lawyer have no further questions, I can announce wait." Gu Nianji stood up and said calmly, "I have a question." The judge's expression darkened inch by inch. He stared at Gu Nianji. "What did you say? Please speak German." As expected, he was deliberately making things difficult. Gu Nianji raised a brow. No wonder the previous two trial judges who sympathized with the victim had been replaced. It turned out they had replaced a judge who was biased towards the defendant. Gu Nianji raised her voice and said in English, "According to your law, I can defend in English. Your court will have to assign an interpreter for me. We don't have an interpreter here." The judge spread his hands with a sullen expression. "You can either speak German or shut up and let me announce the outcome of the trial." When the judge said this, The court's official social media account exploded with a live stream of the trial. Countless Germans who were watching the live broadcast of the court trial felt as if 10,000 beasts were galloping in their hearts. How could this be? Wasn't this clearly not allowing the prosecution's lawyer to speak? Although German was supposed to be spoken in German courts, there was no rule against English. You're saying you can't find an interpreter? Fine. At the same time, countless Germans with professional translation qualifications called the court and volunteered to be the German interpreter for the lawyer representing the victim, Li Haiqing's parents. The court staff quickly asked the judge, who was in the middle of the trial, if they needed an interpreter. The judge looked at them coldly and didn't dare ask a word. The judge continued to say to Gunyinji, "Nothing else to say? Fine, I announce. Wait." This time, it was Ijichu who stood up and spoke in German. "I'll be her German interpreter." His pure Hanover accent surprised the judge. The tens of thousands of Germans watching the live stream finally laughed. This was the first time they found themselves choosing to stand on the side of a foreigner in a conflict between a native and a foreigner. Gunyinji looked at Ijichu gratefully and immediately began her questioning. She first looked at the male defendant, Seth. "Mr. Seth, I want to ask you. Your lawyer said that you met the victim the day before she died and had sex with her. Is that true?" Seth narrowed his eyes at her and still didn't speak. Gunyinji turned to the defense lawyer. "May I ask if you have full authority to speak for your client, Seth? Is that correct?" "Of course. I'm his lawyer." "Don't tell me you don't even know what it means to be a lawyer who signed a contract." The defense lawyer mocked Gunyinji with an unfriendly look. "Yeah, it's good that you know." Gunyinji looked at the male defendant, Seth. "Mr. Seth, did you hear that? Everything your defense lawyer says later is on your behalf and has the full force of law." Gunyinji saw the confusion on Seth's shiny face and coughed lightly before continuing to explain. "So, you still plan on not saying a word? He's not you. Is his understanding of the case and yourself as profound as yours?" It was the second watch. Just a reminder, there were recommendation votes and monthly votes. Moi. Oh, intersection is intersection. Oh. Chapter 605. Deal with the chief prosecutor himself? Don't want a defense lawyer? Seth's heart skipped a beat, and he shifted uneasily in his seat. He instinctively looked at his parents in the gallery behind him. His stepfather, York, kept a straight face and slowly shook his head at him. Of course, he couldn't let him defend himself. He knew his stepson's personality very well. Gunyinji saw all of this and curled her lips into a small smile. She looked like she could deal with him easily. She understood Seth's personality and behavior. From the information, he was a selfish, narrow-minded, extreme, and impulsive person. He didn't have a high IQ, and his judgment was poor. However, he was strangely conceited and didn't trust anyone but himself. Otherwise, she wouldn't have set up such a trap to expose Seth's shortcomings in front of all of Germany and even the entire world. So she continued to say to Seth, "Are you asking for the opinion of her stepfather, who is also the chief of the Roslau Regional Police Department? I still have to remind you that no matter what, you can't not say a word. If that's the case, why don't you answer the plaintiff's lawyer's questions yourself?" Seth wavered. He was indeed afraid of people saying the wrong thing. Although his parents said the new lawyer was very good and famous for being a rogue lawyer, what if he said the wrong thing? Also, he had said the wrong thing before. His mother had told him that it would be best to use mental illness to get him off the hook, but the lawyer had ruined it. Famous? That was all there was to it. He didn't want a criminal record, and he didn't want to spend the rest of his life in jail. Just as Seth was hesitating, Gunyinji said to the judge, "According to procedure, it is now our turn to cross-examine the defendant. Your Honor, please allow it." The judge glared at Gunyinji and almost said no. But he remembered that there were people from the media sitting in the courtroom. Although York said he had already informed his friends from the media, he couldn't be too obvious. What if those people wrote nonsense? It was better to go through the necessary procedures first, since it wouldn't affect his verdict. He nodded. "Defendant, please answer the plaintiff's lawyer's questions." The judge gave the order, so Seth had no choice but to go to the seat in front for questioning witnesses and suspects. Gun Yinji clasped her hands behind her back and stood gracefully in the courtroom. Her small, bright face was like fine white jade, exquisite and moving. Seth glanced at Gun Yinji and suddenly remembered the Huaxia female exchange student he had tortured to death multiple times. She also had a slender body, but she wasn't as pretty as this lawyer, and her skin wasn't as fair as hers. That kind of crystal-clear skin would definitely feel good to the touch. Just thinking about it made him hard. Seth's eyes were fixed on Gun Yinji's chest. Gun Yinji's women's Armani suit was very slim, accentuating her slim waist and accentuating her breasts. Seth's face was extremely annoying, and Gun Yinji was very angry. However, she knew that it was a live broadcast of the trial, and the more perverted Seth appeared, the easier it would be for him to attract hatred. So she ignored Seth's gaze and calmly began to ask her questions. "Mr. Seth, may I ask where you were on the evening of May 11th a year ago, when the victim, Li Haiqing, went out for a jog and was attacked?" "I was sleeping in my apartment with my girlfriend, Nina." Seth's lips curled into a perverted smile as he looked at Nina, who was also the defendant's girlfriend. Nina bowed her head deeply and bent over so much that she was about to crawl under the table. Gun Yinji calmly continued her interrogation. "Other than your girlfriend, is there anyone else who can testify?" Seth thought about it for a minute and shook his head. "No, that's too bad." Gun Yinji raised her finger and shook it. "Your girlfriend is also the defendant in this case, so using her as your alibi has no legal effect at all." Seth's expression darkened, and a trace of anger appeared on his originally calm face. "Why?" Seth asked Gun Yinji with gritted teeth. "Although I have no obligation to answer your questions, I can explain to you since you have always despised the law and order, so you don't continue to be ignorant of the law." Gun Yinji paused, and before the defense lawyer could object, she quickly said, "Because she could collude with you to cover up for each other's crimes." The defense lawyer was still a beat too slow and finally shouted, "Objection! The plaintiff's lawyer is slandering my client." Objection sustained. Plaintiff's lawyer, please be careful with your words. The judge immediately warned Gun Yinji, and his biased expression was obvious. Gun Yinji shrugged. "Your Honor, although I don't think it's slandering to say that the defendant is ignorant of the law, I can't help it if you insist on protecting the defendant's interests." "How is it not slandering?" The defense lawyer sneered and waved his arm fiercely. His body language showed that he was very agitated and angry, and this situation was very infectious for the court personnel. "This isn't the first time you've said this. You said my client is mentally retarded and crazy. Now you're saying he's ignorant of the law. I'm sorry to say he's mentally retarded and crazy, but being ignorant of the law is the truth." Gun Yinji didn't care and continued. "Defendant's lawyer, have you forgotten the definition of slandering? I can't sue you for slandering just because you quarrel with me." The defense lawyer was speechless. "I'm the one suing you. How can it be you suing me?" Gun Yinji spun around and looked at the people in the courtroom. The three elements to prove slandering are slandering, accusing the plaintiff, and publication. Even if the first two are true, the third one is not. As long as I didn't officially publish your client's statement that he's mentally retarded and crazy, slandering cannot be established and can't even be filed. As for being ignorant of a law, according to the basic principle of slandering, it must be a fiction. If it's an objective fact, then even if it causes harm to your client, it can't be considered slandering. Your client is ignorant of the law, and this is an objective fact, so I'm sorry to hurt his and your fragile pride, but I won't take back my words. You're being unreasonable. The defense lawyer sneered. It's not a slandering lawsuit, so why are you talking about all this nonsense? How do you know it's not a slandering lawsuit? Then who was the one who said I was slandering his client? Gun Yinji raised a brow and glanced at Seth. Even your client is better at talking than you are. The defense lawyer was also capable, but he had no conscience, so he was the only one who dared to take on this kind of lawsuit where the defendant had conclusive evidence. He relied on Seth's parents' influence to handle it casually because the outcome of the trial had already been communicated behind scenes. He hadn't expected to run into a small lawyer who didn't fear power and kept going against them. The defense lawyer narrowed his eyes and thought to himself that he had to teach her a lesson. Otherwise, losing face was a small matter, but if he lost the case, he couldn't afford to offend Seth's parents. The judge's eyes narrowed at Gunyinji's words. He wanted to refute her, but when he thought about the verdict he was about to make, he restrained himself. He looked down at the summary statement in front of him and pretended not to hear Gunyinji. Gunyinji smiled and turned to ask the male defendant, Seth, again, so on the evening of May 11th last year, what were you and your girlfriend doing? Seth shut his mouth and refused to say anything else. It won't do if you don't speak. If you don't speak, I'll assume you have no alibi that day, Gunyinji said calmly. She took out a document and said loudly to the people in the courtroom, this is Mr. Seth's statement when he turned himself into the police. Seth froze. Gunyinji took the statement and asked him, is this your signature? Seth looked at it and nodded. Yes. You said in the statement that you saw the victim, Li Haiqing, on May 10th, the day before she died, and that you had sex with her. It wasn't the day she was attacked and died of an unnatural cause? Yes, it was the day before. We had sex. A strange smile appeared on Seth's face. He looked at Gunyinji and his fingers trembled. Gunyinji's expression turned serious as she took out a forensic report. Mr. Seth, since you said you had sex with the victim the day before, why was there still your asterisk on her body and clothes when she died? Even if you didn't shower for a night and there were traces on your body, who would wear clothes full of asterisk and go jogging in the same clothes the next day? He had overlooked this point. Seth's eyes flickered as he stammered. Who knows? Maybe it was her eccentricity. Eccentricity, my ass. Are you stupid? Or do you think we're all stupid? Gunyinji felt that his excuse was ridiculous and insulting everyone's intelligence. Objection. The plaintiff's lawyer is insulting my client again and making a personal attack. The defendant's lawyer stood up and glared at Gunyinji. The judge was expressionless and said to Gunyinji, Plaintiff's lawyer, please watch your words. This is the third time. Gunyinji chuckled and spread her hands. Your Honor, I was making a reasonable inference. Of course, if you and the defendant's lawyer believe that a reasonable inference is not allowed, then what's the point of us arguing so hard? The judge hung his head uncomfortably and laughed dryly. As long as it's a reasonable inference, of course it's allowed. Then I inferred from the defendant's ridiculous words that he thinks we're stupid. Is it not allowed? Or do you and the defendant's lawyer think it's normal to go jogging in clothes full of asterisk the next day? The defendant's lawyer and the judge both shut up. Hijichu continued to translate for her from the side. His cool and emotionless voice complemented Gunyinji's forceful debate and was surprisingly effective. At least the countless Germans watching the live broadcast of the trial were completely convinced. Gunyinji picked up another document and said, the victim, Li Haiqing, disappeared on the evening of May 11th last year when she went jogging. Later, her roommate called the police, and 2 days later, her naked body was found in the woods behind Seth's building. Her clothes were only found after the police rummaged through 50 tons of trash. This was the first update. A reminder to everyone for your monthly votes and recommendation votes. There would be an extra update at 7 p.m. Chapter 606. After the police filed the case, the police officer who did the DNA testing was sued by the local prosecutor's office because he announced to the media that the defendant's DNA was found on the clothes and the victim's body. They said that he violated procedural justice by announcing the DNA results ahead of time. And everyone should remember that when the case was first filed and the defendant had just turned himself in, there was another prosecutor who used the defendant's side of the story and violated professional ethics and judicial principles. He immediately held a press conference to say that the victim had initiated a threesome with the defendant and had suffocated to death after going too far. I can also let everyone know that the prosecutor who held a press conference to say that the victim was a willing threesome was not sued by the prosecutor's office for violating procedural justice. Instead, he was promoted. One announced the truth and became a defendant, while the other falsified information and was promoted. How harmonious! Of these two people, one released correct information to the public, but was accused of violating procedural justice. The other released false information and intentionally misled the public, but was promoted and made a fortune. What does this mean? Gunyinji's gaze fell on Seth's parents, sitting in the courtroom. This means that this originally simple case was obstructed by internal police and became what it is today. Objection! The defendant's lawyer was furious and waved his fist at Gunyinji. You have no evidence to say that the police obstructed internal police. Your accusation is very serious. I'm telling you. I don't need you to tell me. Gunyinji calmly took out the information that the prosecutor had given her. According to the police department's own records, the day before Seth turned himself in, his parents drove to his residence to clean up and took away more than 10 bags of trash. At the time, the building that Seth lived in had already been designated as a key inspection area by the police department, and nothing was allowed to be moved. However, Seth's parents used their privileges to openly enter and interfere with the handling of evidence. Can I reasonably infer that the defendant's parents had already removed and destroyed all direct evidence? All of this was written on the flash drive that the prosecutor had given Gunyinji. In for a penny, in for a pound, in for a pound, Gunyinji spilled the beans. Hijichu was impartial and translated it all into German for her. The Germans watching the live broadcast of the trial were in an uproar. What? There's such a thing. That's too evil. Not only were the people in the courtroom stunned, but all the Germans watching the live broadcast were also stunned. Many of them were locals of the Roslaw region and knew that the local government was very shady. However, this level of shoddiness was still beyond what most people could accept. They all knew that there was a problem with their legal system, but they didn't expect it to be this big. This kind of unscrupulous trampling of justice actually happened inside their courts and police stations. What justice was there to speak of? The defense lawyer didn't expect Gunyinji to be so daring. His face was stern as he repeatedly objected and kept saying that what Gunyinji said had nothing to do with the case. The judge panicked a little and hurriedly said, "Plaintiff's lawyer, don't say anything unrelated to the case. If you continue, I'll disqualify you as a lawyer." Gunyinji laughed coldly. "Your Honor, I originally thought that you had ill intentions towards us. It was just my imagination. Now I realize that it really wasn't an illusion. You mean us harm. How can a judge who has ill intentions towards us conduct a fair trial? Also, I obtained my lawyer's license from the United States and the Huaxia Empire, not Germany. You have no right to disqualify me." The judge froze and scowled. He finally realized that Gunyinji wasn't a local lawyer, but a lawyer from a major American law firm. His heart pounded. He didn't expect the plaintiff's lawyer to also know about this. If this continued, it would be even more difficult for him to insist that the defendant was not guilty. However, Seth's stepfather, York, was not only the chief of the local police station, but also a member of the Roslaw City Council and the leader of the local Democratic Party. This kind of power wasn't something a district judge like him could shake. Also, they had promised him benefits. After this case was over, York would use his party's power to support him in running for office. On one side was a bright future, and on the other was an insignificant case of a foreign female student's death. The judge didn't even need to think about which side to tilt the scales. The judge pursed his lips and stared at Gunyinji. He frowned and thought for a while. Since there was no direct evidence, he didn't care how glib Gunyinji was. When the time came, he just had to grit his teeth and would rather let a real criminal go than convict him without direct evidence. Seeing the judge's nonchalant expression, Gunyinji knew that these people must have already reached an agreement in private. Today's trial was just a formality. She couldn't help but sneer. Trying to manipulate the case? Dream on. The judge slammed his gavel on the table to warn Gunyinji. "Plaintiff's lawyer, don't change the subject. May I ask if you have any more direct evidence? If not, we'll have to conclude our statement. He repeatedly emphasized that there was no need to talk about reasoning. Courts were all about evidence, and without evidence, especially direct evidence, reasoning was useless. Gun Yinji was now completely certain that the judge was in cahoots with the defendant's parents. She finally understood the helplessness of the prosecutor who had just stepped down. He truly didn't dare go against them. Even if he had the most direct evidence, he didn't dare take it out in court. Or rather, he didn't dare take it out. In that instant, Gun Yinji decided to treat the evidence as if she had collected it herself and let the kind prosecutor off the hook. She wasn't German anyway, so she wasn't afraid of scum like York taking revenge. If they wanted to reach into the Huaxia Empire or the United States to take revenge on her, Hua Xiao and Professor, he would teach them a lesson. Gun Yinji's anxious and restless heart completely calmed down when she thought of that. She turned around to look at He Jichu. He Jichu understood what she meant and nodded at her to let her do it. Gun Yinji closed her eyes and turned to the judge resolutely. Your Honor, I have direct evidence to prove that Set's parents obstructed and interfered with justice. I also have direct evidence to prove that Seth and his girlfriend lied. They met the victim, Li Haiqing, a few hours before she was murdered and not the day before as they claimed. The judge's mouth fell open, and his gaze involuntarily shot to York, who was sitting behind the defendant's stand. York was Seth's stepfather and the most powerful person in the Roslaw area. His heart also skipped a beat. He had already packed everything that needed to be packed, so how could there still be direct evidence? It was the second watch. A reminder, recommendation votes and monthly votes. Moi. Oh, intersection after intersection. Oh. Chapter 607. The direct evidence Gun Yinji had obtained from the prosecutor was the surveillance footage of an antique store across the street from Seth's apartment. The evidence was so important that the righteous officers in the Roslaw Police Department had a tacit understanding and didn't mention it to their superiors, York and Ramona. That was why they didn't know about the existence of the evidence until now. The surveillance footage was originally used by the antique store to protect its own store, but it happened to include the area in front of the apartment building across the street. Set's head jerked up, and he looked at Gun Yinji in horror. Gradually, a cruel glint flashed across his eyes as he slowly lowered his head and licked his dry lips with his scarlet tongue. The judge and the defendant's stepfather, York, felt their hearts sink. When did they get this evidence? How did they not know about it? The defendant's lawyer paled, but immediately stood up to ask. May I ask where the plaintiff's lawyer obtained this evidence? Why wasn't it reported to the court before? Gun Yinji had already saved the surveillance footage on her laptop from the flash drive the prosecutor had given her. She had also uploaded it to the Huaxia Empire's cloud backup, so she wasn't afraid of anyone deleting it. She replied calmly, Of course it was the surveillance footage from the antique store. What else do you think? As for why it wasn't reported, we only just obtained this footage. The defendant's lawyer was bewildered and couldn't help turning to look at York. York nodded at him expressionlessly. The defendant's lawyer had an idea and said to Gun Yinji, What surveillance footage? We have to show it to the court to know if it's real or fake. If it's a fake, then let's play it in court. Gun Yinji generously raised her laptop. If the court doesn't have the equipment to play it, I can use my laptop to show it to you. How could the court not have the equipment to play it? The judge looked at Gun Yinji for a while before saying, You can connect it to the big screen in court. Gun Yinji and the court staff connected their computers to the big screen in court. Soon, the scene in front of Set's apartment building appeared on the big screen. The footage showed the time of May 11th last year at around 5 in the afternoon, which was when the victim, Li Haiqing, disappeared. The female defendant, Nina, let out a low howl and collapsed on the table to cry. Her image appeared on the surveillance camera. She walked out of Set's apartment building and circled the door a few times. At that moment, a petite and pretty Chinese female exchange student jogged over in beige sportswear and entered the range of the surveillance camera. It was the victim, Li Haiqing. Nina quickly walked over and called out to Li Haiqing. Li Haiqing stopped, and the two of them seemed to be talking about something. Then, Nina practically pulled Li Haiqing's arm into Seth's apartment. Gun Yinji pressed the pause button and didn't ask the male defendant Seth. Instead, she asked the female defendant Nina. Nina, were you with Seth on May 11th last year? Nina nodded expressionlessly. The evidence was conclusive, and she could not hold on any longer. May 11th last year, the day Li Haiqing was killed. Why did you stop her? Before Nina could answer, Seth suddenly yelled, She volunteered to have a threesome with us. You're meddling too much. Gun Yinji wasn't angry. She replied with an "oh" and asked Seth in return. Then which day? Was it voluntary? Do you want to think about it again? Was it the 10th or the 11th? Seth's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Gun Yinji, unable to speak for a long time. You're not going to say anything? This surveillance camera isn't fake, right? The day you saw the victim, Li Haiqing, was clearly May 11th. Gun Yinji pointed at the temporary image on the big screen. Seth was still stubborn and said, What's the difference between the 10th and the 11th? Can I remember wrongly? She volunteered anyway. We didn't force her. Also, she was clearly fine when she left. Who knows what happened after that? Gun Yinji nodded. Okay, the first point of doubt is that you did indeed see the victim on the day of her death. This proves that you were lying before. I remembered wrongly. How is that a lie? Seth almost roared. Gun Yinji glanced at him coldly and turned to look at the judge. The defendant is shouting in court, and your honor is not going to do anything? Only then did the judge reluctantly say to Seth, Defendant, please control your emotions. I will not allow you to frame a good person. Yes, we will never let a bad person go. Gun Yinji followed up and almost made Seth jump again. The defense lawyer quickly came over to calm him down, but he still glared at Gun Yinji with hatred. Gun Yinji wasn't afraid of him at all and said, You said she willingly had sex with you and then left. But I went through the surveillance footage of this antique shop from that day until now, and I didn't see any images of Li Haiqing leaving your house. May I ask how she left your house? Did she fly out? Or did she jump out of your window? Seth panicked and quickly said, She jumped out. She jumped out of her own accord. Li Haiqing's body was found in the woods behind Seth's apartment building, facing the back window of Seth's house. Haha, you live on the 3rd floor. Did she jump from the 3rd floor? That's amazing. Gun Yinji said meaningfully and opened the video again. She said to Seth's parents sitting in the courtroom, And you too. I'll ask you again. Did you go to Seth's house to help him destroy the evidence? Oh no, I should say, clean up. Seth's stepfather, York, was livid, and his hands began to tremble. Gun Yinji quietly looked at York, the male defendant's stepfather. She didn't speak or retreat. This person was the root cause of the difficulty of the entire case. He had absolute power in the area where the crime occurred, and in the words of the Huaxia imperial bureaucracy, he was the head of the local public security, prosecution, and justice department. He was also the leader of the local Democratic Party and a representative of the People's Congress. This man was quite hard-working for his stepson. Gun Yinji secretly cursed him. If Seth was his biological son, he would probably have forcefully closed the case long ago. York also looked at Gun Yinji, and in that instant he actually calmed down. This female lawyer looked quite brave, probably because she was a foreigner and thought he couldn't do anything to her. That was why she dared to speak and do what she wanted. The corners of York's mouth twitched. He looked down and looked away, no longer meeting Gun Yinji's gaze. Gun Yinji smiled faintly and focused her attention on the female defendant, Nina. She could tell that Nina was about to break down. She was the only way to get the entire truth of the case. Gun Yinji walked to her and began to ask, Nina, what did you say to the victim, Li Haiqing, that day that made her follow you into the apartment? Why did you ask her to enter the apartment? Nina hugged her head with both hands and wailed. She finally spilled the beans. Pointing at Seth, she said loudly, It was him. He kept saying that I couldn't satisfy him. He wanted to break up with me, unless I found another woman to have a threesome with him. Find another woman? You found the victim, Li Haiqing? When did you meet her? Gu Nianji was also nervous, but she still asked calmly. She could hear the sound of her blood gurgling in her ears. It made her excited and agitated. Now was the time to face the truth. Shut up. Seth roared at Nina and brandished his fists to threaten her. Nina also yelled at him. You bastard. You wanted my cousin to have a threesome with you. My cousin agreed first, but then she rejected. She didn't come that day. So you beat me up and forced me to find another woman. Otherwise, we would break up. I was confused and went downstairs to look for someone. I happened to see Lee coming over, so I said I had something to do and asked her for help. She followed me in, and then Gu Nianji pressed. Nina began to dodge. Gu Nianji composed herself and said, Even if you're guilty, you'll at most be an accomplice. If you can expose the real murderer, I'll help you plead with the judge and jury. Nina took a deep breath, as if she had found hope. She said, she knew she was tricked the moment she came in and wanted to run. Then, Nina pointed at Seth. He beat her up. It hurts so much. I'm most afraid of him hitting me. Nina curled up as if remembering the days when she was beaten by Seth. What else? Gu Nianji asked again, hoping Nina would spill everything in one go. But that girl didn't seem to be afraid of pain and fought back with all her might. Nina murmured. Her gaze was blank, as if she was reminiscing. Seth was so angry that he had no choice but to use all his strength to beat her until she fainted. Then he raped her. How many times did he rape her? 5 or 6 times? Or 7 or 8? I can't remember. Nina lowered her head and her voice trailed off. Objection. The defense lawyer stood up again. Gu Nianji turned around and snapped at him. Shut up. I'm still interrogating the defendant. Is that not allowed? Her eyes flashed, and her angry aura was a bit frightening. The defense lawyer was stunned by her. He opened his mouth, then sat down and began to search for information. Nina saw Gu Nianji's anger and was encouraged by her. She wasn't so afraid of Seth's family anymore. She continued. After he vented enough, he realized the girl was almost dead. I was terrified at the time. Seth said to dump her here and come back when she was dead. That way, he would have an alibi. But 3 hours later, when we came back and found she wasn't dead, Seth threw her out the window. Gu Nianji nodded and added, Seth's apartment is on the 3rd floor. She was thrown out from the 3rd floor. Then Gu Nianji took out the autopsy report from the medical examiner. This autopsy report states that Li Haiqing's death was caused by a brutal beating that resulted in fractures and massive bleeding. The soft tissues under her skin broke down into free fat, causing lung blockage and cerebral hypoxia. That was the true cause of her death. This is the first update, a reminder to everyone for your monthly votes and recommendation votes. There will be an extra update at 7 p.m. Chapter 608. In other words, Li Haiqing had been beaten to death. The courtroom was silent, and even Seth had regained his composure with a blank expression. Gu Nianji looked at everyone in the courtroom and turned to the defense lawyer. I'll play another surveillance video. This time, the time of the video was early in the morning on May 15th. A pickup stopped in front of Seth's apartment, and a man and a woman got out of the car. It was Seth's mother, Ramona, and stepfather, York. They entered the apartment building that had already been designated as a key investigation area by the police. Then Gu Nianji fast-forwarded the surveillance video, and when it started playing normally, it showed that it was already evening. After spending almost the entire day in Seth's apartment, York and Ramona finally came out. The two of them carried a lot of black garbage bags out of the apartment building one by one and threw them into the trunk of the pickup. Finally, the pickup disappeared into the night. Gu Nianji stopped the surveillance video and looked at the ashen-faced York and Ramona. She asked again, Didn't you say that you never went to Seth's apartment again after the case was filed? Then, what about the 15th of May? The case was filed on May 13th, and Seth's apartment building was designated as a key investigation area. Nothing was allowed to be moved, but you stayed in Seth's apartment for an entire day on May 15th from morning to night. Gu Nianji looked at Seth and asked, Seth, How dirty is your apartment that your high-ranking police parents had to personally clean it for an entire day? Large beads of sweat formed on Seth's forehead as he stared at the big screen in shock. He was furious. What the F***CK? How could something like this exist? He looked at his mother and stepfather for help. His mother, Ramona, looked at him with tears in her eyes, but his stepfather's face was livid and he didn't say a word. Gunyinji also didn't say anything and quietly watched the family's performance. Since the trial was being broadcasted, Gunyinji was certain that all of Germany was probably watching it. She was just a bit confused as to why the court hadn't realized that the trial was being broadcasted. Because she was worried that they would delete it quickly, Gunyinji had specially changed the password when she hacked into their official account. That way, even if they wanted to delete it, they would have to spend some effort to crack the password and log in. As expected, more and more people were watching the video on German social media. It was the first time that the Germans had found their country's judicial system so twisted. Wasn't the democratic election supposed to be able to elect scum? How did York, who was like a gang leader, get elected as a councilman again and again? How did he become the leader of the Democratic Party? Everyone in the courtroom was shocked by the surveillance footage that had just been played. Countless gazes moved between York and Ramona. Gunyinji gave them enough time before asking, "Mr. York, Ms. Ramona, may I ask where you threw the bags of things you took from Seth's apartment?" Of course, York and Ramona shut their mouths like clamshells and didn't say a word to Gunyinji. They weren't defendants or witnesses, so they could choose not to answer Gunyinji's questions. However, when Gunyinji asked them a question, she had no intention of letting them answer. What she needed to do was to expose this couple, who were full of lies, in front of the public, so that they would not be able to trample on judicial justice any further. Therefore, their silence was exactly what Gunyinji wanted. In the eyes of the people who were following the live broadcast of the trial, the couple was feeling guilty and didn't dare to say a word. "Your Honor, the direct evidence we have now shows that Seth and Nina were the last two people the victim, Li Haiqing, saw before she died. Also, Nina's testimony matches the autopsy results, so there is reason to believe that she is telling the truth. It proves that Seth is guilty of torture, rape, first-degree murder, and second-degree murder. Nina is guilty of second-degree murder and assisting in rape. Furthermore, Roslaw Regional Police Chief York and Senior Superintendent Ramona obstructed justice and deliberately destroyed important evidence related to this case. Your Honor, please sentence them severely and punish the culprits." Gunyinji began to conclude her statement. At that moment, the defendant's lawyer, who had been badly battered by Gunyinji's rebuttal, suddenly discovered a law that could completely defend against the direct evidence Gunyinji had found. Objection! The defendant's lawyer immediately stood up. The surveillance footage of the antique store obtained by the plaintiff's lawyer included the area across from the store. This is an illegal act that violates the personal rights of passers-by, so it cannot be used as evidence against my client. As soon as he said that, York, Ramona, and the judge all sighed in relief. The judge was all smiles and was about to accept the defendant's lawyer's opinion and announce that the direct evidence was not accepted when Gunyinji immediately thought of a counterattack. She clearly said, "According to German criminal law, surveillance footage has priority over the personal rights of passers-by in a criminal case. In other words, for a criminal case, even if the surveillance footage exceeded its legal surveillance range, because it recorded direct evidence of a vicious criminal case, it was no longer illegal evidence, but legal direct evidence." York's face darkened again. At that moment, he finally felt that he couldn't let Gunyinji speak anymore. This female lawyer was truly too strong. He secretly gestured to the judge that they had agreed on. The judge understood and planned to sentence her according to their agreement. At that moment, the people from the Munich District Court finally discovered that their official social media account was broadcasting the trial live. In the courtroom, the judge raised his gavel and looked at the trial statement in front of him. It clearly said, "Due to lack of evidence, the defendant is acquitted." But before he could say anything, the courtroom door was pushed open with a bang. A person who looked like a clerk rushed into the courtroom and came to the judge's side to whisper a few words into his ear. The judge's face immediately darkened, and his hand holding the trial statement trembled slightly. His mouth opened and closed, but in the end, he didn't dare to say the blatant favoritism of the trial statement. He lowered his voice and said to the clerk, "What's the use of telling me? Hurry up and delete the trial live broadcast." The person was about to cry and had a bitter expression. "The account password was changed, so we can't log in for the time being. We're currently contacting the company that runs the social media app and asking them to close our accounts, but they haven't replied yet." Of course, they wouldn't reply. The court trial live broadcast was the most popular video on all German social media and attracted countless new users and traffic. It was such a great opportunity. Even if they could interfere, they had to pretend they didn't know and let the video fly for a while longer. It was the second half of the night. A reminder for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Moi. Oh. Intersection of intersection. Oh. Chapter 609. The judge trembled with anger and closed his eyes, his heart pounding like a drum. This was supposed to be a small matter. He had worked with Yor for many years and had handled all kinds of wrongful cases, but now, for the first time, he felt like his good days were coming to an end. The judge was confused and could only say, "Hurry up and solve the problem. Go now." The clerk left in a hurry, and the judge looked at the familiar courtroom. Although he tried his best to remain calm, his trembling hands betrayed his thoughts. He trembled as he fumbled for the gavel on the table and tried several times before finally grabbing it. He planned to end today's trial immediately. Gunyinji was standing closer and eavesdropping. She knew they had finally discovered the live video of the trial. Gunyinji felt like she had said everything she needed to say, and the German people knew what they needed to know. Now, it would be up to how the case would play out on social media and traditional German media. Without a doubt, foreigners like them had to use the power of public opinion to go against the high-ranking police officers in Roslau. Silence. Due to the new direct evidence in this case, the case will be adjourned for the time being. Court adjourned. The judge banged his gavel with trembling hands and left the room like he was fleeing. York and Ramona looked at each other and didn't understand why the judge had changed his mind. They had agreed to release Ramona's son, Seth, without charge today, and then they would quickly send him abroad to avoid the limelight. In the end, the judge didn't even announce the verdict and left. What had happened that they didn't know? As she stared at the judge's slightly hunched back, Gunyinji was not in a good mood, especially after reading the information provided by the prosecutor, as well as the autopsy report from the medical examiner, as well as what the female defendant, Nina, had just said. It was like a boulder weighing heavily on her heart. Although they had won a complete victory this time, Gunyinji didn't smile at all. She packed up her laptop and put on her large sunglasses. Walking between He-Ji-Chu and the 4 male assistants, she walked out of the courthouse with them. Once outside, oh my God, there was a sea of people outside. It seemed like all the media in Germany had come. The national television stations, local television stations, newspapers, magazines, online media, and especially the social media that live-streamed the trial, sent many reporters over to interview the plaintiff's lawyer, the defendant's lawyer, the plaintiff's parents, and all the relevant witnesses. Gunyinji instinctively glanced at the plaintiff's parents. They were honest, ordinary people and had never seen such a big scene before. They were momentarily stunned. "Professor He, let's get them out of here." Gunyinji tugged at He-Ji-Chu's sleeve. He-Ji-Chu shook his head and said softly, "We don't have to worry about it. Minister Bai sent someone to bring them over. They'll help them fend off the reporters." Sure enough, a few Chinese people who were also wearing sunglasses squeezed in and came to the victim's parents. They said to the reporters, "Thank you for your attention to this case. We hope that the German side can face up to the justice of their country, punish the suspects, and uphold justice for the dead." Gunyinji felt a different kind of feeling when she heard it, even though it was a fairly standard speech. These people were obviously from the Huaxia Imperial Embassy in Germany. Of course, a diplomat's words were watertight and smoother than a lawyer's. Gun Yinji was relieved. The parents wouldn't be at a disadvantage if they followed these people. She followed He Ji-chu into the MPV without worry. Back at the hotel, Gun Yinji took a quick shower and changed her clothes. She met up with He Ji-chu and the others to go out for a celebration dinner. Although the case hadn't been concluded yet, the live broadcast of the trial today was enough to give those who wanted to manipulate the case a hard time. The six of them called the driver of the MPV to go to the 4-star Michelin restaurant that He Ji-chu and Gun Yinji had discovered for dinner. Gun Yinji loved the Bavarian white sausages there. She ate 4 in one go and was so full that her stomach was round. Delicious food had a soothing effect. Gun Yinji suddenly felt less depressed. They dined outdoors. The August night in Munich was quiet and crisp. Fireflies fluttered in the grass like little moving lanterns. The slightly intoxicating wind blew from the nearby Alps and Bavaria mountains, bringing with it the coolness of ancient glaciers. He Ji-chu and his male assistants were all drinking black draft beer. Only Gun Yinji held a cup of hazelnut cream coffee and a small piece of blueberry cheesecake in front of her. The scent of Bavarian roses flowed in the air. Everything was too good to be true. Gun Yinji discovered that she was getting drunk from the hazelnut cream coffee. He Ji-chu sat next to her at a comfortable distance. He wasn't looking at her, but was listening to the conversation of the other 4 assistants. They drank and discussed the case. Smith, the assistant who had been sent by He Ji-chu to check on the preparations for the German branch of the law firm, regretted it so much that he didn't even look at Gun Yinji. He was afraid that if he looked at her, He Ji-chu would teach him a lesson again. He Ji-chu didn't eat much. He had a large glass of draft beer in front of him. He said to Gun Yinji, "I'll be meeting with a few people from the German government in the next few days. I'll also be preparing for the establishment of the German branch of the law firm. What do you plan to do?" Gun Yinji propped her head up with her hand as the cool night wind blew. Her entire body was slack from extreme nervousness. She was lazy and didn't have much energy. What would she do in the next few days when she didn't have to appear in court? She wanted to look for Hua Xiaoheng the most, but Germany was so big. How would she find him? Gun Yinji laughed bitterly on the inside, but didn't dare to show it on her face. After thinking for a while, Gun Yinji said, "I'll rest first. I've been busy with court as soon as I arrived in Germany. I'm still jet-lagged. I've been drinking black coffee every day." He Ji-chu nodded and snapped out of his daze. He asked her quietly, "Why are you so passionate about this case?" Gun Yinji was also confused. She twirled the hazelnut cream coffee in her hand and mumbled, "Actually, I don't know either." In the beginning, she had wanted to use this opportunity to come to Germany and see Hua Xiaoheng. But after she arrived, she realized it was almost impossible to find someone here, so she focused her attention on the case. In the end, the more she learned, the angrier she became. She even had an inexplicable feeling of empathy, so she completely devoted herself to the case. He Ji-chu's shimmering, sultry eyes were especially gentle in the Munich night. He said gently, "As a lawyer, you just have to do your job seriously. Don't invest too much in your personal feelings. A successful lawyer doesn't need too much passion, but the highest degree of calmness. Otherwise, if you get too involved in your personal feelings, it will prevent you from making proper legal judgments. Think about the goddess of law. She's always as calm as a mountain. She'd rather cover her eyes and feel the scales in her hands, but she can't be swayed by emotions." Gun Yinji knew He Ji-chu was teaching her. She accepted it sincerely and quietly took a sip of the hazelnut cream coffee. When the meal was finally over, the 4 American assistants were already drunk and lying on the floor. Luckily, they didn't have to drive themselves. The driver dropped them off at the hotel and glanced at Gun Yinji. "Miss Gu, everyone is praising you." The live broadcast of the trial was eventually deleted from the court's official account. However, someone had already saved the video and uploaded it to another account for everyone to watch. Gun Yinji never showed her face in the video, but everyone was familiar with her voice. Her standard Oxford English and He Jichu's standard Hanover German left a deep impression on everyone. The driver had obviously also watched the live broadcast of the trial. Although Gun Yinji didn't appear in the video, he knew from her voice that she was the only female lawyer in the legal team. She looked delicate and slender, but he hadn't expected her words to be as sharp as knives in court. She made the famous rogue lawyer, the judge who tried to bluff his way through, and the arrogant York speechless. "Thank you." Gun Yinji nodded with a smile. "But it's not all my work. Our team is very good. They were the ones who came up with it. I was just following the script." Gun Yinji didn't want to take credit alone. In fact, the main credit should belong to the righteous police who quietly investigated. Although they didn't dare to step forward, they protected all the evidence well as the prosecutor and the procuratorate. Without their efforts to provide detailed and heavy evidence, she wouldn't have been able to convince everyone, no matter how glib her tongue was. In the dark Roslau region, it was because of these people that people felt that the night wasn't so dark yet, and that there was still hope for humanity. Gun Yinji was very grateful to the prosecutor for giving all the information to her. She was also grateful to the police in the Roslau region who secretly hid the direct evidence. If they hadn't tacitly hidden it from the suspect's high-ranking police parents, the truth of the case wouldn't have come to light so easily. Gun Yinji raised her simple coffee cup to the starry night sky in Munich. To all those who uphold justice, there were too many crooks and honest people in the legal profession. Being so professional, if one went against their conscience, it was very easy to distort the truth. Fortunately, the public's awareness and knowledge level were constantly improving. The era of one person controlling the world with one hand was already over. Gun Yinji thought of Hua Xiaoheng. If he was by her side now, he would definitely be proud of her, right? Because she was helping him protect what he wanted to protect. While Gun Yinji was thinking about Hua Xiaoheng, she didn't know his current situation was very tense. Hua Xiaoheng was an extremely patient person. Although he was only 29 years old, he had walked on the edge of life and death for the past decade. He had fought against the most elite, the smartest, the most cunning, and the most vicious enemies from every country. Sitting in his rented apartment, Hua Xiaoheng very carefully removed the gauze to see how his injuries were healing. This was the first update, a reminder to everyone for their monthly votes and recommendation votes. There will be an extra update at 7 p.m. Chapter 610. Hua Xiaoheng's abdomen had suffered a minor injury from the explosion that night. Although it wasn't serious, it had worsened because he had planned to assassinate Sean. He had been recuperating in his apartment for the past 2 weeks. Because the wound had become infected, he had a high fever for a few days, but it wasn't to the point of losing consciousness. He definitely couldn't go to the hospital. He knew very well that American hospitals had the obligation to report injuries caused by gunshots, burns, and explosions to the police. Once he went to the hospital, his condition would be exposed. He couldn't let those people know that he was injured. Moreover, it wasn't a serious injury. When they went out on missions, they always brought special anti-inflammatory drugs made by the Special Operations Forces. Recuperating alone in his apartment and changing his dressing on time, his wound healed quickly. This time, he didn't need to wrap it up again after removing the gauze. He looked in the mirror and saw that there were a few more scars on his strong abdominal muscles. If one didn't look closely, they wouldn't be able to see them. These injuries were nothing. He calmly threw the gauze into the stainless steel trash can and used a lighter to burn the gauze before flushing the ashes into the toilet. After cleaning everything up, he was a little tired and lay on the sofa to rest. One arm was draped over his forehead to cover his eyes. The sunlight coming in through the window was a little dazzling. He knew very well that for him and his comrades, if they failed the mission, there would only be one outcome: death. Their bodies would be destroyed, and not even their ashes would be found. His position was even more different. This was an industry where only success was allowed, not failure. This time, he was betrayed and fell into someone else's trap. It was his negligence. Fortunately, He reacted quickly and hid in the shadows to escape the enemy's pursuit. He even turned the tables and won himself a powerful ally. Half a month had passed since he had gotten rid of Sean. Hua Xiaoheng didn't make another move. Instead, he patiently waited in his high-end apartment in New Jersey to recuperate. Calculating the time, James had been the director of the CIA's Asian Intelligence Division for almost half a month. If he guessed correctly, James should have tried to contact him. Hua Xiaoheng tidied himself up and changed into a black Ralph Lauren polo, khaki slacks, large sunglasses, and a tennis bag. He drove the rented Mercedes-Benz SUV to Long Island, New York. He and James had agreed to meet at Tangyron's villa in Long Island, New York. He told Mr. Gu about it, and also explained it to Tan Guerin. Of course, he had purposely given Tan Guerin this information and purposely didn't give her away to contact him. That way, when James contacted Tan Guerin to look for him, Tan Guerin would definitely have to think of a way to deliver the letter to him. But without his contact information, she could only ask her parents back in the Empire. Xiaoheng wanted to use this method to provoke the traitor who had betrayed him because he was certain that this traitor had something to do with the people who had instigated the Tans. If it wasn't for this person, the Tans wouldn't have tried so hard to get Hua Xiaoheng to personally come to New York to rescue them. As long as the person behind the Tan family surfaced, the traitor's whereabouts would not be far away. He waited for half a month so that this matter would have time to ferment in the country. However, if he didn't show himself, the other party would be anxious. The other party would make a stupid move and expose himself. It was the middle of August in New York, and the incandescent sunlight made people dizzy. As he drove along the seaside road in Long Island, Hua Xiaoheng cautiously observed his surroundings. There was a device in the car to detect radio surveillance equipment, but there was no response at all on the way here. He remembered that the last time he was here, there were still many CIA agents monitoring the Tans, both openly and secretly. He parked the car near the tennis court in the villa area and played a few rounds of indoor tennis. After observing the surroundings, he finally arrived at Tangyron's villa and rang the doorbell. A middle-aged woman in her 40s who looked like a maid walked over and asked, "May I ask who you are looking for?" "I'm looking for your mistress. Just tell her that Mr. Gu is here to visit." Hua Xiaoheng smiled slightly and knocked the tennis racket against his palm twice. Tangyron's heart skipped a beat when she heard Mr. Gu had arrived. She quickly put on her shoes and ran out. Seeing Hua Xiaoheng's tall figure standing in front of the iron gate, Tan Guerin suddenly felt her eyes moisten. Tan Guerin had been worried sick for the past half a month. She had contacted her parents in the Huaxia Empire and asked them to find Hua Xiaoheng's contact information. In the end, they did find Hua Xiaoheng's phone number and email address, but no matter how she called or emailed, it was like a stone sinking into the ocean. She almost thought that Hua Xiaoheng was purposely avoiding her from now on. She hadn't expected him to finally appear. Tan Guerin quickly walked over and opened the iron gate. She said quietly, "You're here?" A faint smile appeared on Hua Xiaoheng's calm face. "Miss Tan, sorry to disturb you." "You're welcome," Tan Guerin quickly said. "Come in quickly. I've been looking for you. But you haven't been here for a long time, and I didn't know your contact information. I was worried. Luckily, you're here again." Hua Xiaoheng greeted Tan Guerin with a smile at the door and said, "I came to play tennis with a friend and dropped by to see you. How are you? Is it safe to stay here? Why aren't you back in the Huaxia Empire?" He then asked her, "Why are you looking for me?" His relaxed attitude finally calmed Tan Guerin's uneasy heart. She looked around and moved closer to Hua Xiaoheng. She whispered, "Someone sent a letter to Mr. Gu." Hua Xiaoheng knew it was probably from James. He nodded. "Can I trouble Miss Tan to show it to me?" "Come in. Are you in a hurry?" Tan Guerin's face was slightly red, and a few beads of sweat formed on the tip of her nose. Her porcelain face had a kind of touching delicacy, but unfortunately, the man in front of her didn't seem to be romantic. Hua Xiaoheng folded his hands behind his back and looked at the shady trees on the side of the road. "My friend is still waiting for me." "All right then." Tan Guerin was slightly disappointed. I'll go get the letter for you. She handed the letter to Hua Xiaoheng. Tan Guiran, who usually didn't speak much, suddenly said, "Are you on a special mission?" Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. He looked up at Tan Guiran and said calmly, "Yes. Don't tell anyone else." The professionally trained Hua Xiaoheng knew that telling someone a secret and then asking them not to tell anyone else was the best way to spread that secret. What was a secret? What wasn't said was a secret. Anything that was said wasn't a secret, even if it was said to the tree hole. How did you know there wasn't a pair of ears on the other side of the tree hole? Tan Guiran felt a sacred sense of being entrusted. She clasped her hands in front of her chest and nodded very hard. "I definitely won't tell anyone. I swear on my life." Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. He lowered his eyes and quickly read James' letter. He was slightly surprised. This was probably James' proof of loyalty to him. It was the second watch. A reminder for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Moi. Oh, intersection of intersection. Oh. Chapter 611. James had subtly mentioned the location of the bugs and pinhole cameras at Tangyron's house. Hua Xiaoheng could go to Tangyron's house now and find those things or destroy them. Folding the letter and putting it back in the envelope, Hua Xiaoheng smiled at Tangyron. "It's still early. I'm a bit thirsty." "Oh, come on in. I'll make you some tea." Tangyron was excited. Hua Xiaoheng hadn't come in no matter how she invited him before, but he was willing to come in after reading the letter. Did he want to express his gratitude? Tangyron walked briskly beside Hua Xiaoheng. "Hua, Mr. Gu, how should I address you?" Hua Xiaoheng looked at the decorations in the yard as he felt the control of the radio detector in his headset. There was no radio interference or receiving equipment within a 5-mile radius. James had indeed cleaned the place very well. Hua Xiaoheng was slightly relieved. This time, he finally followed Tan Guiran into her house. Tan Guiran turned and ran back to her room, her steps staggering. Hua Xiaoheng's smile didn't change as he held a tennis racket in one hand and stood under the tree in front of the iron gate. The leaves rustled softly and made a small noise that mingled with the sound of the waves in the distance. This was what Tan Guiran saw when she came back with James' letter. Her heart pounded, and she could hear her own heartbeat. Tan Guiran remembered that he had only been willing to stand at the door for a while before asking her for a favor. The past was still vivid in her mind. Coupled with the fact that they had been through life and death together, Tan Guiran, who was usually very distant with outsiders and didn't know how to socialize, found that she didn't feel distant with Hua Xiaoheng at all. It was as if she had known him for a long time. Meeting him for the first time was like returning an old friend. She personally made a cup of da hong pao and brought it over to him, placing it on the coffee table in front of Hua Xiaoheng. There was a pot of silver jasmine flowers and a small bronze Buddha statue on the transparent, postmodern glass coffee table. Hua Xiaoheng nodded politely and picked it up to smell it. He smiled. "This is da hong pao. It smells okay." Tan Guiran tilted her head and smiled, her long black hair flowing down like flowing water. "You have great taste." Hua Xiaoheng put down the cup and stood up to walk around. He basically confirmed the locations of the bugs and pinhole cameras that James had indicated. He put his hand into his trouser pocket and pressed on his phone. A series of ringtones sounded. Taking out his phone and swiping it open, Hua Xiaoheng grunted and said to Tan Guiran, "I'm sorry. My friend has been waiting anxiously." "Oh." Tan Guiran was a bit disappointed. She thought she would be able to spend more time with Hua Xiaoheng, but she didn't urge him to stay. She politely said, "Then go ahead and do your work. Come back when you have time." "My door is always open for you." "Thank you." Hua Xiaoheng nodded and left with his tennis racket. Tan Guiran walked him to the door. She wanted to say something several times, but stopped herself. Finally, when Hua Xiaoheng stepped out of the metal door, she called out, "Can you give me your phone number? This way, if there's anything in the future, I can look for you directly." This was the first time Tan Guiran had ever asked a man for his number. In the past, it was always those men chasing after her to ask for her phone number. She was very annoyed. She didn't expect that the tables would turn. There would come a day when she would ask a man for his phone number. But she was doing it for business, to pass on his message, wasn't she? Tanguerin tried to convince herself, but her heart was still pounding and her eyes were burning. Hua Xiaoheng turned to look at her with a smile. If there's anything, I'll look for Miss Tan. Goodbye. He left just like that without leaving her his number. Tanguerin was a bit disappointed. She stood under the tree in front of the door and watched Hua Xiaoheng's receding figure until she couldn't see him anymore. Then she reluctantly turned to go home. A few days after Hua Xiaoheng left, James came to visit Tanguerin's house again. He was now the director of the CIA's Asian Intelligence Division, and Tanguerin was the only daughter of Tan Dongbang, the popular Huaxia Imperial Prime Minister candidate. She was in the United States, and as the director of the CIA's Asian Intelligence Division, it was his duty to visit her and monitor her. Therefore, he could visit Tanguerin from time to time. This was his job and wouldn't arouse any suspicion. Miss Tan, how are you living here? Is there anything we can help you with? James asked politely. If there's anything you need, please let us know. Tanguerin quickly shook her head. I'm living quite well here. It's safer than at school. But she hesitated. The letter you asked me to pass on last time, I'd have forgotten about it if you hadn't mentioned it. James smiled, but his eyes were glued to Tanguerin's face. He wanted to see her true feelings from her expression and whether she was lying. Tanguerin placed an unopened bottle of mineral water on the coffee table in front of James. Please have a drink. She then said, Mr. Gu has already taken the letter. James heaved a long sigh of relief. May I ask when it was taken away? It seems like it's been a long time. I don't even remember. Yeah, it's been a long time. He never came, and I couldn't find him. Tanguerin was very tactful. This time, he only came to my house after 16 days. She remembered it so clearly. James looked at Tanguerin in surprise and couldn't help but smile when he saw her hidden thoughts from the redness on her face. It looked like this mysterious Major General Hua also had a weakness. No wonder he had personally come to rescue her. It must be because this Miss Tan was no ordinary person. No wonder their people had chosen Tanguerin as a hostage. It turned out that they knew about their relationship, and Hua Xiaoheng didn't stay with her after rescuing Tanguerin. Instead, he tried his best to distance himself from her. From James' point of view, it was easy to understand, because it was to protect Tanguerin. If he loved her, he had to neglect her. That way, Tanguerin would be safe. James thought about it from beginning to end, and the more he thought about it, the more he believed his analysis was reliable. He didn't expect Hua Xiaoheng or Tanguerin to publicly admit their relationship, but from the clues, James felt like he had discovered the truth. He didn't touch the mineral water Tanguerin placed in front of him and stood to shake her hand. Thank you for your help, Miss Tan. From now on, I will come to Miss Tan's house for tea at this time every 3 days. If Mr. Gu is free, we can come together. Tanguerin raised her brows in surprise. You like tea too? Sorry about that. She didn't like coffee and only liked simple things like tea or plain water. She politely declined coffee and other beverages. James was a Westerner. Although Westerners also drank tea, it was different from the tea of the Huaxia Empire. She thought he wouldn't like tea from the Huaxia Empire. I really like tea from the Huaxia Empire. James left after saying that. Tanguerin memorized this message. However, Hua Xiaoheng didn't come again for a while, until one evening, when the weather outside suddenly turned gloomy. Thunder rumbled and rolled over the sea. Dark clouds pressed down on the horizon, and the entire sky seemed like it was about to collapse. Although the scene looked scary, the people who lived by the sea had already turned a blind eye to it. Wasn't there going to be a hurricane? Why would people living by the sea be afraid of hurricanes? The people who were afraid had already moved away, so everyone continued to leisurely do their own things. The TV station had already predicted the approaching hurricane a few days ago. This time, it was named Isabella. The sea breeze grew stronger as Tanguerin returned from outside in the nanny car driven by Sister Fun. She remotely opened the metal gate and drove the nanny car to the garage. The garage was connected to the main house, so they didn't have to worry about the rain after entering. In fact, as soon as they drove into the garage, the torrential rain brought by the hurricane came crashing down. The skies seemed to have been torn open, and the water from the Milky Way poured down. The raindrops were so heavy that they could practically smash a deep hole in the ground. Tanguerin got out of the car and quickly entered the main house through the garage's small door. Sisterfin took out the food and groceries they had bought from the back of the nanny car. Because of the hurricane, people were worried about water and electricity outages and traffic safety. Everyone was used to stocking up their fridges before the hurricane. Tanguerin had just entered the house when she heard the video communicator on the living room wall start beeping. The other end of the communicator was outside the main door. Visitors usually communicated with the people in the main house through the video communicator before they could enter. She glanced at the video intercom and was stunned. Instinctively turning to look at the pouring rain outside, she rushed out without a second thought. Sisterfin had just carried a few large bags of food and groceries into the main house's living room when she saw that the living room door was wide open. The howling hurricane, mixed with the torrential rain, immediately soaked the living room's cashmere carpet. She could still see Tanguerin running out of the house from the wide-open door. Sisterfin was dumbfounded. She put down the food and groceries and hurriedly grabbed the big black umbrella she often used by the door and rushed out into the rain, shouting, "Miss! Miss! It's a storm. You need an umbrella." Tanguerin didn't hear anything. All she could see was the figure soaked in the rain in front of the metal gate, not far away. She had actually seen Hua Xiaoheng standing outside the yard's metal gate in the video communicator. He must be completely soaked in such heavy rain. Tanguerin ran to the yard's gate, panting. She quickly opened the metal gate and turned to say, "Come in. Why didn't you bring an umbrella in such heavy rain?" Hua Xiaoheng walked in with a tennis bag on his back and a tennis racket in his hand. He glanced at Tanguerin and said, "Thank you." Tanguerin actually hadn't brought an umbrella. She was already soaked from the rain in just a few steps. Her silk dress clung to her body, revealing the outline of her beautiful breasts, slim waist, and long legs. Her hair was also wet, and the rainwater flowed down her slender neck and into the shadow of her chest. At that moment, Sisterfin had already caught up with them with the big black umbrella. She quickly covered Tanguerin while sneaking a peek at Hua Xiaoheng, who was also soaked. Hua Xiaoheng was still in his tennis attire and big sunglasses. He looked at Sisterfin's curious face and said, "Go in quickly. Your miss is soaked. I'm here to play tennis, and there's a storm. I'd like to borrow your place for shelter." This was a first update, a reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. There would be an extra update at 7 p.m. Chapter 612. It's fine, it's fine. Please come in, come in. The helper, Mrs. Fun, was very friendly. She held an umbrella for Tanguerin as she ushered Hua Xiaoheng into the main house. Hua Xiaoheng nodded and quickly walked up the stairs to the main house. The door opened and everyone filed in. The last helper, Mrs. Fun, closed the door behind her, and the raging hurricane was immediately blocked outside. The floor in the house was a bit wet, but the air was fresh and warm. It was a completely different world from the storm outside. Tanguerin bit her lip and was a bit embarrassed. "Please have a seat. I'll go change." She then said to Mrs. Fun, "Pour this gentleman a cup of tea." She specifically instructed, "I want the Da Hong Pao over there." Mrs. Fun agreed and quickly said, "Miss, you should quickly change. You'll catch a cold wearing these wet clothes. I'll make a bowl of ginger soup for you." Tanguerin nodded and quickly ran to her bedroom to change. Hua Xiaoheng was also wet, but he didn't sit down. He looked around and asked Mrs. Fun, "Where's the bathroom?" Mrs. Fun smiled and said, "This way." She brought him a large towel. "Sir, you have to change too. We don't have anything suitable for you here. We only have Mr. Tan's clothes. Would you like to change for now?" She was talking about Tan Dongbang's clothes, which was Tanguerin's father's. This villa belonged to the Tans, So Tan Dongbang must have his own things here. Hua Xiaoheng smiled. No need. I have a change of clothes in my bag. I was going to party after tennis today, so I brought a set. That's great. Mrs. Fin didn't insist. Help yourself. I will make some tea. Hua Xiaoheng used a device in the bathroom to confirm there were no bugs or pinhole cameras installed before quickly changing into the dry clothes in his bag. He had worn a tennis polo and khaki slacks when he came, but now he had changed into a dark blue Egyptian cotton non-ironing shirt and swimsuit pants. He walked out of the bathroom and took off his sunglasses. Tan Guirin came out after changing and was looking around for him. She looked up to see a man walk out of the bathroom. He didn't make any unnecessary movements and only turned around to close the bathroom door. He still had a tennis bag on his arm. It was such a casual gesture, but it struck Tan Guirin's heart like an arrow. If the tall and imposing figure in the past had only been a blurry shadow in Tan Guirin's heart, then Hua Xiaoheng's current appearance had become an unforgettable presence in her heart. Hua Xiaoheng turned his head to look at her. His eyes were deep and dark, and she couldn't see what was in them. She only felt dizzy. She tried her best to steady herself and said in a trembling voice, Mr. Gu. Hua Xiaoheng nodded casually. Sorry to bother you. I'll leave when the rain stops. The wind and rain outside the window became even more violent. Raindrops smashed against the roof and windows, leaving long marks. There were street lamps under the big trees outside, and they were swaying left and right by the strong wind. Dense raindrops flashed in the flickering lights from time to time. The rain was really heavy. The hurricane by the sea was something even a warship couldn't resist. Tan Guirin wanted to ask him to stay, but her intuition told her that Hua Xiaoheng was a man of his word and wouldn't listen to her. She obediently agreed and turned to go to the living room. Hua Xiaoheng followed her to the living room and sat down. There was already a steaming cup of Da Hong Pao tea on the coffee table. He held it up to blow on the steam and then lowered his head to take a sip. Tan Guirin sat on the sofa across from him and adjusted the hem of her dress nervously. She had just changed her clothes. The light blue silk dress from before was soaked through. She had changed into a burgundy top with 4/4 sleeves and a pinch at the waist, paired with a pair of cropped pants and black camellia Chanel slippers. Her legs were crossed and slanted in front of her. Her posture was so dignified that it could be included in the Encyclopedia of Western Etiquette. The living room was so quiet that it was awkward. At this time, Tan Guirin was the host, so she should take the initiative to talk to the guests. However, Tan Guirin had been well protected by her family since she was young and had only interacted with people in her own circle. Most of the time, she greeted them with a smile and didn't speak unless she had to, so she wasn't good with words. Usually when she was with her friends would take the initiative to start conversation, and she only had to follow. Now that she had to start conversation, it was worse than killing her. Hua Xiaoheng didn't bat an eyelid, as if he didn't see Tan Guirin's awkwardness. However, it wasn't as if he didn't see the clothes she had carefully chosen. His eyes flashed as he asked casually, Miss Tan, your father's election is coming up soon, right? Why isn't he going back yet? Tan Guirin secretly heaved a sigh of relief and immediately said briskly, The voting is in 2 months. But since something happened to me, the Huaxiao Parliament agreed to give me some time to recuperate. I can go back after the election. According to the election law, a candidate's immediate family was supposed to return to the country 60 days before the election. However, Tan Guirin's kidnapping case happened, and the Huaxiao Parliament didn't allow the Tans to use their daughter's incident to create hype. Moreover, the Bais also tacitly agreed. So the House of Representatives in charge of elections agreed to the Tans' request and allowed Tan Guirin to temporarily not return to the country. The Bais only had one condition. Since she had already violated the law by not returning to the country on time, she had to wait until the election results were out. The Bais were worried that the Tans would suddenly cause trouble on the eve of the election and use their daughter's return to the country to create hype, so they suggested that she return after the election. Of course, the Tans weren't willing, but they couldn't stop Tan Guirin from leaving New York, so they could only give up. Now that Hua Xiaoheng asked, she definitely wouldn't say that she wasn't going back because he was here. In the beginning, she was only worried that he would be in danger after being mistaken as a kidnapper. She would never abandon her savior. Later on, she didn't know when it started to feel strange. When Hua Xiaoheng heard that the House of Representatives had approved it, he thought about it and understood. It must be a political exchange. He didn't ask further and gradually led the topic to the Tan's social relations. Miss Tan, your relatives and friends must be very worried that something so serious happened to you in the United States, right? Have they come to visit you? Tan Guiran thought about it very seriously and said, No, most of our relatives are in the Huaxiao Parliament. Very few are overseas, but they're still in Europe. Those in the United States all went back after finishing their studies or settled down in Europe. In the eyes of the Kais and the Tans, who were truly scholarly families with deep roots, the United States was a country established by the descendants of immigrants who couldn't make it in Europe, while Australia was a country that accommodated the criminals exiled by the British Empire. Neither of them were good places. It was the second watch. A reminder. Recommendation votes and monthly votes. Moi. Oh. Intersection. Oh. Chapter 613. The Tans and the Kais either wanted to stay in the Huaxia Empire wholeheartedly and felt that the Huaxia Empire was better than anywhere else, or they could only live in the more culturally rich European continent. Hua Xiaoheng looked thoughtfully at a large plum vase in the corner of the living room. It looked like it had at least 1,000 years of history and was definitely an antique. He just didn't know how it had been taken out. Tan Guiran followed Hua Xiaoheng's gaze and saw that he was interested in the plum vase. She quickly said, That was a gift from my distant aunt. My aunt's family settled in the United States a long time ago. She's one of the few relatives who have settled in the United States. Early? Yes, my distant aunt's great-grandfather went abroad in his generation. If I think about it, it should be at least 100 years. Hua Xiaoheng was relieved. It turned out that she had been taken abroad a long time ago. At that time, the country was in chaos. After the conversation ended, the living room fell into silence again. Tan Guiran mustered her courage and said to Hua Xiaoheng, I really have to thank you this time. If it wasn't for you, I definitely wouldn't be alive. Hua Xiaoheng tapped his knee lightly as if nothing had happened. He smiled and said, You're welcome. This is my job. But you have such a high status. You don't need to come here personally. I'm really sorry that I put you in danger. Tan Guiran said anxiously. She stood up and bowed deeply to Hua Xiaoheng. Thank goodness you're fine. If anything had happened to you, I would have lived with guilt for the rest of my life. Miss Tan, you're exaggerating. Hua Xiaoheng shifted on the sofa without batting an eyelid. Actually, I just happen to have a mission here, so I came over. Really? Tan Guiran's eyes widened as she slowly sat down across from him. But my mother said that they specifically asked you to come here personally. He didn't say anything for a moment. After thinking for a moment, he said, I'm very surprised that your Mistress Hall thought of me. Actually, our country's special forces are all very outstanding. No matter who we send, they can complete the mission. Tan Guiran shook her head. It's different. You're different from them. That night, I asked you to save those 2 children. Only you went with me. They didn't go. Hua Xiaoheng froze for a moment and finally said bluntly, I'm just thinking about Miss Tan's safety. To be honest, those 2 children are not under my protection. But you still went. Tan Guiran smiled sweetly. And later, when you saved that little girl on 5th Avenue, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. The corners of Hua Xiaoheng's lips twitched. He looked out the window at the heavy rain and said, It was just a coincidence. After he said that, Hua Xiaoheng suddenly thought that if Gun Yinji heard this, she would definitely shake her head in disbelief and say that he never did things he wasn't confident in. If that was the case, why would he be impulsive? His mind wandered for a moment as he stared at the fireplace in front of him. He only heard Tan Guiran talking, but he didn't pay attention to what she was saying. How could it be a coincidence? I'm not a fool. Not only will I use my eyes to see, I will also use my heart to see. Tangarin smiled like a flower and made a heart shape with her slender fingers in front of her chest. My mother's good friend recommended you to her. How could it be wrong? Oh, your mom's friend recommended it? That's so surprising. Not many people in the Huaxia Empire know me. Xiaoheng heard that Tangarin had finally gotten to the topic he wanted to hear and came back to his senses. He immediately asked without batting an eyelid. Really? I think so. Tanguerin giggled. You didn't leave your contact information this time. I was worried that the gentleman's letter was urgent. So, I specifically called the Huaxia Empire to ask my parents to help find your contact information, but they couldn't find it either. My mom even went to look for her good friend, but it turned out that he didn't know your contact information either. He then asked me what it was about. Then did you tell him? Hua Xiaoheng was a bit nervous, and his heartbeat sped up a little, because if Tan Guirin told him, he would probably be able to find out who the traitor was and who was betraying him. He had gone around in circles and even exposed his identity in front of Tan Guirin, a girl with a one-track mind, just to force the person behind the scenes to come out and make them jump. Hua Xiaoheng originally thought that someone like Tan Guirin didn't know what confidentiality was and would definitely tell her family about it. That way, he would be able to follow the clues and find out who it was. In the end, Tan Guirin actually shook her head proudly. Of course not. I know you do important work, and I just felt that this letter must be very important. I would never tell anyone what was going on. I didn't even tell my mom when she asked me. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Hua Xiaoheng, her expression begging for praise. Hua Xiaoheng closed his eyes and suppressed a bitter smile and a mocking expression. Although it was difficult to talk to someone who had both IQ and EQ offline, it was better than facing a vicious enemy. Moreover, he had undergone professional training and was used to dealing with all kinds of people. He was more patient than most people. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. Thank you, Miss Tan. The two of them spoke for a while before a gust of wind blew in from outside, and the lights in the room suddenly went out. Tan Guirin let out a small scream. The helper, Sis Fun, ran out from the kitchen and shouted, "The power's out! The power's out!" The wind outside must have cut the line. Hua Xiaoheng stood up. In the darkness, his deep and magnetic voice had an indescribable charm. Tangirin's heart instantly calmed. Don't worry, Sis Fun. I remember there's a diesel generator at home. Let's go check the basement. Tangirin also stood up from the sofa and walked 2 steps forward. The room was too dark, and she forgot there was a small stool next to the sofa. She accidentally tripped and fell to the ground with a thud. Hua Xiaoheng's eyes had already adjusted to the darkness, and he also saw Tangirin trip over the stool. He stood to the side quietly and didn't reach out to help her up. When Tangirin was being held hostage by criminals, he would definitely save her because it was his duty. But she had fallen at home, so he had no obligation to help her up. It wasn't a fatal injury, so Hua Xiaoheng's expression was very calm. Tangirin lay on the ground for a while before sitting down to rub her foot softly. She rubbed her calf. Her ankle was a bit uncomfortable, and she didn't know if she had sprained it. When Sisfin heard the noise, she quickly took out her flashlight and shone it over. Miss, Hua Xiaoheng pointed at the sofa. Miss Tan tripped just now, but she's fine now. Sisfin rushed over, shouting and waving the flashlight in her hand. Miss, are you okay? Hua Xiaoheng crossed his arms and said to Sisfun, Where's the generator? I'll go take a look. It's in the basement. Go out this way, and there's a staircase that leads straight to the basement. Sisfun waved the flashlight in the direction of the staircase. Hua Xiaoheng bent down to take the flashlight from Sisfun and turned to walk in that direction. Sisfun froze, and Tanguirin blushed even more. When Hua Xiaoheng bent down just now, she thought he was going to carry her up. Sisfun helped Tanguirin up and said with some dissatisfaction, This gentleman is not gentlemanly at all. Miss, you fell to the ground, and he didn't even help you up. Tanguirin forced a smile. It's not his fault. It's so dark that he couldn't see. That's true. Sisfun was only saying it casually, and seeing that Tanguirin didn't care, she, an outsider, didn't need to care. Hua Xiaoheng took the flashlight to the basement and found the diesel generator in a small room. The main control room for the entire villa was also here, as well as the boiler for boiling water and the central control system for the air conditioner. Here was the main control system for the bugs and pinhole cameras that the CIA had installed. Of course, this was also what James had revealed to him. Because of the sudden power outage, the backup power for the main control system had been activated. Only a red light could be seen in the darkness, shining in the small room. Hua Xiaoheng looked at it expressionlessly, took out an insulating knife, and gently cut off the backup power wire. The red light disappeared instantly. This meant that all the bugs and pinhole cameras in the house had stopped working. Then Hua Xiaoheng bent down to start the diesel generator. Soon, the lights in the house came on, and the situation here became clearer. He looked around again before walking up from the basement. When he returned to the living room, Tan Guiran was still sitting on the sofa, rubbing her ankle. Only a small light was turned on, and the warm yellow light warmed the empty living room. The storm outside the window didn't seem to be as bad anymore. Hua Xiaoheng put the flashlight on the coffee table and said, "When will the rain stop outside?" Tan Guiran quickly turned on the TV to watch the weather report. On the TV, the weatherman in a raincoat was anxiously saying, "Isabella is showing signs of escalating. The storm will last all night, so please be careful and don't go out." Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. Tan Guiran sneaked a peek at Hua Xiaoheng's calm face and secretly felt happy. However, she still appeared calm on the surface and said gently, "Mr. Gu, why don't you stay here tonight? I have a lot of rooms. There are 3 guest rooms upstairs and 1 downstairs." Hua Xiaoheng thought about it and turned to look at the rain outside the window. As if he had made up his mind, he said, "If the rain doesn't stop by 10 tonight, then I'll have to trouble you." It's fine, it's fine." Tan Guiran was very enthusiastic and asked Hua Xiaoheng, "It's getting late. Let's go for dinner. Sister Fin's Yangzhou food is amazing." The Tans were from the south, and Tan Guiran had grown up eating Yangzhou food made by the family chef. When she went abroad, she even brought a maid who knew how to cook Yangzhou food with her. Hua Xiaoheng didn't like the bland taste of Yangzhou food, but he didn't refuse. He nodded politely and said, "Thank you." For Hua Xiaoheng, when he appeared as the Major General in charge of the Special Operations Forces, he didn't eat food from outside. However, when he was on a mission and there were changes around him, he definitely couldn't do that. He had to eat and drink what he had to drink. Today's dinner was something he had planned a long time ago. This was the first update, a reminder to everyone about your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today was Monday, especially with the recommendation votes. There would be an extra update at 7 p.m. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.